Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 10, The Marauder's Map.
Man, Prisoner of Azkaban really does introduce some major plot elements, does it
does,
not?
yeah. I mean, the map, it feels like it changes everything, you know?
The map is pretty massive to like Harry's success over the years. I mean, it's a seriously powerful piece of magic.
It is an object that, like, after the fact, it was like maybe Harry has too much information.
Maybe
like he has to keep finding ways to lose it for the rest of the story.
Right. Yes. Lupin at some point I feel like takes it from him. Moody
takes it from him.
Yeah, and then of course once you get to Deathly Hallows, it's just sort of like
I'm just watching Ginny walk around. Whatever. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
He just misses his girlfriend.
He just misses their exes, dude. All right. She dumped him or vice versa. Whatever. Get over it.
He broke up with her.
Yeah.
It's for something noble, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for something noble, isn't it? Oh, man. I will say, before we dive too far in, just quick reminder that Through the Griffin Door is coming up fast in September from the 21st through the 29th. We're going to be going to Seattle, Portland, Sacramento, Berkeley, San Diego, and Los Angeles.
I know. I'm so excited about it. And San Diego and Seattle were both already sold out.
Yes.
So it was like, what? That's amazing. It's like 2 months to go. So we actually added second shows same day to both of those events. They're going to be, I like to call them manatees. Because I don't know where matinee comes from, and I think manatee just seems more fun.
It is more fun.
So we're going to have some manatee shows that day, and they will be unique shows. So if you're interested in like either doing a double header, or if you just didn't get tickets the first go round and want to see us earlier in the day, they're both Saturday shows, which is great.
So you'll have the day off anyway.
Right,
it works out very nicely.
Works well for your sketch. So hope to see you there.
Hope to see you there. Otherwise, tickets are still on sale for all other venues. And we have the meet and greets available where you can come meet us ahead of time. So I cannot wait. That's my favorite part, is meeting everybody.
Oh, I know. Yeah. And the VIP upgrade does come with a signed poster, as well. So you'll get that just like included in the price.
Every city will have a unique poster to it as well.
They do indeed. I know. Yeah. This is our illustrator Isabel does just such an absolutely amazing job. I feel like capturing each locale and sort of like merging it with the book that we're reading while we're there.
They're really cool.
They are really cool.
I think she's done with like most of Seattle and Portland so far, and they're just like epic.
You know what else is wild? Is that we're going to crack Goblet of Fire on tour.
Are we?
We will.
What?
Yes. So we will have to bring 2 books with us.
Oh my gosh! Well, that's going to be that'd be exciting for whatever show that is.
I'm going to need a whole extra checked bag just to carry Goblet.
There it is. Yeah. Boom, Goblet. All right, well, let's dive into Chapter 10, The Marauder's Map, where, the chapter art, first of all, just is the map itself. And I didn't even give this a 9 3/4 out of 10, Ben. I gave it a solid 10 out of 10.
I gave it an 11 out of 10.
An 11 out of 10, because to me, this is what the map looks like. If you, like, I know people, I love, like, the way they made the map look in the movie, where it like unfolds in 1,000 directions and stuff, like it's a cool visual prop and stuff, but like, I'm sorry, it's not how the map. It's too confusing. It's not useful. It's not helpful. It is like, it's too big and I don't like it.
I mean, it does seem like it's supposed to be like a piece of parchment that you could fold and put in your pocket.
Exactly.
And we have like the prop replica of the Marauder's map upstairs, and it is to suggest that you could like just stuff it into your cloak feels like a reach.
It is definitely supposed to look like a very old square piece of parchment that you could fold up or roll up or whatever. And that is what this looks like. To me, it looks like what I always thought of as the Marauder's map. Like, I would, like the footsteps and stuff. Like, I get it. It's easier. It makes sense. It's like that person's walking around. Those are those footsteps. But like in the book, it's like little dots with labels rather than like these giant banners adorning their footsteps. And I'm like, the banners are too big. Like, you wouldn't be able to tell who's who. It doesn't make sense. We only ever get to see see the map when Harry's looking at like one person alone in a corridor.
I know. The thing that crosses my mind that like even as I'm like looking at this photo, and this is totally one of those things where you like live in a world of touchscreens though. It's like I can almost imagine like the impulse to want to just like zoom in, like take your fingers and spread them apart on the map and be like, wait a second, who is that in the bathroom? Malfoy, what's he doing there?
Who's to say you can't? I would even buy that, you know?
Yeah.
I'd be more okay with that than the unfolding forever map that doesn't make sense.
That's the new headcanon is that, let's see, Mooney, Wormtail, Prongs, and Padfoot actually left Hogwarts, and instead of joining the Order of the Phoenix, go on to found Apple.
Go on to found Apple. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and then they use Steve Jobs as like their like figurehead.
Right. Yeah.
It's like
they're just behind the scenes.
You are our Muggle overlord who can be the front man, but really it's us in the background.
How do you really think Harry got all those galleons? You know?
That's exactly. That's where all of his wealth comes from. Is
James invented iPhone?
Yeah, the computer.
Exactly.
But what feels less likely than that though?
That seems very unlikely that's what happened. But yes. Artwork for Chapter 10, Marauder's map, spot on, love it, so good. Let's see. Anyway, let's jump into the chapter. This is coming out of Harry's Quidditch match where he lost the Nimbus 2000. He lost the match. Cedric won, and Madame Pomfrey is keeping him in there, and he says he wouldn't let her throw away the shattered remnants of his Nimbus 2000, which I just thought was like, oh. Like he's just like it's such an attachment to it, you know.
I know, yeah. It says he felt as though he lost one of his best friends. And
I know.
I mean, this was like, you know, and it's so great too because it's like, you know, now that you know, like this is chapter 10 and the next chapter in this exact book is called chapter 11, the Firebolt.
Right.
Which obviously like is like, oh, something new is coming.
Oh yeah.
However, yeah, like as a kid reading the story or having dad read the story to us, and the loss of the Nimbus 2000 was like just one of the most crushing blows. It was like
Nimbus.
It would be like if the invisibility cloak got like shredded. You know, it's just like don't even suggest such a thing.
Don't even say it.
I know. Yeah.
It is. I mean, it is. I think too because for Harry, like, but at this point in the story, like he doesn't realize like how good at defense against the dark arts he is, and like he has like a leg up on the other students in any capacity.
Right.
And like, from his point of view, the only thing that maybe he's like a little special at is like flying. It's like, I know I am naturally, instinctually good at that.
Right.
And this was me entering the wizarding world and discovering that not only was I was feeling nervous about being at magic school and never even knowing I was a wizard, but I got there and then I was immediately really good at something and it like made me fit in. It's like, that is what has been lost.
I know. And this is kind of like an interesting thing, like in the way that Harry as a character is developed, because like we've outlined a few instances where it seems that like Harry has clear instincts in the world in the world of defense against the dark arts. Like he has like a prickling on the back of his neck, I think, like when he can like detect that like Sirius is like nearby after leaving Privet Drive and stuff like that. So he's got like some natural born instincts, but like I feel like it would have been such a common trope at the time that this book was coming out for like your main character to go and basically like be the best at every subject and like just sort of like be like universally like he's the hero. So of course he's extremely good at everything. And it's like, that's never really been the case for Harry. Like it seems like the selection, the picking and choosing of his strengths, are obviously balanced by, you know, Ron and Hermione in lots of ways.
Yeah.
Especially Hermione, who is just sort of like the encyclopedia of information.
It's like rather than making Harry good at everything, it's sort of like Hermione's basically good at everything that you would think would be the things that would make you the hero.
Right.
But instead, it's like Harry is good at all the intangible things like courage and selflessness and love and things like that.
Yeah, like the sort of like instinctual righteousness, I think, even, you know, like obviously later in this book when he chooses to like spare Peter Pettigrew's life, you know, it's just there's lots of like little moments like that shine through. The ability to pull the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Erised is another, I think, great example.
Yes.
Even you know,
the Boggart being the Dementor.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So lots of like really cool stuff. But I mean, to bring it back to the broken broomstick, it's like you're right. Like the flying does feel like the chief accolade that he has been granted thus far.
Yeah. so far. Of course, by the end of the story, that will change.
Yeah.
Or by the end of this book, that'll change. But I also think it's interesting that the Nimbus is broken beyond repair. Like, that condition exists in the wizarding world. Because it feels like if you were to just, like, drop a teapot or something and it just shattered into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't be like I would assume you could just be like reparo and it's back
and it would like clinked back together. So this sort of goes back to like once upon a time we made a video that was breaking down like whether or not broomsticks were very similar to wands.
Yeah, you're right.
In that, like, do they have like a core that like kind of like runs through them? But this does sort of mirror like Harry's broken Holly wand eventually, where it's like that is like one of it's like the chief thing that we know that the Elder Wand is capable of doing that suggests that Harry is in fact the true blue master of it, because he is able to repair his Holly wand with it, something that no other wand, nor Ollivander himself, whose family's been making wands since like the year like 482 or something like that. So it's like that is the unachievable piece of magic. So like theoretically, Dumbledore as master of the Elder Wand probably could have
Dumbledore
could have fixed the Nimbus for Harry.
Throw the man a bone.
But I mean, that's like one of those things where it's like this is part of like what Dumbledore's duty as the master of the Elder Wand himself is. It's like I was to own it, to tame it, to not brag of it, like to treat it in its most humble capacity. Which hilariously ends up being like taken from him after all this dutiful service to this like powerful object for his whole life, or at least since 1945 when he arguably takes it from Grindelwald.
Right.
And here he's made it, another 50 plus years later, and finally Draco Malfoy of all people is the one who successfully disarms him.
Just disarms him.
Come on, right at the finish line. He dies seconds later.
So close.
I know. Yep. Too bad.
There you go.
Anyways, so the big question there: do broomsticks have cores? I think they do.
I think they do, especially because even when Harry first gets them, he's like, maybe broomsticks were like horses, and they could tell, you were afraid or not. Because like I don't know, it wouldn't even surprise me if like what the cores were like thestral hares or something.
Definitely.
Like flying horses.
Yes.
Or there's like a variety of flying horses in Harry Potter, but like there is a moment where brooms act like horses.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And I mean, I think like a hippogriff feather, like I do think you could like enter into the realm of like different flying magical creatures as what could potentially be being injected. But you probably still have a phoenix feather if you so desired.
Oh.
Maybe that's what's in the Firebolt.
That's a great idea, like why it's called fire.
Yeah, the Firebolt.
The Firebolt. The
Phoenix Firebolt.
Right, that's why they're so expensive, because like you get those phoenix feathers.
I know,
they ain't cheap, dude.
Terribly pricey.
Yeah. Probably not fox feathers, but
maybe that's the other thing too. Maybe Ollivander we always talk about how Ollivander sells Harry his wand for like 7 galleons or something like that. Maybe it was like he's like, dude, I've had this thing on the shelf for, I kid you not, like, how many years has it been since 37?
Oh my gosh, it's been a long time.
Yeah, so it's like maybe Ollivander's like it's discounted clearance, red tag sale, 7 galleons.
Get it out.
Yeah, originally new, you're getting a steal. I was going to charge like 45 for it originally.
Yeah.
Anyway, so all that aside, so Harry, unlike Malfoy, does spend a little bit more time in the hospital wing for more serious reasons, I guess. Although, like, even the fact that he spends a whole weekend in the hospital wing seems unlike Madame Pomfrey's usual administrations when it comes to medical care.
Yeah.
Because Dumbledore does stop Harry with like a cushioning charm before he hits the ground, and it's not like when he had to like regrow the bones in his arm. So it's like, what actual injury has he like sustained here?
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's like what is injured other than just sort of like just sit still and rest.
Yeah. I mean, it's a traumatic event.
Maybe that.
Just got to like kind of get your bearings back a little bit.
Exactly.
Maybe.
I do think it's interesting that, and I feel like I was thinking about this more, that it says Ginny Weasley, blushing furiously, turned up with a get well card she had made herself, which sang shrilly unless Harry kept it shut underneath his bowl of fruit. A sentence I completely forgot about. But what I like about this is that it is the second year in a row that Ginny has delivered Harry a singing something,
a gram,
a singing gram.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
but it's like because like I always think in like Lockhart, I'm always like, oh, was she like under the, like, it's easy to think like, was she under the influence of the diary or something? It's like, nope. Ginny just took Lockhart up on his deal to like deliver singing Cupid grams,
His
and she was
eyes
like,
were
I am going to
green.
do it. Yeah, like, man, this is a great idea. This will make Harry like me. And she does it again, but it ties, but it's almost like what we were just talking about. It's like Ginny delivers Harry music twice, and music is like the power that's like greater than anything we teach here. Would it, like, music falls in the same category as love in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And it's like, here, this is it. Ginny is using music to try and get Harry's love, you know?
I know, no, that's amazing. It's really good. And it's like, part of me almost even feels like this could be like a, because I feel like as Ginny gets a little bit older, you see some of the other characteristics of like her older siblings and her parents and stuff sort of like shine through to the surface. But like, part of me almost even gets like little tiny like Fred and George vibes here, where it's like maybe kind of quirky, kind of funny, but somehow thoughtful at the same time.
Right.
And it's like this is like her sense of humor, and then the blushing is more coming from like a small morsel of like doubt that the humor won't land.
Right. Like, isn't this funny? Oh my gosh. Yeah. But seriously, well, I love you.
Well, let's get married someday.
Yeah. Also, Oliver Wood, our favorite character, shows up to talk to Harry in a hollow, dead sort of voice that he doesn't blame Harry in the slightest, which I just love. It's just like, don't worry, Harry. I don't blame you. It definitely wasn't your fault.
It's like 3 days later, I just left the showers.
It's fine. We're cool.
It's all good, man.
You're definitely still on the team.
I cannot believe how much it is occurring to me how flawed Wood is as a character.
I know. Like, I've always just been like, yeah, Wood.
I know. Yeah. I've always loved Oliver Wood. I'm like, what are we going to do without him?
Yeah.
And then I love his depiction in the movies as well. Like, I feel like it's like, yeah, like I love Wood.
Yeah. Yes.
He's so great.
He's such a great guy that it's like in the books, he is a Quidditch first mindset no matter what.
Yes. Yeah. He definitely has his, he is like locked and loaded on what matters to him.
Yeah.
Yep. So there we go.
Yep. So, and then, so we're on the next page here where it says Harry hadn't told anyone about the Grim because he knew Ron would panic and Hermione would scoff. But like, okay, I think like Hermione would scoff at this point. Like, I almost don't think so. Like, at this point, Harry would have seen the Grim 4 times, one of which is in a classroom, like, about
divination.
Divination. It's like Hermione doesn't like divination, but like she's still in it at this point. It's like it's still a subject at Hogwarts, and like she's arguing with it, but like also he saw the Grim, and now the Grim appeared, and before that he saw the Grim and he saw it on the book. It's like there's not like Hermione's own logic is being used against her at some point, where it's like there has been enough sightings in a row, one of which is in a classroom, that says more sightings will occur. You know, it's like at some point she has to like start eating her own words about it.
No, I know. Yeah, it's true. I mean, and I guess to be fair, it's like the only real exposure that he's had to the Grim is because in 2 of the instances it's just Sirius.
Yeah.
And so neither of those times of the Grim. When he sees it at Flourish and Blotts, he does see it on a book that is warning of like death signs and omens. In which case it is a depiction of the Grim, but that is the only actual depiction, because in Trelawney's it could once again be one of those instances where it's like you are in fact seeing like a wolfish dog's head in the tea leaves, but that could be more like an actual sign that like, hey, this is something that will appear to you in the future. It's not the Grim, it's Sirius. Like
right.
it is foretelling Sirius's arrival. Because the thing
right.
I highlighted the very next line that said both appearances had been followed by near fatal accidents. The first time he had been nearly run over by the night bus. And like that's always one of those things where I'm like, he accidentally calls the night bus, but it's not the way you're supposed to call the night bus. So the night bus is not like under any like things will jump out of its way magically and stuff like that. It's like I don't feel like the night bus incident was a near death experience.
Right. This is definitely Harry reading more into it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like him being a little superstitious here.
Right.
Yeah. But I think you're right. I think the tea leaves I think it can honestly be both. It can be like one, it is literally just Sirius and not the Grim.
Right.
That is being seen. And of course Trelawney's looking at it. She's like, it's the Grim.
Of course.
And she says, it's an omen of death. But it's like, not for nothing, Harry does die.
Well, Harry does die. That's a good point. Yes. It's like
Yeah.
True. That's like one of those where it's like Trelawney was just constantly predicting his death, and it's like, well, that does it not only, it's like
that does happen.
It does happen, and it has to happen specifically because of a different prediction that Trelawney herself made.
Right. Exactly. So it's sort of like, well, it is true.
Right. It's a bit annoying.
It's annoying, and she's wrong about like the timing, and she like doesn't necessarily like understand it, but it's always that line where like she doesn't understand it, but also she's right.
Yep. Exactly.
It's all very, very funny line character trait for Trelawney. But let's see. So then Harry gets into feeling humiliated about the Dementors, where he's like figured out that it's his mom who is screaming in the middle of the night, which is just terrible.
It really, really, really is. Like that's like, it's so difficult that like basically the only real memory Harry gets of his very brief childhood with his parents is basically the moment of his mom's death.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like, and so it was bad when he was just hearing the screaming, and it's worse when he knows who it is and why it was happening, and the fact that it's not just like, this is not like a nightmarish voice that's echoing through the ether to scare you as part of like the Dementor's powers. This is like actually bringing to the surface a memory that happened in what is the most devastating day of his life.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's really, really terrible. And it does start to illustrate exactly what we're going to have a conversation with Lupin here on the very next page, but like why like the Dementors are impacting Harry so badly.
Yes. But so this is like he's also feeling humiliated because like no one else has collapsed every time they're near one, which I almost feel like with that many who came to the Quidditch match, I cannot believe no one else passes out.
I know.
Like it's so much.
Yes. I mean, and we know that, it seems like Luna obviously has like a unique perspective on things, but surely she's there. And she would have witnessed her mother's death because she can see the Thestrals. And then Neville can also see the Thestrals because he witnessed the death of his uncle.
Yeah.
And
he's like knows what happened to his parents.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like there are other people who it seems this should be hurting, especially kind of given like we just made like a big breakdown video about like the weird population problems of the wizarding world. And, part of that is that the class sizes during Harry's year could be unexpectedly small in size because when all of these kids were being born was when Voldemort was at essentially the height of his power. Yeah. So it's like Harry is not the only person whose life was negatively impacted by the attacks of Voldemort. Like Voldemort was reigning terror. There are lots of people whose families must have been like destroyed by this.
Right.
Not that I want other people to be passing out, but it's just like, it seems odd to me that like it's, that like this doesn't seem like it would be singular.
It does not seem like that, especially like Neville, especially like Luna. It wouldn't surprise me if like Luna does collapse or something, and it's just like no one cares because Luna's sort of like not very popular at this point.
Or like Luna would stand up and be like say something along the lines of like, oh, this is good for me. Like I got the full dosage.
Right, something like that.
Yeah.
But like I'm almost surprised that Neville is not the one, doesn't also pass out, because then it would like I can even see that like Harry feeling like, or people categorizing them together.
Yes.
Like Neville's kind of always like bumbling and forgetting stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, look at you, Potter, you and Longbottom,
But it would be like a correct categorization for them to be together.
It would.
Neville's the other person the prophecy could have referred to.
And then it makes you feel that much worse when you learn more about like Neville's parents and stuff.
Of course. Yeah. Yep. 100%.
So I think that would work. Although, and then interestingly, I when we were researching for another video, I came across this line later in the book on our copy, page 383, where this is when the Dementors are like sort of like the descending upon Sirius by the lake.
Okay.
And so Harry and Hermione are watching it. This is before they've done the time turner, but it says Harry felt Hermione collapse next to him. He was alone, completely alone. So it's like at some point Hermione collapses from the Dementors as well.
That's really interesting.
Yeah,
that is really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So like. And like at that point, there are like 100 Dementors. So I'm like, there were like 100 Dementors here. So I'm surprised like Hermione doesn't collapse. Here.
True.
Lest something truly traumatic happens to Hermione between here and there, she would suddenly be reliving. or if it's just more intense because she's closer or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's just a year's worth of sleep exhaustion slowly catching up with her.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just like her mind's kind of got that like brain fried feeling a little bit where you've like stayed up for like a day and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what's going on there.
Yep.
Anyway, though, so yeah, then as we cruise forward, we finally see that Malfoy has taken off his bandages.
Finally, indeed.
Yeah, because it happens on what, the first
day of classes,
yeah.
and it's like, what, November or something now?
Right. Yeah, so it's like, okay, so if they take the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, that means first day of classes September 2nd. And we've at least gotten past Halloween because that's when Sirius attacks the portrait of the fat lady. So it's like, yeah, it's like, and I mean, this is like, it's weird to think about it because, again, you're the outsider to the wizarding world, but everyone else at school isn't. Everyone else at school knows how quickly, like, you know,
a cut
can be healed. It's like at this point, it's almost like, Malfoy, you are actively making a fool of yourself. Like, how Malfoy's not being bullied is beyond me.
I know, and it's like, even in the name of like making Hagrid look bad or something, it's like you still have to be wearing the cast.
Right,
you know?
yeah. How much of an inconvenience?
I know, right? Like, you've been wearing a cast for over 2 months here just to keep up the charade and, like, make Hagrid look bad. Like, what a commitment to the bit.
I know.
Which, speaking of which, he's also fully committing to his other bit of doing spirited imitations of Harry falling off of his broom, which just like, yeah, hilarious, bro. You've been doing the same thing all year. It's like,
all year.
Oh my God, Potter fell from the Dementors. It's funny. Look.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, what type of like a stronghold does Malfoy have over his classmates? Because I'm like, he seems well liked.
Yeah.
At least by the Slytherins.
Yes.
You know, but it's like, it feels like he's just going to be outvoted. I'm like, you can't get away with this for so long.
Yeah. Yes, it just seems like it's got to stop being funny at some point, especially because like Harry, like had Dumbledore not caught him, he just dies, you know?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like yeah. I have a feeling, regardless of the circumstances, the rest of the students are not like, oh yeah, it was hilarious when Harry fell from 50 feet and we had no idea what was going to happen, while all of us were experiencing simultaneous sense of doom.
I know,
it's
right?
Like, yeah, no, like it's a bad day for everyone involved.
Yeah. But I love that it says Ron finally cracked and flung a large, slippery crocodile heart at Malfoy, which hit him in the face.
Yes!
Just like, nice shot, Ron. And then Snape takes off 50 points, which is massive.
I wrote next to it just like 50 with a question mark exclamation point, like 50?
50.
50
I mean,
seems like so many.
It doesn't seem, I guess, that unreasonable, I suppose, that like, if you, I mean, I don't know how big a crocodile heart is, but if you throw an organ at someone's face.
Yeah, I mean, it's not kind to throw organs at people's faces.
No, yeah, it's also not kind to do imitations of them falling off their broomstick or whatever.
Well, also true. True. Yeah, I can at least see where Ron is like just reaching a breaking point. He's just holding what he's holding.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
But like when you consider like this, like McGonagall at one point takes off 50 points from them from being out of bed at night, and it's like that seems like a little harsh.
Yeah,
you know, it feels like this almost feels more in line with like a 50 points thing.
Maybe so. Maybe
right?
so.
Oh, sneaking around the castle. Oh, my pearls. I mean, like, come on, they're like kids. Of course they are.
My pearls.
Exactly.
I know. I am thinking about like dissection day in biology class, and it's like,
my gosh,
how much trouble. I mean, I do feel like you would have like almost been like suspended if you were to like have.
If you were to throw a dead pig at somebody.
If you threw a dead pig at somebody, I think that would do it.
I think that would do it. Yeah, you'd be out.
Okay, you know what? Now all of a sudden, I think the 50 points seems incredibly reasonable.
It is the one time that it seems reasonable by Snape.
Yeah.
But it is unreasonable that he's letting Malfoy get away with the rest of it.
It is unreasonable. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So then we're heading to Lupin's class, where if Snape's still teaching, they're not going because God forbid we learn about something as cool as werewolves.
Seriously.
I know. Well, it's like when they come in, they're like, we don't know anything about werewolves, and it's like, well, yeah, that's why you're going to school, right? Did you know anything about Hinky Punks or Grindylows? Like, did he start up and like, today we're learning about Grindylows, and you're like, well, we don't know anything about Grindylows, and he's like,
yes,
correct.
Today we are learning about them.
Exactly. Just like their fuss. I mean, Snape's being a jerk, but their fuss about the subject is stupid.
I really enjoyed our exchange with Mike Schubert last week.
Yes.
We're not prepared to learn about werewolves.
We couldn't possibly know about them. Like, guys, everyone would be looking forward to Werewolf Day all year.
I know, yeah. It's like, right? okay.
Right, yeah,
like,
we're finally done with these little lake demons. Okay, good.
Yeah, well, yeah. And now for something fun, something with claws.
Right? So anyway, Lupin tells them they don't have to do the essay, and Hermione says she's already done it, which is a bit of a hint that she has figured out that Lupin is a werewolf, or at least she later says that's when she figured it out. So at this point, Hermione knows.
Yeah. So, okay, that's something to keep an eye out for then for future Hermione-Lupin exchanges to see if anything else sort of floats to the surface.
It's surprising she doesn't tell Ron and Harry.
It is incredibly surprising. As much as they communicate with each other and as much as stuff is going on, I think there's a protecting of someone's privacy type of thing. It's not my position to tell this information to others, which is, certainly respectful for Hermione.
I mean, I suppose so, but they tell each other everything. And it's the very next chapter, they will give her reason not to confide in them.
Right.
With the Firebolt situation. But at this point, I'm surprised she hasn't brought it up.
It does. You're right.
There is a window of opportunity here.
Either which way, though, the class that we do have going on today is Hinky Punks, which apparently they already know all about because they're comfortable learning
about it. Yeah.
This was just one of those things that it does say lures travelers into bogs, said Professor Lupin as they took notes. You notice the lantern dangling from his hand. This is just a real piece of British folklore.
Yes.
So this is we made a video recently that was things that are not actually Wizarding World creations, and Hinky Punks are just one of those alongside
they're just one of those
boggarts and house elves.
Right. And they are while there is mythos around them, the actual explanation for the lanterns you see in swamps they're also called will-o-wisps.
Yes, from Brave.
From Brave, but what happens is that swamps have these pockets of methane that build up and they explode, and there are little flares that look there is bursts of fire.
Yeah, it's the gas is literally being burned off, but we to affectionately refer to them as swamp farts.
Swamp farts.
Hashtag swamp farts. It's trending now.
Yep, it's trending now. Make it so, you guys. Let's see. So, this chapter also really starts laying out the end of the book for you. I think by the end of the chapter, you could possibly cross divide and solve for Scabbers.
Oh, yeah.
I think you've got enough information if you are very, very savvy.
You'd have to be incredibly eagle-eyed.
You would.
I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's a key and a lock makes sense once you've put them together, but guessing the configuration seems so difficult. But you're right. I think the information is laid out for us. But
yes, but so the first bit of information, combined with some stuff we've already learned in the book, though, is that Lupin is talking to Harry, and he is talking to him about the broomstick and how the Whomping Willow destroyed it, and Lupin sighs, which to me could almost be he's almost blaming himself for Harry losing his broomstick.
I literally wrote he could feel kind of distantly responsible because
exactly
what we know about the Whomping Willow is, and it's the very next thing he says, they planted the Whomping Willow the same year that I arrived at Hogwarts.
Right. Big hint. It's take note of that, reader. That is important. They planted it the year Lupin got there. Right? That is important.
Yes.
Why? Why would that be important?
Well, I mean, can we explain why?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, which is basically because they knew, Dumbledore had basically made the decision to allow Lupin to attend the school under special circumstances where he would be able to go and experience his transformations inside of the Shrieking Shack. And the Whomping Willow basically was going to be covering what was otherwise a secret entrance to that particular location.
Right. Yes.
So the Whomping Willow is planted on behalf of
Lupin.
Remus Lupin.
Yes.
So, Lupin's side there, it feels very classic Lupin as well to just blame himself for everything. When it's Lupin, it is not your fault.
It is not your fault, dude. Yeah. They kept the tree there for another, however many years.
It's still a school, and they still have a tree that can punch you in the face.
Yes. So that's the first big hint in this chapter. I also love that in this one, I doubt this was the case, but he says, in the end, a boy called Davy Gudgeon nearly lost an eye and we were forbidden to go near it, which the way he phrases it makes it sound before that point, it was fine, go near it.
Yeah, just go play with it. Did you catch the Gudgeon reference?
No.
Oh, okay. So
Gladys Gudgeon.
Gladys Gudgeon
From the Night Bus.
Not from that's Madam Marsh.
No,
Gladys
you're right.
Gudgeon
Madam Marsh
is Lockhart's biggest fan.
Lockhart's biggest fan.
And
wow.
so I was like, Davy Gudgeon, like, could that be related to Gladys Gudgeon?
Indeed.
Like, and if so, what would be the most, like, possibly husband?
I guess Gladys Gudgeon could be married to Davy Gudgeon.
Yeah.
And it's possible he has a terrible scar on his face from the Whomping Willow, which would explain why she likes Lockhart's totally perfect face.
No, can you think of something even worse, though? Would
What?
be if Davy Gudgeon grows up to be somebody whose story gets stolen from Lockhart, and then his own wife becomes a huge fan of Lockhart's.
Oh.
It hurts to think about, doesn't it?
That would be terrible. What could that one have been?
I mean, the only thing that we know is that, he must have been daring enough to go near the Whomping Willow.
Yeah.
Which, would suggest a certain amount of bravery. Yeah.
It'd be so funny if Davey, I guess he could just be like a more, like, is he in Gryffindor? I'm like, wouldn't it be funny if he was just like another Gryffindor boy in their year, but like not part of the gang?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So the dormitory is like, it's Remus and James and Sirius and Peter.
And Davy.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we really chose the wrong fourth member here.
I know, yeah. That Davy Gudgeon, he went places and then had his memory stolen from him.
Oh, that would be so sad.
Oh,
all right.
It hurts, though.
Davy Gudgeon backstory. Let's go.
Yes,
That's the fan fiction everyone's looking for.
I know, yes.
So there we go. We learn that the Whomping Willow was planted the same year Lupin got there. All right, so we're moving down. Why he's asking about the Dementors, and he says, and Lupin quickly reads the situation and says, it has nothing to do with weakness. The Dementors affect you worse than the others because there are horrors in your past that the others don't have, which you already sort of talked about some, but it's sort of like, it's like you're not weak, you've just had more terror in your past.
Absolutely. And I think that this is Lupin doing a honestly like really fantastic job with being able to just connect with, not just Harry, but any student.
Yes.
To be able to like extremely like empathize with what's going on and provide an explanation that is like sound and grounded and like it should make Harry feel better. Like this is a good explanation.
Yeah. Lupin is such a good teacher.
He is a good teacher.
He's great at connecting with the students.
He is.
But then we get a little bit more just information about like how Dementors like work at all, and it's like, again, it's like they keep describing them as like the foulest creatures that it says walk this earth, but I always imagine them like floating.
I sort of imagine them floating as well.
Yeah like they don't have legs.
I know. Right? Yeah my goal is to take the concept of Dementors and inject them into merch somehow to make them seem like more whimsical.
Whimsical.
Like take the good Dementor terrifying name and be like, haha, I've undermined you and made you. I've made you pink.
Made you pink. Yeah.
I'm coming after you, Dementors.
That's fantastic. Well, Dementors are like meant to represent. They're supposed to be like the personification of depression.
No, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, that is the actual intention for them. This is like once again kind of like one of those interesting things where it does say like Muggles feel their presence that they can't see them, which is it does go on to be like a rather significant plot point during Harry's trial because Harry claims that he cast a Patronus to protect him and Dudley in. Did I say Order of the Phoenix already? In Order of the Phoenix. And that's sort of like of course, Muggles can't see them, so there are no eyewitnesses to tell us whether or not you're telling the truth. But I do sort of love that like background idea where it's almost like depression is sort of this thing that like it's almost like the Dementors are just like, they're just like, it's like, get away from me, Dementors.
Right. Yeah. And it's like if they represent depression, I love the idea that like chocolate solves it.
I know. Yeah.
So fun.
We should just all eat more chocolate.
We just eat more chocolate, give yourself a break.
Yeah.
So then Harry like really, really opens up. He tells him, like, when they get near me, I can hear Voldemort murdering my mom. Like, he hasn't even told Ron and Hermione this, and he's telling Lupin.
I know.
And it's like, it is a very personal fact.
It is a very personal fact, and Lupin's reaction is really kind of interesting as well, because, like, Lupin, like, the thing Harry probably doesn't know properly is just how close Lupin was to these people.
Yeah.
And so it says, Lupin made a sudden motion with his arm as though to grip Harry's shoulder, but thought better of it. And it's like, in this moment, it's like, even like Lupin, I mean, this has got to be an incredibly painful thing to have communicated at you, both again from this empathetic perspective of just being like, Harry, I am so sorry, and then also being like, my two best friends,
right?
You know, like this is impactful. I mean, Lupin's right in there with him.
Oh yeah, I mean he is right in there with him, and he's not even like, he's about as close to the situation as you can be without having been totally involved, because like even like part of the reason Pettigrew is able to like get away with being the spy is because like they say it later in this chapter that like it was clear that there was a spy in Dumbledore's camp somewhere,
right.
And it's like the reason neither Sirius or Remus realizes it's Peter is because they both suspect each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. So. Exactly. But I do think that like even this like sort of, I mean, Lupin doesn't seem seriously in favor of the Dementors anyway, but Harry says, like, why do they have to come to the match? Harry said bitterly. They're getting hungry, said Lupin coolly. And it's like, I think in this moment, it's almost like Lupin is like properly irritated.
Yeah.
He's he is like, they shouldn't be here. And of all people, they shouldn't be bothering Harry.
Yep. But he goes on, it says like their supply of human prey has dried up. It was their idea of a feast, which kind of like makes sense because like Dementors are amortal beings, so they can't be like killed, but they're also not really alive. They just sort of like, the more depression and like panic and fear there is around, the more they can just sort of like manifest into existence, and then they can kind of spread that around. But as it is, they're being sort of like stationed solo around the school and not being allowed to be near other people. So like they don't have that depression to feed on. So you can almost imagine them like literally like just disappearing.
Yeah, you know? Like you would almost think that like what's actually happening is like Dumbledore's like, no, you can stay on the perimeter where you can like, I mean, not starve and die, but like starve and cease. You know,
yeah,
like it's almost as if this is like Dumbledore's own little like battle he's waging against the Dementors. It's like, if I don't let you near anybody, then you have nothing to consume, and if you have nothing to consume, you can't be.
Exactly.
So you know,
yeah. So otherwise, we get a little more information about Azkaban, that the fortress is set on a tiny island way out to sea, but they don't need like walls or water to keep the prisoners in because they're all trapped inside of their own heads and capable of a single cheerful thought. And then after that, we get a little bit of a red herring about Lupin, because he's supposed to be the one you are assuming is letting Sirius into the castle. But it says, Harry says, but Sirius Black escaped from them. He got away. And then Lupin's briefcase slipped from the desk. And it's like, that's supposed to be like, as if you're like, in my mind's eye, he's sort of like trips. Like, what? Like, huh, you're getting too close.
Yes. Like to me, this would almost suggest like the more savvy reader, the more experienced reader, this would immediately stand out like a waving red flag. Like, it's like, okay, Sirius Black got brought up against this new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher who's apparently so kind and caring and everything.
After all the other ones have been so trustworthy.
I know, yeah. It's like this feels almost certainly like it would be tipping you like, there you go, that's the dead giveaway. Like Lupin's involved.
Like Lupin's involved, absolutely. And it's sort of like you could even like interpret it like, oh, it's like, why do you know so much? It's like, oh, he seems like he's so knowledgeable. He knows so much about Dementors. And it's like, yeah, no, but the Dementors are the bad guys, and he knows so much about them because he's aligned with them, you know?
Right. Yeah. So if you're watching this come out episodically and you don't know what happens next and you're breaking down all of this stuff, the argument that you're making is like, okay, yeah, we're learning a lot about Dementors. Who are we learning them from?
Exactly.
You know, it's like, it's very much like, yeah, the person who knows for a reason.
Exactly. Although, speaking of which, one of his next sentences, they're discussing learning about Patronus is here, but Lupin says, I don't pretend to be an expert at fighting Dementors, Harry. Quite the contrary. And I just highlighted that and just wrote like, nobody believes that for 1 second.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, I'm afraid not, Lupin.
You might even be the foremost expert on this particular subject.
Right, I'm sorry. No.
Yeah.
Don't be so humble, okay?
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. Foremost expert until you're Padawan, who will go on to become the master.
Yeah.
Which is Harry.
I know. Like, he says that, and then like even in Order of the Phoenix, like clearly he says this directly to Harry, and then in Order of the Phoenix, he's like, who better to ask about Patronus than the man who knew all about them? It's like,
yeah.
It's like, this doesn't land at all.
No. Yeah. There's no sticking point for this.
No.
This is just Lupin's low sense of self-esteem.
Oh my God. I know, but it is so present. It's so sad. It's like he's come on, just give yourself a little credit, Lupin.
He's been through a lot though. I mean, he's probably lived virtually in solitude for how many years?
I guess
13 years.
Yeah,
right?
13 years.
So he's living like his own kind of like weird prison as well.
A little bit, and yet still keeping up with all of his, schooling. The fact that he's such a good teacher is almost unbelievable.
It is almost unbelievable. Like you would think that he would be like a little bit like socially awkward, or like more fumbling to connect, but he's got like a warmth.
Yeah, Absolutely. Let's see. So Harry's reasoning for wanting to fight the Dementors, though, is right out of Oliver Wood's book. If the Dementors come to another Quidditch match, I need to be able to fight them. And it's like, or for other reasons. Or for other reasons.
Yeah, it's like we can use Quidditch as the baseline, but like you're exactly right. It's like, or because they're dark arts in your defense against.
Yeah. Right. How about that?
How about that
for a reason?
Right. Yeah. I do like Harry's determined face though. Like I feel like this is like Lupin almost like looking at like into the eyes of this child and being like, this is way over your head. This is extremely complex magic. Like I probably shouldn't be teaching you this, but it's like I think he can tell like that Harry's conviction is absolute. Yeah. It's like he's like, I want to do this.
I know. I'm trying to imagine what is like the Muggle equivalent of like the 13-year-old coming up and being like, well, can you teach me?
I know, yeah.
I don't like.
It's hard to think of our version of like what like an incredibly noble determination might be,
right?
Out in the real world, like what is the thing where it's like, I don't know, like CPR.
You can teach a 13-year-old that.
No, I know. I'm just trying to think of like something you would like your kids could come to you and be like, Mom and Dad, I really want to learn how to.
Right.
Be more responsible.
I know.
Open a checking account.
Yeah.
Have a credit card.
Right. It's like, or like, is he asking you to like, could you do could you like heart surgery or something? It's like, like I could just save so many lives. It's just like,
But yeah, you can see the determination on their face.
I know. Like, I guess we could cut open a few chests. We'll just see what happens.
We'll just see what happens. It'll be fine.
It's fine.
It'll be fine.
It's fine. You know what? Like, it's. Like, you do need to know a lot of things, but as long as you don't cut the wrong things, you know what I mean? Like, they're fine.
Organs, veins.
Organs.
Other vital pieces of human anatomy. Oh, man.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Yep, there we go.
Let's see. So, okay. In the next, there's like a little break in the paragraph here with the promise of anti-dementia lessons, whatever, and then it says Ravenclaw flattened Hufflepuff in their Quidditch match at the end of November. So one, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Does this mean that Cho beat Cedric?
Like not just beat Cedric, but like flattened him.
Flattens him.
Yeah.
Too distracted, wasn't he?
I know. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that was sort of what went through my head because I was like, it's really hard to believe that Cedric would be beaten so badly.
Yeah.
Like it's like that seems like unless what we have going on here, even with Cedric catching the snitch, because it sounded like in the match against Hufflepuff, the Gryffindors were up.
Yeah,
like they were doing well. So maybe it's an instance where like Cedric really is the key talent and happened to spot the snitch quickly enough. Like it's almost like Ireland versus Bulgaria, except Cedric got to the snitch faster than Crumb did.
Well, I don't think anyone's in any doubt that Harry, if the Dementors don't show up, that Harry beats him to the snitch.
No, I would agree with that. Yeah, 100%. But it's I just found it to be kind of interesting because it's like I feel like with the introduction of Cedric as such a prominent character, and then even in Goblet of Fire when you meet Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, it's like he keeps bringing up the fact that like Cedric beat Harry in a match, but it's also like, but he got flattened by Ravenclaw. Like,
right, yeah.
Are you just forgetting about the fact that he like lost supremely?
Right, like when Cedric, brings Cho home, is he just like,
Yeah, what does Amos say to the arrival of Cho?
I know, right? Like, I don't know about this Cedric. I don't know about this one.
Right, yeah, she whooped your butt.
She whooped your butt over there.
Right.
I'm pretty sure this is the case, unless it's like, I don't know if it's like later in the book, if they're like, oh no, Ravenclaw put on a new Seeker or something.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it is Cho.
I think it's just Cho.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. So we get another line though that also this basically is saying that Gryffindor is not out of the running.
Right.
This
is Ravenclaw beats Hufflepuff.
Right. The scoring math kind of starts coming into play where it's like the amount in which you win each match by is like contributing towards the overall totals.
Yeah.
We also learned that like Dumbledore's anger at the Dementors is so incredibly massive that it seems like to be keeping the Dementors sort of like where they're supposed to be. And so part of like what I'm wondering is almost if there's just a Phoenix Patronus that is like now circling the castle.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
I mean, like, you know, because that is Dumbledore's Patronus, and we know that Umbridge uses her 3 cats in the Ministry later to keep the Dementors sort of like in a bubble away.
That would be interesting. Although, even in the last chapter, he didn't like produce the Phoenix Patronus.
Right. I mean, I guess he's sort of like acting under extreme pressure, and Harry's about to fall off his broom.
Well, you know, it's also the wise man's. The wise man fears the anger of a gentleman. So,
that's exactly right. Yeah. That's a good little Name of the Wind reference for you.
Exactly. Not that Dementors, I think, are particularly wise or anything, but
right.
But this is Dumbledore being angry.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. He's like, Jesus, don't you almost did? That's the chosen one.
All those years of work lost.
Yeah, I know. Could you imagine? Yeah, he's just like, I almost lost it. I almost, like, wow.
To a bunch of Dementors.
A bunch of Dementors. I said I didn't want him here. They literally almost, there's one student they got to stay away from. Come on.
And they affect that one student. Then as we scroll down the page, we learned that Ron and Hermione have nobly again decided to remain at Hogwarts.
Such good friends.
For the holidays. You know, they both have their reasons. Ron says he doesn't want to hang out with Percy, who I think Percy, by this book, is just every mention of him is always in a negative light.
Right. It's
it
just
seems
like,
they're like, goodness.
Like, just let it go, dude.
We could not be less interested in one Percy Weasley as the family of the Weasley brothers / siblings.
I know.
And then Hermione insisted she needed to use the library, but Harry wasn't fooled, but he knows that they were just doing it to keep him company. But I do like the fact that it says, and he was very grateful, because this would even feel like a classic Harry instance where he would feel guilty that they stayed behind.
Right.
But I like that he's just like appreciative in this moment. Like he's like, no, I need my friends.
Yeah.
Like, you know, because I do think friendship is again another like a core value of the saga.
Yeah. Okay, so like the next line, I think this is like possibly a funny take or possibly a bad read by Hermione, but she's talking about going to Hogsmeade again, and Hermione says, "Oh, Mom and Dad would really love those tooth flossing string mints from Honeydukes," and it's like, but later in the next book, she's like, "Oh, I've asked them to shorten my teeth using magic, but like they're dentists, so they don't like mixing magic and teeth or whatever."
Right.
So it's like part of me thinks like this is the event that informs that information.
Yeah, they were like,
they're just like, what? No teeth magic, Hermione. Come now.
Right. Yeah.
And what I'm imagining is the tooth flossing string mints do not go down well as a Christmas gift.
Yes, like they sent her a letter and they're like, okay, so for Christmas you got us dental floss. That was no less magic dental floss. It's
I
like,
don't think so.
You do understand we are dentists.
Right. Are you suggesting that our profession doesn't even need to exist because of your school, young lady?
Young lady, not his. Yes, you also did not come home to hang out with the boy who you don't marry.
Yeah, come on,
because they know already. And you said
they already know.
They sent us dental floss for Christmas, so I can see where Mom and Dad are a little bit like Hermione,
come on. I know. I'm trying to imagine opening dental floss from my kids and just being like, thanks, guys.
Thanks. I know.
Also, what is that sort of saying? It's just sort of like, I get the message. Okay. I'm not flossing enough. I get it.
I'm going to commit.
Yeah.
It does remind me of the year that we got our dad a football-shaped crock pot for Christmas. And we thought that it was like the bee's knees.
We sure did. We were like, this is an amazing gift.
Yeah.
But you know what? They use it every Super Bowl. They still use it.
For Dad's wings.
We were not great at gifts as teenagers.
No.
Turns out.
Yeah.
But I'll just have to remember that for when my own kids are teenagers.
I know.
Be like, it's okay, guys. I'll just cherish this no matter what.
I'm going to go talk about it on my podcast.
I'm going to go talk about it. Guess what the boys got me?
Dental floss. I use it every night.
Yep.
Gums have never been healthier. Anyway, we've digressed. As we move forward, we learn that Harry is now riding on one of the school brooms at team practice, an ancient shooting star, which I bring up and highlighted just strictly because it feels like a piece of trivia. Like what broomstick was Harry riding whilst not riding his Nimbus 2000 prior to the arrival of the Firebolt?
Do you think Harry is on the hook for buying a new broomstick here? Because to me, it seems sort of like he should not be when he didn't have to buy the first one.
True.
And it is 1,000,000% not his fault that the Dementors crashed his Quidditch broom. You know, it is the school's fault.
It does feel a little bit like even if they had not bought him the first one, they should be responsible for replacing this one.
Yeah.
But I wonder if like McGonagall went to like Dumbledore's office immediately after this. She's like, we have to get Potter a new broomstick, and Dumbledore's like, we can't do it again.
Can't do it again. It's like, could you repair the other one? It's like, well, I mean, I could.
it's Dumbledore like slides the Elder Wand like under some papers on his desk, and he's like, no,
that broom is beyond repair, Minerva.
Yeah, just go bring him the remains up in the hospital wing. It'll comfort him.
It's like I almost like this is okay. What it reminded me of was Once Upon a Time. There, you know those like fairs that like that come to town and they kind of like set up and they're there for a week and then they leave and they've got like all the crazy, you know, the chainsaw, the tilt-a-whirl or whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Vomitron or whatever.
The Vomitron. Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, me and one of my friends, Nate, were once upon riding one of these rides.
Okay.
And when we went upside down, my phone at the time fell out of my pocket and just, you know, hit the asphalt 50 feet below, shattered, terrible day. I got down, I was like so upset. I was
that would do it. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah.
I was mad. However, it's like you're upset for a minute and then you realize, hey, wait a minute. New phone. Now I have a new phone day all of a sudden. So it went from sort of being like, well, you know what, that it sucks that this happened, but also now I got a new phone. So I kind of feel like, especially because Harry could like now get like a Nimbus 2001 or something.
I know.
Possibly even, it seems like maybe they have the 2002s out by now.
I mean, you would think so.
Right?
I mean, after all, it is the year 1993.
Exactly. Where are the Nimbus 2002s? Come on, you could outdo Malfoy. So that seems like you'd almost be a little excited to do a little broom shopping.
That's the thing is that like Harry, it's not like he doesn't have. I mean, I guess it speaks to like maybe his own humble nature or whatever. But it is interesting to me that like despite having all that gold in his vault, he's not like, yeah, I just mail ordered a new broom. Like, I mean, it does seem like that is what he would do.
Yeah. It does seem like that.
Yeah.
It seemed like, I guess you could argue like he wouldn't get the Nimbus 2001 because Malfoy rides it and he doesn't want to ride the same thing as Malfoy.
I could see that.
And maybe you wouldn't want to like replace the Nimbus 2000 because it'd be like, oh, it's not like it's like I lost my pet. I can't just replace it.
I know. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Can't just go out and buy another dog. You know?
Right. I was going to say goldfish. And then I was like, people used to do that all the time.
Goldfish are replaceable. Come on now.
Highly replaceable.
Yeah.
Kids do not notice.
Kids don't notice, right? So anyway, he's moping about that. But of course, it's not the real reason he's not getting one is because the next chapter he's going to, be gifted one.
Exactly. For plot
reasons. But then the moment has arrived. Fred and George pull him aside to give him a bit of festive cheer before they go. And they have got the Marauder's map.
Yes, the large square, very worn piece of parchment with nothing written on it. It's like what I've always wanted.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just a nice old piece of paper.
There's something really nice about it.
There is something there. When I was a kid, I regularly wanted to like take the leftover like coffee and like ball up like a piece of paper like 9,000 times, so it felt like very like
treasure mappy.
Like treasure mappy. Yeah. And then like get it all like stained and like burn the corners with like some matches and whatnot. Mom and Dad did not like the way that I played as a small child.
Well, you know what? Look where you are now.
I know. Exactly. It all worked out in the end. So I would be excited before I even realized that this was a highly useful map.
Yeah. It's just like, what? An old piece of paper?
Oh, boy.
Thanks, guys.
I'm going to color pictures on it.
Yeah. Harry, on the other hand, is not so enamored with his ancient piece of parchment. He's just like, this is a gas, right? Like, we're not this, what?
I mean, this is like one of those where Fred and George is like, you guys need to speak quicklier. It's like, it's y'all. It would be more unusual to not be suspicious,
right? Exactly,
of an innocuous-looking piece of paper.
I know,
but I do sort of like the entire Fred and George exchange here because they explain like this is the secret to our success. It's Orange giving it to you, but we decided that your needs might be greater than ours.
Not Ron.
Not Ron, not our brother, who will be seriously annoyed that we gave it to you, the most famous kid in school.
Yeah.
Poor Ron. I mean, it's like you can understand why he's like, come goblet of fire when Harry's name comes out of the goblet. It's just like, come on, dude. Really? First the Marauder's map and now this.
I know, right?
Anyway, not the point. They do say that they know it by heart, which is, it certainly speaks to the secret passages, less so to the other pieces.
Yeah, like knowing where everyone is at every moment.
Yes.
That feels like the useful part. I feel like many of the students could just memorize the castle.
Right. Yep. I like the fact that Harry refers to it as an old bit of parchment, to which Fred responds, closing his eyes as though Harry had mortally offended him. Explain, George. I am too mortified to do such things in this particular moment. I like their description of them as their first year, where it says young, carefree, innocent.
Yep.
To which Harry snorts.
Right.
And
well, more innocent than we are now.
Yes, yeah, but they had let off a dung bomb in their first year, which upset Filch for some reason, so he hauled him off to their room, where he threatened detention, disembowelment, any of the normal things.
The usual. Disembowelment. Goodness me.
I know, yeah, right.
What does Filch, it's like he's always so mad that Dumbledore won't let him like do what he wants, and it's like, yeah, because it's disembowelment.
Right, yeah, it's like disembowelment also equals death.
Yeah.
Like you don't survive that.
Right.
They see the drawer that's designated confiscated and highly dangerous. They set off another dung bomb and then whip it out of the drawer.
Oh man, so good, so good. So this line in particular always like seems to stir up some questions, I think, because it's sort of like confiscated and highly dangerous, because it brings it like, given the nature of what the map does, it's sort of like, how could you ever get it stolen from you? You know, how could Filch have ever gotten this off of the Marauders? Like it feels impossible, like that he would have successfully done this.
Unless, do you know where I'm going with this?
I do know where you're going with this, Ben.
That the entire intention was to be caught so that future troublemakers.
Oh, I don't even think they got caught.
Oh, okay.
I think they just went into Filch's office and put the map here
and left it.
And left it for the next people to find, because they're like, oh, well, we're not going to be here. But the people, we don't know who deserves it, but they certainly will be the ones who are stealing from the drawer.
Yes. Okay, yes. So I would call it 6 or half a dozen in some capacity. One way or another, Filch never got the best of the Marauders.
No.
Is the point.
No chance.
And so all that really happened here was either Filch was like, I don't know what it is, but if it came from them, it needs to go in this drawer. Or the Marauders themselves were like, I have an idea. And the right people will find it. And sure enough, the right people did find it, because none other than Fred and George are compared to the antics of the Marauders in this very chapter.
Yes, indeed. So, which is important, too, to figuring out, to solving for Scabbers, that Fred and George would be compared to James and Sirius.
Yes, indeed.
They show him how it works by saying that I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.
Which gave me chills.
I know.
Like, yes!
I love it. And then here we go. The Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauders map. Which, fantastic. I love the font on here too. I'm like, is this the canon font for the map?
I have no idea, but it is truly glorious. It looks gorgeous. But yeah, even purveyors of let's see here, aids to magical mischief makers. It's like this is literally introducing itself to people of cut from the same cloth.
Exactly. They like, it's like the way they've worded this is like, we used it, but we always intended it for it to be an aid to future generations.
Precisely.
Yes.
Yep. And at which point in time you can see that like all the little tiny ink dots move around the map with minuscule writing. Harry immediately spots Dumbledore in his office pacing, which is also, I think it's cool that in the films this is also the first thing. Yeah. It's a really good exchange, because I feel like Fred and George like are finishing each other's sentences like in his office pacing. He does that a lot.
Yeah.
It's a good one. We can see Mrs. Norris on the map, as well as Peeves the poltergeist, who is currently bouncing around the trophy room.
This is interesting because the fact that Mrs. Norris shows up on the map is either the only example of animals showing up on the map or proof that she's not truly an animal.
Yes, yeah, which would be my thing. The fact that it's put in the same line of like the same list there as the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, and then Peeves, the poltergeist, to me just sort of goes back to the sentiment that like Mrs. Norris and Filch as an entity are one and the same, and again is like they are a manifestation of rule following, which is what makes them a poltergeist.
Right. Exactly. And then they start showing off the passages that enter off the map into Hogsmeade.
Yes.
It says there are 7 in all. Now, Filch knows about 4, pointed them out, but we're sure we're the only ones who know about these. And then he shows them one that says there's a behind the mirror on the 4th floor, but it just caved in, completely blocked. And I'm like, part of me is wondering, like, do we know what caved it in?
I know, yeah. This would be. I had the exact same question. I was like, this feels like a good one to like lob out there to the dorks. As the listeners of the show may now be known by DOORKS.
Yeah, the dorks, like Through the Griffin Door dorks.
The dorks. Yeah, we're all dorks together.
We're all dorks together.
But you're right. Like this is a good question. It's like, is there anything that happens last winter that would have caused this to happen?
So I know. I'm like, could the basilisk have done this in some way? Like, I guess cause the cave in.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's a big snake.
It wouldn't surprise me if like Tom Riddle knew about the passages.
Sure.
Either because he finds the Chamber of Secrets, so he was clearly searching the castle anyway. So
yes, yeah. I think that would make sense.
This one seems discoverable.
Then they indicate the. I don't think anyone's ever used this one because the Whomping Willow is planted right over the entrance.
Mm-hmm. That is your clue from earlier, where it's like, okay, the Whomping Willow is planted over a secret passage to Hogsmeade, and the Whomping Willow was planted the same year Lupin was there.
Yes.
So this is some connective tissue you can use.
Yep. So if you're theory writing in that mythical world where this is coming out episodically and you're waiting until next week, almost certainly these are dots you are connecting.
Absolutely.
They would be two huge details that would be standing out like sore thumbs because it's like, wait a second.
Wait, the Whomping Willow, it's the second time we mentioned the Whomping Willow, and it's like origin.
Yes.
Or whatever here. So you might not know about the Shrieking Shack or anything.
Right.
That's going to be connected in that way.
You could wonder a little bit whether or not this particular passage, because, I mean, if they planted the tree over it, it would otherwise just mean that it was formerly just a tunnel.
Right.
So it's like, was there something else blocking it, like a cool shrubbery or something?
Right, yeah.
Or was this just a different way you could get to Hogsmeade? And it's like, you guys want to take the tunnel or take the path?
Right. And it's like, but no, the tunnel is there because of the same reason the tree is there.
Right.
But let's see. And then we've also, now we have the names Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. We owe them so much. Noble men working tirelessly to help a new generation of lawbreakers, said Fred solemnly. All right, so we've got the names. The names are important as well. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Not in the movies, which also, just for what it's worth, we get so many questions about, like, what? Newt Scamander was on the map in the movies. And it's like, that's just a movie thing. That's just an Easter egg. It's not really there. He wasn't really there. Not there.
I know. Yeah, it's too bad. Egg. Although, I mean, it is like one of those big questions where it's like, where was Newt?
Yes.
Like, why was he not involved?
Yeah.
Seems like he would have been.
It does seem like that. So then they show him how to wipe the map by saying mischief managed, and it all goes blank. There you go. So they also show him like the one that goes through Honeydukes. Ba-boom. Let's see. Okay, so they tell him you can go there. So the thing about this is that like Harry does go to Hogsmeade like basically immediately, but he does not, surprisingly, does not bring the invisibility cloak with him. You know?
That's actually something they do in the movies that I think works a lot better.
Yeah.
Based on what happens later on in this chapter, like where you're gonna overhear a conversation. It's like that conversation being overheard when Harry is like uniquely in a space and is invisible and completely undetected makes more sense than how it actually ends up going down. So I also find it to be kind of strange that Harry's just sort of like, hey, I just learned about this new particular passage. Let's see what happens. Let's go.
Also, it's like everyone knows Harry's not supposed to be there. So like, if they see you there, it's so easy.
Anybody could tell on him.
Anyone could tell on him. Yeah.
No, it's so true. But then the other thing before he even leaves, because there's a couple different details here. This is the one-eyed witch statue that you use to exit the castle. You use the spell Descendium, which is like another one of those like trivia details that I feel like, what is the spell? And I'm like, I can never remember what it is.
Like, Descendio. No, Descendium.
Descendium, yep. Yeah. But the other thing is that the little dot, this is another one of those details that I feel like kind of like fleets out of my brain, but it just says his little ink self appeared to be tapping the witch with his minute wand. And that's like one of those details where I'm like, the movie depicts like the little footsteps to sort of like indicate who is where and when. And then otherwise you're always told that there's like a little dot, but this almost suggests that there's like a little like depiction of the character itself.
Oh, I always just imagine like a little dot with like a little stick coming out of it.
And that could be it as well. That could be it as well, which is just kind of adorable.
Yeah.
It feels like a fun, very simple animation.
Right? Like, what's surprising to me is that like Fred and George don't know about the passage. They know the passage under the Whomping Willow exists, but like they don't know how to get to it because of the Whomping Willow.
Right.
But like if you go near this one, it shows you how to do it. And like the Marauders knew the trick with the willow.
But even the trick with the willow was very, I mean, not that there's no other way to get around it, but usually they were using Peter to crawl under it to like press the one knot.
Right.
So, but you're right. I mean, you probably could have just levitated the stick and poked the same spot.
Yeah.
And it seems like the map probably would have explained it. That's a good point.
Yeah, like press the, unless the Marauders don't want people to know how to get there specifically because of Lupin.
Yeah, and I mean, and that would stand to reason as well, because a lot of what they're doing inside of their time at school is taking efforts to make Lupin's life better.
Yeah.
And so that could be one where it's like, it's okay to mark it on the map as being there, but it's sort of like, we want to keep that one for ourselves.
Right. Yeah.
I could see that.
I can see that.
The thing that always blows my mind, though, and I mean, it's hard to tell if it's like hyperbole or if it's like actually taking this long, but like Harry slides his way into this particular tunnel, and it said he was traveling through the tunnel for what felt like ages. It says after what felt like an hour, the passage began to rise. Panting, Harry sped up, his face hot and his feet cold. 10 minutes later, he came to the foot of some worn stone steps, which rose out of sight above him. Careful not to make any noise, Harry began to climb 100 steps, 200 steps. He lost count as he climbed, watching his feet. It's like he's walked for 70 minutes and then up 200 minimum flights of stairs.
Yeah.
Probably more like 300, because if you're going to get to 200 and then lose count.
70-minute walk. Are you kidding?
A 70-minute walk is a long time. I mean, I think you can travel at like a hasty
like
walk.
4 miles.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. It's like 15 minutes per mile at a hasty walk. Yeah. So it's like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like how far away are the rest of the students walking behind
I know.
speed?
You're not 4 miles.
It doesn't seem like
no
it.
way.
This should be a shortcut.
Right? Yeah, this should be a shortcut. It should not take this long. Maybe it just feels that long. I can imagine it feeling that long if you're just like walking in an underground tunnel with no light.
Which we have done.
And yes, it can feel
like
unnerving.
Time is very wimbly wombly when you don't have any natural light to work with. So.
Yes, it is. But that does seem like an insanely long way to go. Also, and so I was curious about this, and I don't know how canon it would be, but one, it's crazy to me that the people at Honeydukes don't know about the passage.
True.
It's like he gets out and it says, it was impossible to tell it was there. And I'm like, that impossible?
Right.
That impossible that the people who work there don't know there's a hole in the floor?
Right.
Yeah. But I also checked. I was like wondering, like, what is the purpose of this? Like, who put it there?
Okay.
You know?
Is there an explanation?
Well, not that I'm aware of, but like in the game Hogwarts Legacy, this passage exists in the game.
Okay.
Which makes it at least 100 years old.
Okay.
So it's like it feels like the founders could have put it there, so like they had a way out of the school or something.
Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you were I suppose at the time of in the Hogwarts Legacy, does it take you to Honeydukes?
It does. Yes,
okay,
you can still enter. Honeydukes is still there as well.
Because I mean that would stand to reason that like potentially prior to, because I think at some point in time Slughorn says like, I remember when it was just the one broomstick, like in reference to the 3 broomsticks. So I guess it stands to reason that, like, you know, like any other retail area.
Did you say that in the book, or is that a movie thing?
That could be a movie thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because our theory is that it used to be the 4 broomsticks, and then the it's 3 because Slytherin left.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
You're right. Yes. Okay. I like that better. That's a better
Yeah,
explanation.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the idea that the founders themselves, because I always kind of go back to this idea that the Hogwarts was not originally necessarily like a school for young students so much as like a place you build a wizarding community around, where like education helped to build the community to be more efficient and effective and hone skills and learn new abilities and advance their technology and stuff like that. And so, yeah, the idea that the creators of the castle itself might want these secret passages to the nearby town where everybody lives would offer some convenience. You know, for them in particular, even if it's not a well-trodden path.
Yeah, or if it's like just like an escape route or something.
Or that,
if you're like under attack or something.
Right.
I don't know. Surprisingly, while he's down there, the owner comes down requesting another box of jelly slugs because they've nearly cleaned us out. It's just like, well, that's the popular candy item, jelly slugs.
Jelly slugs? I know. I mean, yeah. Sure. Is that like a gummy bear?
I imagine it's got to be like Sour Patch Kids or something. Gummy something.
Gummy something.
Know?
Yeah. I hope it's like that, not like gelatinous slugs.
I know. Yeah, that seems gross. I know. Harry, again, I can't believe he doesn't bring the cloak, but he doesn't. But then we get one of my favorite paragraphs in just the whole series, and it is the description of all of the candy in the shop.
Yes.
And just like, I think it is paragraphs like this one that make people love Harry Potter so much, because it's like, you're like, yeah, I want it. Yes, I want that. I want it. That thing too. Wow. Yes. Cool. The Wizarding World's awesome. Like, there's always so many bad things happen and people escaping from prison, but then there's just candy stores full of cool things.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally wrote, like, it's so interesting that you identified like these pages in particular. Yeah, because I wrote like my own note here. It says like Harry Potter is so often like plot, like heavy, dense plot interwoven with amazing world building. And I think that's exactly what you're getting right here.
Yeah.
Like this is like the enticing, like, I want to go live there. I want to go do that. That sounds amazing. This seems so whimsical, so exciting, so fun. But you're right. Yeah. Like everything, from the basic things of creamy chunks of, nougat, shimmering pink squares of coconut ice, fat honey colored toffees. It's like everything sounds so good.
I just want them all.
I know.
What did we tried everything at Honeyduke's once.
Yes, we did.
What did I think it was like the Choco chocolate or something was what we determined was the best bang for your buck.
Yes. Or do we also like the Fizzing Whizbees, or was that like just chocolate?
One of them was like,
it's hard to remember.
It's hard to remember. We made a video about it. We can link to it.
We'll link it down below.
But it was like, I think it was weird judging, because it's like, are you trying to do the best tasting thing, or it's like, what is the most? Because everything, if you go to Honeyduke's at Universal, is like, clearly it's not magical for real. So sadly, but it's like, what is the most whimsical candy you can get that makes it feel the most magical?
Yeah, it's like almost what you want is something that will like play with your senses a little bit, or has like a wow factor to it. So like I think whatever we ended up liking was either like spicy or had like a crackliness, almost like Pop Rocks to it or something.
I think it was one of those too.
Yeah. And it's this was like actually like one of my chief complaints, because I mean Universal otherwise does such an absolutely phenomenal job of making the entire experience incredibly like immersive and fun and entertaining and exciting and stuff. Like it gives you a lot of this stuff, but it was one of those areas where I was like, candy feels like one of those places where you can make the experience of engaging with it really fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the whole premise of the movie Willy Wonka.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it was almost like it almost felt like, if you get like the chocolate frog, for example, comes in like an amazing piece of packaging, and the chocolate frog cards are really neat and stuff, but then you've got like a small brick of chocolate, which is like, it's like I don't really know anybody that like eats 8 ounces of just chocolate.
Of solid chocolate.
Yeah, it's like teeth breaking.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't remind me of like the chocolate frog that jumps out of the window on the train.
No, which
like
for whatever
sort of
reason,
like nice soft looking chocolate.
Yeah, like in my mind, it's almost got like caramel and peanuts in it or something.
Yeah,
like, they're like the guts of the frog.
Exactly,
but like tasty.
But tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, don't get the chocolate frogs. I mean, there's the novelty of having the cards, but like the chocolate's terrible.
Yeah, you can put one on your desk as like a paperweight.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, we'll move on from that.
We will.
So let's see. Then he just runs into Ron and Hermione, who just happened to be there.
That works
convenient.
out well.
Works out well. Works out real well.
Yeah.
But they're good for them. Then Harry tells them about the map, and Ron appropriately is like, "How come Fred and George never gave it to me? I'm their brother." Oh, Ron, you're right. You probably should have been the one. They also didn't tell you there was a man sleeping in your bed. So, there's more qualms you could have. Although possibly Peter doesn't show up on the map. So.
Possibly, yeah, because the Marauders themselves may not appear on the map specifically so that they can't be found if it ends up in the wrong hands.
Except to each other.
Yes. Which is how Lupin could see
Peter.
Yeah.
Yes, the map never lies.
The map never lies.
Yes. Let's see. This says, okay, so Hermione tells him to turn the map in. It's way too dangerous. And this is the interesting thing, is that Harry's reasoning, which I mean, sure, he's just coming up with any reason at all, says, Filch would know Fred and George had nicked it. And it's like, well, one, I doubt it. And two, he would already know that, right?
Wait, where are you? Sorry.
I'm just like down in the middle of the page where he's like giving Hermione a reason not to turn the map in.
Oh,
he's
yes.
I was like, Fred and George would get in trouble. Filch would know they took it. And it's like, he would already know they took it. right? Like,
almost certainly. Yeah, due to because the second dong bomb and the rapid escape that ensued. Yeah.
Right. Like,
yeah, Harry's logic is a little bit like, but I mean, what it really sounds like is like, no, it's my new toy and I don't want to give it back.
Oh, that's exactly what he's actually saying, for sure. Reading between the lines, for sure.
Right.
Yes.
And then it says, what about Sirius Black? He could be using one of the passages on the map to get into the castle. And it's like, he did help create the map.
Oh, this is one of the other big hints in the chapter that helps you solve for Scabbers. It says, he can't be getting through the passage, said Harry quickly. There are 7 secret tunnels on the map, right? Fred and George reckon he knows about 4 of them. One of them's caved in. One's got the Whomping Willow on it. And the one I just came through, well, it's really hard to see. So unless he knew it was there. And it's like, oh, first of all, he does know it was there.
Oh,
because he solved for it. And then Harry even thinks, like, what if Black did know the passage was there? And it's like, there, boom, he knows. He does know. This is how he's doing it.
Right.
And it's like that if you can like rely on that information, then you can also possibly assume that Sirius is one of the map makers.
Okay. Yes.
You know, like like no one knows about it. Apparently, no one knows about this, but clearly, Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs did know about it.
Right.
And so if Sirius knows about it, then he must be one of them.
Right. And then if you start thinking about like the Grim, the big black dog that keeps appearing,
right.
you know, and you start to think about like what the names Padfoot and Wormtail in particular could be descriptors of, because I mean, it is something that helps to know that, like, I mean, you could think of like Wormtail and think like possum maybe, but like, you know, it's there are not many things. I mean, you might think Padfoot like wolf,
right,
know, or something
you could
similar.
think wolf, you could think dog, but like because he's been running into a dog, like you could jump to like you could try and figure out, is Sirius Black one of these 4 things, and like could any of them apply to him in any way? And this is like if you did a little extra, like if you know that Sirius means dog anyway,
right? Yeah,
you
like
know,
the dog
like
star.
the constellation or whatever. Then you could really be like, okay, is there a dog? And it's like, oh, could Padfoot be the dog?
Right.
And then it's like, if Padfoot is the dog, then you might be trying to figure out who are the other 3.
Right.
And by the end of the chapter, you can absolutely do it.
Yes.
Well, you might not know what prong. You can figure out that James is prongs, but you probably can't figure out that he's a deer or a stag.
I mean,
that's hard.
I think you will be able to have figured out his 3 best friends, and then I think even like the Boggart lesson with like the glowing orb.
You can solve for Mooney at this point,
right? Like the Mooney, you might be able to start tethering it to like some werewolf conversations and knowing like the lore attached to werewolves, which is probably like one of the easier, more well-known pieces of lore that exists outside of the Harry Potter books anyway. So you could definitely start to be like, okay. I think I know who everyone is.
Right. So you don't know about Peter Pettigrew yet. You don't know that they even hung out with him. You haven't even heard his name.
Right.
Just that there was a wizard who he killed.
Right.
So that part is still a mystery. We're not there yet. But anyway, they finished convincing Hermione that it's okay. And he says, anyway, Hermione, the 100 soldiers would hear a break-in, wouldn't they? They live over the shop. And it's just like, nope, that's just not true.
Yeah. I mean,
good reasoning, but also, nope, he just gets by him.
They're grasping at straws in a way that, like, I have to imagine when writing, you oftentimes are staring at the page, or possibly even your editor returns it to you, and they're like, you need a line that explains why they didn't ask the obvious question.
Yeah,
you know,
all the time.
And it's like, this feels like one of those where it's like, wasn't anybody wondering? And it's like, we included a line specifically to try to like dissuade you from asking this particular question.
Exactly.
Yep.
So there, and it's like you're on Harry's side here. You're like, Hermione's clearly just being annoying, and you're like, dude, let him keep the map, girl. Yeah, come on. Especially that it's going to carry over to the next chapter where she's like, oh, don't keep the broom either. It's like, Hermione,
stop telling me to give away all my cool things.
Come on, dude. Should I hand over the invisibility cloak too? Probably.
Don't even ask.
Don't even ask.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
Come on, Hermione. No. Yep. Yeah. Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies, you know?
Yeah. There you go.
So anyway, let's see. They go on just picking out candy, jelly slugs as well. Even Ron's in on this. Says mom walloped who is it, Fred, for giving him an acid pop and burning a hole in his tongue.
I know. Yeah, it's the exact phrasing is, when I was 7, it burnt a hole right through my tongue. And I'm like, who is buying acid pops?
I know, right? Why did they let him even buy it?
I don't even know. You're going to have your tongue in a sling for at least 2 months for that.
I know, right?
That's a Draco Malfoy reference.
I know, right?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Boy, get someone fired.
Some of these things do seem awfully dangerous. But then even Ron says, reckon Fred would take a bit of cockroach cluster if I told him they were peanuts. And it's like, Fred, you think you're going to get Fred with cockroach clusters?
You think so? It's also like, I love how like Ron thinks this is some hilarious joke, and then Dumbledore's just like, cockroach clusters,
the best,
delicious. I'll make it a password.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, then Ron suggests to go to the Three Broomsticks, and I love this sentence. It says, Ron came back 5 minutes later carrying 3 foaming tankards of hot butterbeer, which to me reads like Ron, like his friend sat down, and Ron, who has no money, goes and buys his friend drinks anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't care.
He is excited to go and order from Madame Rosmerta in particular.
Well, there is that, but like Ron is always caught up on how little money he has, but like it does not stop his generosity.
No, I know. I do love that as well. And the coldness that has been depicted in the foaming hot butterbeer.
Oh, dude, there's a sentence here. Right? This might be the most profitable sentence in all of literature.
Okay.
It says, it was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted and seemed to heat every bit of him from the inside. And it's like, well, that sentence alone might have made the Wizarding World more money than any other sentence in the whole series. Like,
because how many butterbeers at an extreme premium price have been sold because all of us want to know this
everyone
feeling.
wants to know that feeling right there. It's like if you go to Universal, whether you eat at the Wizarding World, whether you buy a wand, whether you get anything, I can guarantee you the one thing you bought while you were at Hogsmeade was the butterbeer. Butterbeer.
Everybody
you didn't skip that.
Yeah, everybody will indulge the $8 or whatever it costs to get a cup of the butterbeer.
$13 in New York.
Yeah, that was a little
a little steep, but
that's
that's exactly my point.
But we still did it.
We did it because you're not going to skip the butterbeer,
right? And it came with a novelty mug, which my daughter Addison drinks out of.
You were not
every
allowed
day.
to not get the novelty mug.
You were not allowed to get the.
That was where I think the price was being hiked at New York.
It's okay. It's okay.
It doesn't matter because you know what? I don't even regret it.
I regret it. Yeah. So I highlighted that exact sentence and I wrote next to it, Wizarding World at its finest.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It is. This is like, you know, it's when you're thinking about, like, and we always joke about, like, at the end of every superhero, like, season, like a TV show, they're always just having a barbecue in the back. You know, it's like, this is what we're aiming for. This is that life we want. And it's like, this is it. This is what you're aiming. This is what you're protecting.
Yes.
You know, you're fighting Voldemort so you can go have a drink, have some butterbeer in the cold with your friends at the Three Broomsticks. I was like, oh, that just sounds so good.
I know. And if you're looking for something, I know that we're currently, as of recording, we're still like in August, but we did do a wonderful collab with a local coffee shop here in Roanoke, Virginia, where we made butterbeer lattes. And I can't say that ours that we made was spectacular, but the one in the instructions that were included by the barista who we were working with was truly amazing. So if you want to check out that video, it's, you know, more than anything, it is just for your sake to go and have the closest thing to the experience, to that phrase we just read.
Yeah. If you're in Roanoke, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let's see. And then comes in just the most unusual grouping of people ever. Like, these 4 people are hanging out in their free time. We got McGonagall, McGonagall and Flitwick, I can see. You know what? I can see it. Right. And then Hagrid, I could even see him being in this group of people. Maybe, you know, they're all on staff together. They're all professors. But then you got Fudge. In here just hanging out with the teachers. And it's like, I can see him hanging out with McGonagall. I could see him hanging out with Flitwick. It seems unlikely that he'd hang out with Hagrid.
It does seem a scooch unlikely, especially kind of like where the rest of this book will go.
Yeah.
Where like the Ministry is sort of like very, I mean, even last book, like where they come and take Hagrid to Azkaban.
Oh my gosh. I know. Yeah.
Like
this, what is Fudge's journey with Hagrid here? Last book takes him to Azkaban. Now he has to like eat his hat and be like, whoops, sorry about that. Now they're having drinks. But later this book, you're not going to give him the benefit of the doubt again?
I know.
Come on, dude.
Yeah. How influential is Lucius Malfoy?
I mean, apparently a ton.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, everyone's like, oh my God, don't let him see Harry here. Everyone's going to freak out. Hermione whispers, Mobliarbus, which I guess Arbus, is like, I don't know. This is another trivia question. Mobliarbus.
Yeah, well, Arbus means, yeah. I mean, like it's tree. Basically Latin for move tree.
Yeah.
When you said the most obscure, I thought you were going to say spell we've ever seen.
Yeah, that's what,
not the most obscure collection of people. But yeah, it's like, this is such a niche spell.
Mobliarbus.
It's like,
why do you even know that? How many trees are you moving around?
That's
Hermione?
exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
What are you, a landscape architect? I mean, I could see it, honestly. I bet she'd be great at it, but still. But there is another, it kind of reminds me of like when the owls land on Harry's bed with like a flump. Mm-hmm. It says that the tree, the Christmas tree beside their table rose a few inches off the ground, drifted sideways, and landed with a soft thump. And it's like, yeah.
I know the soft thump of a Christmas tree.
Yeah. I've dropped many a Christmas tree in my day.
Yeah, no doubt.
I haven't. That's a lie.
And then Rosemarta brings over their drinks, and I just love Hagrid's order of 4 pints of mulled mead. Like, how big is the cup, man? How big is a 4-pint cup?
I mean, it is precisely 4 pints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I'm thinking like pint glass. Like, I know how big that is, and I'm trying to like. I'm
curious. So we have like one of the novelty souvenir buckets of popcorn from like the movie theater upstairs. I'd be curious to fill it with 4 pints of liquid and see how close it is. To like filling it up, because it does seem like 4 pints is a lot.
I know. I mean, especially. I mean, I know Hagrid is huge, but like 4 pints of mulled mead, like, I mean, it's just a lot. It's not even like beer, it's not ale. It's like wine.
It's like wine, but wine made from honey, right?
That's mead. It's honey wine.
I love Flitwick's order though of a cherry syrup and soda with ice and umbrella.
Yeah, so non-alcoholic for Flitwick.
Yeah. And then a red currant rum for the minister.
Yes.
Which just sounds sort of like
and McGonagall gets the gilly water.
The gilly water. Yep.
A small gilly water.
All of those could be trivia questions, and I would fail at all of them, other than maybe Hagrid's mulled mead.
I think I would remember the cherry syrup soda.
Yeah. All the descriptors. There's a few going on there.
Cherry syrup with soda. Is that like a Shirley Temple? Is that what he's ordering?
It might be a Shirley Temple.
That's what he's getting.
Yeah. That's kind of delightful for Flitwick there.
Dude, I remember when I think we were at like a Mexican restaurant when we were kids, and Dad got everyone Shirley Temples, and it was like the best.
I think I remember the exact occasion you speak of. It was like
so fun.
What is this?
I know.
Is it our birthday?
I know. I was like, I think that was one of those. Is like, Dad's just hanging out with the kids. Mom's not here. I'm getting everyone Shirley Temples.
We're doing it.
We're doing it.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. I love how, so what's about to happen is Harry is about to eavesdrop the crap out of this conversation.
Yes.
But before they start talking about it, because Rosemarta is asking about like what's the worst of it about what Sirius Black did, Harry saw the lower part of Fudge's thick body twisted his chair as though we were checking for eavesdroppers, and it's just like, dude, bad check.
Yeah, like you missed the person who shouldn't be overhearing.
Yeah, right.
You.
Let me do a quick turn to make sure Harry Potter's not here. I guess he's not.
I guess we're good. Only his classmates.
Yeah, only his 2 best friends.
McGonagall, would you say that those 2 lads right there at that table next to the Christmas tree, do they look like Harry's best friends?
Yeah, it's like, first of all, McGonagall and Hagrid 1,000% know Hermione and Ron are Harry's best friends.
So they go and have this whole conversation, but before they do, let's see here. They like bring up like Sirius Black. I heard what happened up at the school on Halloween, and Madame Rosemarta says, I did hear a rumor, and McGonagall like scolds Hagrid and says, did you tell the whole pub, Hagrid? And I'm like, y'all are about to tell the whole pub a whole bunch of stuff.
I know, you're about to tell her a whole lot worse, and also like, should you not be telling people that he broke into the castle?
I know, yeah.
Don't tell the parents.
They'll start pulling them all from school.
We have a reputation. This is why everyone thinks Hogwarts is the safest place, because no one's allowed to tell the parents all the crazy stuff that happens.
Precisely. Yep.
Oh my gosh. And then so Fudge says he's just talked to the Dementors. They're in a fury against Dumbledore. He won't let them inside the castle grounds. And it's like, well, that's been true the whole time.
Right, yeah. That's never really been like up for grabs. So.
Yeah. It's not like they were in there and it's like, get out. Let's see. And then we start getting a lot more information about Sirius. Rosemarta's like, of all the people to go over to the dark side. And, he says, oh, the worst he did isn't widely known. What could possibly be worse than murdering all those people?
This is, of course, in reference to Sirius Black.
Yeah. Yes, but see, so then we get the start date. We get the big reveals here. Where Roanoke says, "Do you remember who his best friend was?" And just naturally, never saw one without the other, did you? The number of times I had them in here, oh, they used to make me laugh. Quite the double act: Sirius Black and James Potter. What?
Mic drop, more like tankard drop.
I know, or 4-pint barrel drop.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so
pony keg drop.
Right. And yeah, you're starting to get more of the picture of what we know to be the reality behind the situation, because so far it seems like Sirius has largely only ever been depicted pretty much in the from the moment where he commits the crime or is believed to have committed the crime that Peter actually commits onward. Yeah. But nobody has really talked. Like, we know that Hagrid borrowed Sirius Black's motorbike from the Potters the night that he delivers Harry to the Dursleys. Yeah. But that is the only detail that we know that is not nefarious attached to the character.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden it just sounds like they were both very bright, of course, exceptionally bright, in fact. Yeah. But I don't think we've ever had such a pair of troublemakers. And then, they kind of compared to Fred and George, which even that sort of is like...
That right there, that's another big one. So Hagrid brings up, he says, Fred and George could give him a run for their money. And that, to me, is the connective, map tissue.
Okay.
That Fred and George figured out the map. If you already think Sirius must have been one of the map makers, now you have to think James must have been one of the map makers as well.
Yeah.
And it says the ringleaders of their little gang. So there must have been 4 of them together. And you could probably figure out Remus at this point, too, based on Mooney. Not that you maybe would know that James is Prongs or Wormtail just yet.
Right.
But you're going to find out that who the 4th member of the gang is. And once you know that it's... Well, I guess you don't necessarily know that Remus is part of the gang. You can maybe guess. Because Snape has been like, you've heard me. When you hired someone, I thought they might be helping Black. And you might have reason to think that Remus and Sirius are friends.
You could, yeah. I mean, it's still working against your natural instincts to have that. But to the highly skeptical eye, I think you could maybe sort it.
You could get there. So at least there's two members of a 4-person gang are James and Sirius at this point.
Right.
And then we also get the information that James and Lily named Sirius godfather to Harry, and Harry has no idea. You can imagine how the idea would torment him. That's what? And then this is interesting here. It says, not many people are aware that the Potters knew you-know-who was after them. Dumbledore, who was, of course, working tirelessly against you-know-who, had a number of useful spies. And I'm like, who was the useful spy here? Trelawney?
Or would it be Snape?
Snape, I guess. But, when Snape talks to him, he already knows. He's, already hidden the Potters.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So it's I think their impression is that Dumbledore had a spy who tipped them off.
Okay.
But it's he already knew because he just heard the prophecy directly.
But Dumbledore has never spoken of the prophecy to anybody.
To anyone.
Because the only people who will eventually know it are Dumbledore and Harry himself.
Yeah.
Which actually makes sense with the line that I think we're about to get that kind of threw me off as I was reading the chapter, but maybe this is part of what helps piece it together, because at some point in time, Fudge will basically say that barely a week after the Fidelius charm had been performed is when Black betrayed them.
Yeah.
And it's we know that basically from the time Harry is born, they've been underneath the Fidelius charm for over a year, right?
Right. I mean, at least... Because they're already in hiding by the time Snape tells him.
Because we know that from Lily's letter to Sirius at some point in time, we know that Sirius did not attend Harry's first birthday party because she thanks him for the broomstick, because Sirius loves to gift Harry broomsticks, apparently.
Right. And if Sirius couldn't come on July 31st.
Right. And they're not attacked until October 31st. So at bare minimum, it was 3 months that they were in hiding. That is the absolute smallest amount of time.
And then there's the line where it's Wormy was here. He seemed down. And it's because he knows.
Because he knows, yeah. And Wormtail could be there because he'd be the secret keeper.
Exactly. Yeah, so there's that. It makes you wonder. It makes it seem like Sirius must have given the letter to Peter to bring to the Potters, because otherwise there'd be nowhere to get the mail.
True. Also true. Yep.
Or vice versa. Lily would have given it to Peter to bring to Sirius. Never mind. Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. I think that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. And then there's some other information on this page as well that we get to learn about the Fidelius charm, an immensely complex spell. Information's hidden inside of another person. This is all like such a confusing spell altogether because it's sort of like why weren't they the secret keepers for each other? Why wasn't it Dumbledore or like, could you be your own secret keeper kind of thing?
Yeah, and I don't know. And I think like a lot of like what's supposed to be going on here with that is like there's an inherent like ironclad nature to the way that these friends viewed each other, which is to say that like it would almost be like an honor. Like, it's not that it's an unimportant assignment for anybody in life, but like the selection of like a godparent it feels rather ceremonial. Because the obvious intention, goal, hope is that it will never come to pass.
Yeah.
So to like assign somebody the role of godparent is like to designate them as like an important person in this child's life. And I'm sure that many godparents hold a significant amount of responsibility attached to that. But obviously the best case scenario is that it never comes. You never use it.
Right.
Like you never have to fully administer the godparent responsibility. So like I feel like that's a lot of like what Lily and James are doing here is it's like we need somebody we can like, there's some strategy to like how they go about it. But it also feels like they would just trust each other. They have no doubt in their friends.
No doubt.
And I feel like that's mostly what's going on here.
Yeah, that you can try and poke holes in it as much as you want, but like the reason it's not anyone else is because it's supposed to demonstrate the trust they have in Sirius and/or Peter.
Yeah.
Let's see. On the next page it says Fudge is still explaining. Says Black was tired of his double agent role. He was ready to declare his support openly for you-know-who, that's all assumption. You don't know that at all. Let's see. And then Hagrid goes down. It says, talks about having run into him. It said, just got him out of the ruins, or finding Harry. He says, just got him out of the ruins. Poor little thing with a great slash across his forehead and his parents dead. And Sirius Black turns up on that flying motorbike he used to ride. Never occurred to me what he was doing there. It's like, yep. Oh, if you go back in chapter 1, yes, Hagrid talks about this exact thing.
I know. Yeah. Yep. So that's like good. Like, it's established incredibly early and like comes through very cleanly now in the future.
Yeah. And then he talks about the conversation he has, and Sirius says, give Harry to me, Hagrid. I'm his godfather. I'll look after him. Ha! But I'd had me orders from Dumbledore, and I told Black no. And it's just like, oh, but what if you had, Hagrid? What if you had? Sirius, what if you'd gotten there first,
I know. Yeah, well, he even says, like, what if I'd given Harry to him? And I said, it would make a really great video series is what would happen.
It sure would. Yeah, if you want to see our video on that, we've made that video.
Yeah.
I think that was our first one. What if Sirius had raised Harry, maybe?
Could have been. I know that.
No,
like,
I think it's what if Sirius. I don't even remember.
It doesn't matter. I know the thing we always do whenever Sirius raises Harry is that like Harry is like a tick more James-like in nature because he would like Sirius sees him as James in a lot of ways, to a fault at times probably, and so it's like what you would have is a version of Harry who has Lily's goodness innately in him because there's no taking Lily from Harry in who she is as a person, but you would have somebody who has been raised very early in a wizarding household by somebody who is highly gifted in magic.
In magic, and it's kind of amplifying that James trait.
Yeah,
for sure.
Raising a new best friend.
Yeah. Hagrid brings up a weird, a long-standing question in the fandom here where he says, he loved that motorbike. What was he giving it to me for? Which is interesting because even with the motorbike, Hagrid shows up late to Privet Drive later the next day.
True.
But like the question is, even with the motorbike, he shows up late, but it's still a whole day later. So there's this big question of Hagrid's missing day.
Yeah,
what was Hagrid doing with Harry for a full 24 hours? We don't know.
Getting ice cream.
And how else was he going to get to Privet Drive? Because he could fly, and this was still slower than Dumbledore expected.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Yeah. It is an unusual one because, we know that McGonagall's been watching outside of the Dursleys all day.
Yeah.
And that means that like she would only be watching them because she's expecting this to be the location where Harry goes. And, so it's like obviously everything happened the night prior and Dumbledore doesn't get there until that night when Hagrid rather arrives.
Yeah. So I guess maybe he talks to McGonagall at some point.
Maybe so.
Yeah. I guess Dumbledore even says that, doesn't he? says like, "What are you doing here?" And I think she says like, "Hagrid, talk to me" or something.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, now we get introduced to Peter Pettigrew, where it says that the Ministry of Magic is trying to catch up with him the next day, and Fudge says, "Alas, if only we had. It was not we who found him. It was little Peter Pettigrew." Another of the Potter's friends, maddened by grief, no doubt, and knowing that Black had been the Potter's secret keeper, he went after Black himself. Never quite in their league talent-wise. And they talk about, Rose Murder says, Pettigrew, the fat little boy who was always tagging around after them at Hogwarts. So there you go. At this point, you can peg Pettigrew as one of the other Marauders.
Yes.
So you at least know James, Sirius, and Peter. And at that point, if you can figure out that Sirius is Padfoot, you can start to wonder, and you can figure out that Lupin is Moony, you can start to wonder about Wormtail and sort of see how the naming convention is going for the map.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just like, okay, like Lupin turns into a werewolf, he's Moony. Sirius can turn into the dog, that's Padfoot. So what animal has a worm tail? And at that point, you could probably land on rat because there's not a very long list.
No.
And if you think that, then you just have to wonder, are there any important rats in the story? And there's really only one.
Just the
one. It
one.
would be, it's Occam's razor or something where or I think there's a Sherlock quote where it's like, whatever's left, however improbable, must be true or whatever.
Right,
you know,
right.
It's like, how could it be Scabbers? And it'd be like, doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's literally the only important rat in the story.
Right. And again, it goes back to that thought of, if you're going episodically and looking at these things one by one, it would be like, well, do we know that wizards can turn into animals? And I mean, I guess we know McGonagall, obviously.
Yeah. And she had her lesson about Animagi.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's even more that's like been brought up in this very book, suggesting like this shape-shifting nature.
Yeah. And then I love this, or Fudge is recounting what Muggles tell him about how the interaction went down, and they told us how Pettigrew cornered Black, and they say he was sobbing. Lily and James, Sirius, how could you? And it's like, oh, Peter is quick on his feet. This is so sly.
It is very strange the way that like Peter can sort of like shift between being so like inept, maybe not great at anything, clumsy, fumbling, bumbling.
But this is like, it's like people mistake Peter for like not being good at magic, but like he is an animagus.
It's true.
And he does bring Voldemort back, and it's like he can do magic. You know,
he is
good at it.
Right.
He's just always standing next to James and Sirius, and he is a coward.
Right.
In the meantime.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very interesting to see the way that like Peter was able to look at the optics and like figure it out very quickly and be like, everybody's gonna think it's you.
Everyone's gonna think it's you.
Yeah.
Everyone already does. Oh, and then I love Hagrid's line here. He says, I tell you, if I'd got to Black before little Pettigrew did. It's like, you literally did. You literally did. Like you were the only other person to get to him before Peter.
Yeah, I'd have ripped him limb from limb, Hagrid growled. It's like, well, you didn't.
But you didn't.
In fact, you took his aid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And then I love, this is another Azkaban guard situation we have here, where he says, you don't know what you're talking about, Hagrid, said Fudge. Nobody but a trained hit wizard from the magical law enforcement squad would have stood a chance against Black. And I'm like,
Or
don't have a word for that yet, do we?
Yeah, that's so funny you said that because I was like, what are hit wizards?
Yeah. Horrors.
Horrors. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Yep, nailed it in one. The whole scene though is kind of interesting as well because it's like when you read it, it is pretty like it sounds bad for Sirius because it's like Black standing there laughing with what was left of Pettigrew in front of him, a heap of bloodstained robes and a few fragments. The fragments, of course, we know is the finger that Wormtail cut off, which you can't know until you know later. But the Black standing there laughing looks bad.
It looks bad.
It's like
absolutely
anybody witnessing this is sort of like, but I mean, I think at this point in time, he is in basically like a manic trauma response kind of state where it's just sort of like everything. Everything.
It is like, what is going on? I think he realizes that he's been framed.
Yes.
And he's just like, oh my gosh, I've been had the better of.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
By Peter.
Yeah, by Peter. It's like, it's all very hilarious. It's like he's like laughing at himself. It's like, it's my fault. It's my fault. I did it. It should have been me. I should have been the secret keeper. I said it would be Peter, but Peter turned on them. It's my fault. And now he's framed me. It's hilarious. Look how it's all crumbling around me.
I know. Yes, exactly. Yeah. And it's very much as though, I mean, we know that Sirius, for all intents and purposes, like, effectively blames himself. Like, I mean, he holds himself responsible.
Here's the thing. People are like, what if they held trial for Sirius? Why didn't they do that? And it's like, it wouldn't have mattered.
Sirius would have just been like, it was me.
Yeah, it's like, did you kill the Patronus? It's like, I may as well have. It's my fault they're dead. To be like, Sirius, calm it down. You're like, I'm your wizard lawyer, and
yeah, it's like I need to know more. When you say you may as well have, what do you mean you may as well have? Like, because you told Voldemort where they were? It's like, no. It's like, then explain further, please. Right. Wizard lawyers.
Yeah, I know, right? Where's that job?
Yeah,
feels like they need them.
It does feel like that could be useful.
Oh boy. Fudge mentions that Pettigrew received the Order of Merlin First Class, which gross.
I know, it's very frustrating to hear that. It's like, no, you must be kidding me.
No. Then we get another clue about Black here. It says, yes, I met Black on my last inspection of Azkaban. You know, most of the prisoners in there sit muttering to themselves in the dark. There's no sense in them, but I was shocked at how normal Black seemed. It's like, yep. Totally normal as well. And then it says, asked if I finished my newspaper. Cool as you please. Said he missed doing the crossword. And this is your tip for how Sirius learned Pettigrew was free, because this is the newspaper clipping with the Weasleys in it.
It's such a narrow.
It is so narrow.
Narrow opportunity for this to work out.
I know. It's like right there, but that's it. That's your clue. I mean, it's hard for you to know when he was there inspecting the prison.
Right.
Oh, yep. But there it was. Let's see. And then they go for... This is interesting because Fudge says, I must say, you know who alone and friendless is one thing, but give him back his most devoted servant, and I shudder to think how quickly he'll rise again. Which is sort of like, this is sort of a weird thing for you to be afraid of right now, and then later you're like, nah, he's not back. It's like you're actively afraid of exactly what happening, and then when it happens, you're like, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. I know, yeah. I wrote the exact same thing, because I highlighted the same sentences, and I was like, he seems so much more open to this possibility right now for some reason, and I'm not sure if it's just sort of because he's like a little bit on like the ropes, and it's like maybe, it's like this is almost like his primary concern at all times, and there is someone he believes to be dangerous on the loose. And so it's kind of like my worst nightmare might be about to unfold. But then, basically, I guess like fast forward a year and he's sort of like, the wizarding world's going great other than Cedric dying.
Oh, I know. And it's like, he's like, he won't believe he's back. And it's like, as far as Fudge is concerned, when Voldemort comes back, he still thinks Sirius is on the run.
Yes.
Right? And it's like, he won't believe that he came back, even though right here he is exactly afraid that Sirius Black is going to help bring Voldemort back.
Exactly.
And as far as he's concerned, Sirius is still at large, and now they're saying Voldemort's back.
Right.
It's like, dude, like, you'd be still wrong about the right person, but like, you were afraid of it happening, and it did.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's really weird, and it's very frustrating later when his tone shifts just absolutely, completely, and entirely.
Yeah.
But either which way, it is kind of like bringing us to the end of the chapter, where finally the conversation, this massive like dump of information on Harry, has kind of been concluded. We see Madame Rosmerta's glittering heels disappear behind the bar, and at this point in time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who have all been listening, Ron and Hermione look down and say, "Harry," and they were just both staring at him, lost for words.
It's a lot to take in all at once.
It is a lot to take in. It's a huge piece of like information.
Huge piece of information. We finally have the answer to like, why everyone's concerned that Harry is going to go looking for Black, and why Draco was saying, if it were me, I'd want revenge. And it's like, now you get it. Now you understand why everyone thinks Harry would want revenge. So we at least have this piece of the puzzle solved. And if you were super duper duper savvy, you might have been able to solve for Scabbers, but I really doubt it.
I really doubt it as well. I think because it's like, it's easy to say when you have hindsight on your side. So I feel like we're trying to offer the best possible suggestions as to what you could be looking for if you were like extremely keen. But I also think like, in the context of reading this, the month it came out or whatever as kids, like you were just trying to tear through the book as quickly as possible. You weren't stopping at every chapter, folding it on your knee and thinking like, okay, let me contemplate for 3 to 4 hours about what's happening next.
Right, because you don't need to contemplate to like get, you'll just figure it out if you finish the book.
Yeah, you just keep reading.
Yeah.
It's an easy read. It's not going to take you a long time to get through this book.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, although that being said, it took us almost 2 hours to get through this chapter. So,
well, we got a lot to say. This is an important chapter.
It's an important chapter. I mean, it's one of the more important chapters of the whole series.
Yeah.
So it's this was a big one to spend a lot of time on, and lots of important details kind of coming out of there. But I loved it. I think this is like a chapter that I think does all of what Harry Potter does well at its best. It's people always say like that Prisoner is one of their favorite books, if not their favorite book, and like I think this chapter is why.
It is absolutely part of it. I mean, you get like a fun magical artifact. You've got, you go to Hogsmeade, you get to go to Honeydukes, you go to the Three Broomsticks, you get huge plot developments.
Yes. Like really, really big, good stuff. Even learning stuff about like early Lily and James Potter, like that is scarce, few and far between moments in the saga. Like you get this chapter piece of information, you get Snape's worst memory, you get the Prince's Tale, but like, and then like a handful of like tidbits from like Sirius and Lupin, like, James was an idiot in high school. Like, was he doing the thing with a snitch? Like, and like whatever. But, it's like you don't get a lot of information about these people who are vitally important to everything.
Right.
So just getting that glimpse into the past, so much fun. Do you want to tackle a review?
Yeah, we got a review here.
Okay, lay it on me.
This is from Teddy H.
Teddy H.
They say, hey, brother, I love the podcast and your YouTube channel and diving into the Harry Potter and other franchises. My question is Quidditch the only sport in the wizarding world? It would be really weird, but that's what it feels like. It's not like that in the real world. There are hundreds of sports, even tons of sports just for one country or even one city. From a loyal Hufflepuff.
Yeah, that's a great question, especially like as of recording, the Olympics is currently going on, and the frequency at which there are activities where, over the weekend, not that I'm unfamiliar with this being an Olympic sport, but you just don't think about it that often, like archery was on TV, and like even the gamification of archery to me, I was kind of like, this is plumb fascinating. Like within seconds, I knew how the sport worked, who was good at it, what a good score was. Like you were just like, all right, I'm in.
I love all the Olympic memes where it's just like me turning on the Olympics, or me like I don't know if I'm going to watch it this year. And then it's like you 10 minutes in, and it's like, wow, his form is really off.
I know. Yeah,
he was a world champion last year.
This is so unlike him.
Right.
Yeah,
it's very unlike this guy. It's like you've never heard of that guy until 5 minutes ago.
I know. The funniest thing in the world is probably to be sitting there watching alongside somebody else, having somebody new walk in the room and say, what's going on, and then listening to the person who only just learned the rules 30 seconds ago explain it to somebody else as if they've known their whole life. But I think that's the art form of the Olympics, which is a completely non-Harry Potter related conversation.
It is not. Although, as you brought up archery, I'm like, I feel like long distance spell casting would absolutely be a sport.
It does seem like it would be a great sport. Yeah.
Just knock over that can 100 meters away with your wand. Like, come on, long distance, let's go.
Yeah, distance cursing.
Yeah, distance cursing or whatever, right?
I could
you have
see
like
that.
a really long wands that shoot super straight.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Yeah, a little
specialty
sight
sport
on the
wands.
End.
Yes.
Dueling is just simply another one that feels like like just simply duel to disarm.
Yeah.
It seems like it would
we
be.
know that's a wizard sport because Flitwick was a champion at it.
Precisely. Yeah, you're right. So that's it. Yeah. So that one just fits like a glove. We of course also have like gobstones.
We have gobstones. We have exploding snap. We have chess.
Yeah. So these are they feel less like sports, more like games.
Yeah. Hagrid, plays cards with people, so they even just have like regular playing cards and stuff that they play sort of Muggle games with. However, Ben, I was also curious about this, so I looked up and I want to see if you've heard of any of these wizard sports.
Lay them on me. I'll see if I can explain them.
Okay. So first one, also before I get into the weird ones, we know that like the Firebolt is described as like a racing broom. So broomstick racing is in fact a sport.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That. I'm so glad you brought that up because I remember seeing the racing broom thing, and it's almost like sometimes like not all tools are the right tool for the job.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'm like, is the Firebolt would it make sense for like keepers to use one?
Oh, I know.
Because it's almost like if it's like too nimble, if it's too quick, like you could like overshoot. Yeah. Or something.
Or like in lacrosse, like the goalie's stick is like a really wide mouth on it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's better for blocking stuff. All right. Have you ever heard of I looked up. These are real other wizard sports. Okay. First we have a Swivenhodge.
I don't have the slight. It seems Swedish to me, or like Scandinavian.
Don't know exactly the origin country.
It could be like an IKEA dresser,
but it is basically wizard tennis, where they're hitting some sort of inflated ball back and forth across a hedge. instead. I'm not sure if they're like using wands to do it or not, but that's the sport. Swim and Hodge.
Swim and Hodge. Okay.
It's some kind of bladder. Like early Muggle sports often was too.
Okay. Like you're taking like a piece of unusable like something from like a game.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And like hitting it back and forth, and then we have Stitch Stock.
No idea.
This is lancing, again, a dragon's bladder atop a 20-foot pole. So you have to like fly up and like try and lance it, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting. Fun. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I like it.
Yep.
That's creative.
Then we have, this one is no longer allowed, but it is called, can't even pronounce it. I'm going to try. Creathisian.
Wow.
Creathisian? Yeah, I know.
Can't say it tickles anything in the back of my brain.
Yes. Well, this is a broomstick-based sport where competitors battle to catch falling rocks in cauldrons while riding on brooms. But the catch is the cauldrons are strapped to the helmets on top of their head. So they're just catching rocks with their head. It
sounds like an Asteroids kind of early.
It does.
Like,
I feel like there is a
game
like this.
Yeah,
like a Game & Watch sort of thing.
Yeah, like you're just trying to like move your basket side to side, like a side scroller type situation. It's just like collect all the falling dots.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, that sounds
all right,
good.
And then I have one more for you. It's called Shunt Bumps.
Shunt bumps. Okay. My mind immediately went to shot put when you said the first one, but now I've lost that completely.
Less so.
So what is a shunt bump?
Shunt bump is a popular game in Devon, England. Players would attempt to knock as many other players off their broomsticks as possible. The winner was the last player still mounted on their broom.
Okay.
Shunt bumps.
So hopefully with a cushioning charm.
Yes.
Cast across the surface, which also just seems like Quidditch fields. Quidditch pitches should have.
Yeah. So there you go. Those are other known wizarding canon sports.
Okay. I'm gonna stick to Quidditch.
Yeah. It's easy to see why it's the most popular.
I like the flying cannonballs and the snitch. And if I'm being completely honest with you, I feel like the quaffle could use some work.
It could. Yeah. There's no doubt.
That's another one where I like the idea that the quaffle doesn't hit the ground, that it like would sort of like bounce on an imaginary surface.
Load up, yeah. It feels like if you're watching like Little League Quidditch, like people are just constantly diving to the ground.
Because in practicality, unless like I don't know, I mean maybe the dexterity of wizards is just truly phenomenal, but it seems like dealing in like 4 dimensions of space and time, not time, but it would just be so difficult. Like the ball would be dropped all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least I think.
Yeah.
So anyway, that would be my particular thought. But great question. Great question. Yeah.
There we go.
And thank you for the 5-star as per always.
And guys, look, if you are really on top of it, you could be the 1,000th person to leave us a review. We have so far got 997 ratings.
Wow.
I know.
That's a call to action if I've ever heard one.
At least on the American like Apple Store. This is the thing I was having trouble with forever, is that if you're looking for reviews, they are sorted by country.
Yes.
So like if you look at the American one, it says 997. If you look at other ones, I would be like, why is there only like a few here? And it'd be like, oh, because I'm looking at the Australia reviews or something.
Right.
Yes. Very annoying that they're not just all put in one place. But at least in America, we've got almost 1,000.
There we go.
So
That's
help
amazing.
help us cross the line.
Help us do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you guys would like to get a little glimpse into some other viewer questions, you can do so via the Owlry on our Patreon page, which you can find at patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door. The Owlry has been amazing. We have had questions delivered to us by our trusty snowy owl, Gumpine, who will fly into each episode bearing a letter, and we will then read that letter and answer the questions. It has been really cool so far. I mean, we constantly talk in the wizarding world about like all the videos that we've made, all the theories that we've made, how we feel like we've like scratched the bottom of the Harry Potter, theory barrel a million times.
Turns out no.
We're scraping splinters off the bottom of it, but yeah, it does not stop you guys from coming up with incredible questions that we are then able to answer. So if you want to check that out, again, patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door. And if you sign up for that annual membership, you get access to a page from Jay and I's copies of the book, Jay or I's copies of the book, I should say. And they're all like marked up with like little notes and annotations and scribbles and highlights and all sorts of stuff. And they will also all be signed, and that is available at the annual tier for either, which way. So
that's right. And we have gone through like a full month now, so we actually are going to start sending out the first pages at this point.
Yes, they've been sliced, they have been cut. We took it to a special print shop where they like carefully with a machine removed the spine from all of our copies of the books, which was like mildly heartbreaking to like witness, but then also like extremely satisfying at the same time. So each page is clean cut, nice and beautiful, and yeah, those will start shipping out as soon as the next week, I believe.
Yeah. So be on the lookout if you are an annual patron for your page coming in the mail very soon.
Yes, indeed.
But otherwise, that is going to do it for us this week. We will see you next week for Chapter 11, The Firebolt, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 11, The Firebolt.
The Firebolt!
Mm-hmm.
This one has chapter art that it's kind of fascinating because it like predates the prop creation
of like anything.
Yes.
Of like the Nimbus or anything.
Right, exactly. So like the broomstick as depicted in the chapter art looks very similar to like your classic like household broomstick.
Yes, like floor sweeping broomstick.
Yes, yeah. which is kind of hilarious. Like it almost makes me wonder if this is how even like I can't even remember at this point in time if this is how I used to think the broomsticks look.
I know. I'm like, is this what I thought broomsticks looked like, or was it always more that like circular shape to the back of it?
I think of those. I think of like when you walk into like a grocery or craft store around the holidays, and they're selling those like cinnamon.
Yes,
like
those like cinnamon brooms.
Yeah. I feel like that is more the model that they went with, and I do think that looks way cooler, way more whimsical.
Right.
This almost like it's like hard to imagine this kind of broomstick looking really cool.
I know. It's like in this particular chapter art, it's like the way in which it's magical and like cool looking is just because of all the sparkles rather than the shape of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I will say that you'll notice that this broomstick, the Firebolt, the first canon depiction of the Firebolt, does not have footrests.
Yeah. There you go.
No, nor should it ever.
Nor should it ever.
You know, this is professional athletes. They don't need footrests.
No, they're fine. Yeah. They're making do.
Right. They don't need training wheels out there. It's ridiculous.
I know that one does bother you.
It does bother, especially because the Nimbus did not have the training wheels. You know, like in the movie, because it's a movie thing. Right. That's where the footrests come in, is in the movies. And like
to suggest that this higher performance broom needed it when the Nimbus did not.
Exactly. It's like, oh no. This is like a less good broom wouldn't have these, and it's like, no, you've gotten it completely backwards. Not only that, the way the Firebolt looks in the movie, like the Nimbus just looks cooler and faster in every single way.
It definitely does. Yeah. Yes. They're like the Firebolt definitely is depicted in a rather like, this is like the off-road version. You know, it's the four-wheel drive.
Right.
Great for all terrain.
It's like they took the idea of like driving in a convertible and how it like blows out your hair, and they're like, yeah, but like what if that, but like that's how the back of the broom looked. Right. Instead of like in this chapter, they're trying to find a twig that they can like work on, like just for the fun of working on the broom, and everything is so streamlined, so perfectly straight and aerodynamic. They can't find a single thing. And it's like, if you look at the Firebolt in the movie, it just looks like someone like shoved it into a garbage disposal, turned it on, came back after like a week's vacation, and then we're like, this looks good for the set of Harry Potter.
Yeah. Wow. So you're really going for like, I mean, you find it to be terrible. I for one am more curious whether or not the Firebolt in like wizarding terms is very similar to like our like Corvette or Camaro. Like it's a very like loud, throaty exhaust. Like it's kind of got
to me, this is more like an F1 car or something.
Oh,
but it even starts with F.
It does.
You know, it's supposed to be like that. The Firebolt, which is crazy because like It seems like when Harry gets the Nimbus, that's already the best broom.
Right.
You know?
Do you not feel like this chapter and maybe even the earlier description of the Firebolt doesn't almost lessen the overall status of the Nimbus? Like it makes it seem like more top tier recreational versus like it was, because it seems like they refer to this one as like an international standard, which is almost like, okay, so like when they're using it for the Quidditch World Cup, like that makes sense.
Yeah.
This is an international standard broom, but it's like, what was the Nimbus? Was anybody competing on the Nimbus, or was it just like the best of like consumer grade?
Right. It's like before this, it was like everyone at the school was kind of like hanging out and playing with their iPhones, and then someone bought Harry like a prosumer camera, and it was like, whoa, that is so much better than iPhones, like in terms of taking pictures. And then like this time they were like, God, we love Harry's camera is amazing. He's never lost a photo contest with it. But like, have you seen the red down there? Like it's $80,000.
Yeah, that's like what they shoot like real movies.
Yeah, that's what they shoot like real movies on, where it's like this is as much as like more than Cars. This camera is. Yes. And it's like that's what it feels like the Firebolt is. It's like. Why are you even comparing it to that like digital camera you were carrying around in your pocket,
Right,
like that's ridiculous.
Yes.
It's not in the same league. Like they think they even say like that it costs more than all the Slytherin's brooms combined. And bear in mind, they're all riding the Nimbus 2001s.
Which was apparently, as of last year, the latest and greatest in broomstick tech.
In Nimbus technology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So this is apparently like even more than like Lucius Malfoy is willing to dish out.
Right, and it's just for one.
Just for one, it's almost surprising Draco doesn't get one after this.
That would even seem like such a Lucius move to give the whole Slytherin team 2001s, and then like Draco gets a Firebolt.
Yeah. Keep them in contention,
Right,
because it feels outright unfair for Harry to have this broom.
It does. It is
to the rest of the
definition of OP.
Yeah.
However, I love whenever Harry gets cool new gifts.
Oh,
it's
me
like
too.
Christmas. The way in which it's described in every book, the pile of parcels at the foot of the bed, I'm just like, yes. I love everything about it.
Yep.
So without any further ado, shall we dive on in?
Let's just dive on in here. So we've got our chapter art, which of course I love because it doesn't have footrests. But then we have Harry didn't have a very clear idea how he managed to get back into the Honeyduke's cellar through the tunnel into the castle once more. And this is like this sentence is very much just like,
Norbert.
Oh yes, Norbert. It's exactly like they never remembered how they got from Hagrid's hut to the top of the astronomy tower. And it's like, yeah, because that would have been impossible. It's like, oh yeah, I didn't want to think of a way Harry broke into Honeyduke's. Getting out from behind the counter is one thing. Getting back in, that's a little trickier.
Also, yeah, let's not forget the fact that like apparently the description of how long it took for him to get through it was like hours.
Or something. This is a long ways away, but underground.
Harry doesn't have a clear idea. He was just too muddled with all the information that he has just learned, and so somehow, some way, he made it back.
Who knows? Who knows how we got there?
Yeah.
Why had nobody? But then he does start. I think he has a pretty reasonable reaction where he's just like, "How could nobody ever tell me this ever? Not even Dumbledore."
Right.
I
mean, and it's a good question. It's the curiosity, I guess, is sort of like it has only really been pertinent information since Sirius Black's breakout. Like, I can kind of see a world where it's like probably don't want to like lay all the gruesome details on Harry all at once when he's just a young boy and still trying to like come to grips with like what happened and his position and everything and how close he himself was to facing his own fate.
Yeah.
Like, probably not going to be like, oh, and by the way, it was your parents' best friend's fault. So it probably shouldn't have happened.
Right. But yeah, I mean, maybe not before now, but since he's broken out, it sort of seems like, hey, feels like someone should tell him.
It does feel like somebody should have told him.
Someone owes him this explanation.
Right.
But they don't tell him there. And then he goes, then he immediately goes to find the leather-bound photo album that Hagrid had given him 2 years ago, which is full of wizard pictures of his mother and father. And he gets to see Sirius like as their best man, which it's like when he's looking at this, I almost can't believe like Sirius hasn't just come up in any conversation at all. Like even just outside of like the betrayal. I guess maybe that's why no one's brought him up. It's not like, oh yeah, like this was your parents' best friend or something, because it's like everyone believes he just betrayed them, and that's like what they're not telling him about it.
I know. I mean, it would peg you awfully close to what is believed to be like a mass murderer. which, I mean, it just doesn't feel like very comforting information.
Yeah.
The thing that surprises me the most is that as much as Sirius does look drastically different, which is specifically stated here in the book, it's like this was before he was, waxy and his face wasn't sunken, and he was handsome and full of laughter. But like, this is a book that I presume it has like a limited number of images, especially for someone who has never gotten interaction with his family. It's a very, very thoughtful gift on behalf of Hagrid, but it's almost surprising to me that we haven't been given this like small ounce of like something about Sirius seemed familiar. Because almost certainly he is amongst a very small group of people who would be featured in the photos alongside the Potters, and I can only imagine that Harry has spent countless evenings at the Dursleys with nothing else to do at night, just looking at the photos of his family.
I know, like he must have looked at these pictures so much. I can't believe they're not labeled.
I know,
either.
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
Kind of it's like surprising.
Like James, Lily, and Sirius.
Yeah, James, Lily, and Sirius. Okay, here's a question for you. Who do you think Lily's maid of honor was? Certainly not Petunia.
No, certainly not Petunia.
Was she even invited?
I doubt it.
Doubt it?
I doubt it.
I don't think she was invited. I don't think she came.
So?
I mean, probably.
It would seem like Lily to at least extend the invitation.
Yeah.
I bet she was invited and didn't attend.
That's what I bet too.
Yeah. However, I suppose, you'd have to look into the Order of the Phoenix. So, like, you'd have Alice Longbottom as a potential candidate.
No, don't say it.
No, it's terrible.
That would be tough. Alice Longbottom. Yeah, you don't know many female members of the Order.
There's a Bones in there.
Amelia
Bones.
Right.
Who else do we have? I feel like there's at least one other.
Bathilda Bagshot.
Mrs. Fig.
No way. No way Mrs. Fig was the maid of honor.
Hey, they potentially
bought a cat from her. That's true.
Yeah, or maybe the cat
was
a wedding gift.
Yeah. Take this cat. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh man, yeah. I wonder who the maid of honor was. I have never thought about that before.
I know, it's a strange one. Yeah, we don't get nearly enough about that. About like what Lily's other friendships must have been like, because she seemed universally beloved.
Yeah, right. Like she must have had very close female friends, you'd think.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Right.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe it was just Lupin.
Maybe it was just it. Yeah, it's just like Lupin's over there. He's the maid of honor. It's hilarious.
My other best friend.
My other best friend.
Yeah,
right?
that can happen.
Right? Yeah. Man, I'm gonna think about that.
I know that's a deep.
Look into some other Order of the Phoenix pictures.
Right. Something to think about. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay. So what else do we have here though? The other big piece of information that I think is sort of like really seems to radiate through this chapter, and a little bit kind of due to the photos that he's looking at, but Sirius is described back in the photo as being handsome and full of laughter, and then basically he's taken to Azkaban for all this time, but the Dementors don't affect him.
Yes.
And I think that this is probably something that especially if you're a Harry who is being so terribly affected and thinking so low of Sirius himself, that this must be so frustrating.
It must
to
be.
think that the air quotes punishment that Sirius is supposed to be enduring is not actually that big of a punishment, because for whatever reason, how terrible is he as a person? Maybe that's also what it's suggesting, that somehow the worst creatures on Earth can't even have a way to break into him.
Oh, I know. This is also, it's very clever writing in terms of what it makes you, the reader, think about Sirius Black.
Yes.
Because to you, it's wow, every time you've seen the Dementor show up, they've just been these terrible force that just invades your mind, and it's but everything you keep hearing about Sirius is that he's this super powerful dark wizard. So it's man, he must be so powerful as to even just naturally resist the Dementors. And partly that's true. It's just not because he's a dark wizard, and it's funny that the actual reason they don't affect him is because he knows he's innocent.
Yeah,
is eventually what he said. What he guesses is the reason.
Right.
So it's kind of funny. It's very much Dumbledore's love is the most powerful thing kind of thing. It's Sirius is overwhelming knowledge that he is innocent, and that he loved Lily and James is what keeps the Dementors from harming him.
I think it's that, and then would you not also suggest the possibility that a lot of what the Dementors do is they almost feed on your happiness and leave you with nothing but despair.
Yeah.
And then because Sirius is so devastated at the loss of his two best friends,
that's
he's
interesting.
He's like unable to experience he
has no happiness to feed on.
He has no happiness to feed on. Yeah. Which brings me to this next line here, actually, which is just said like Harry's just pointing out the Dementors don't affect him. Yeah, he doesn't have to hear my mom screaming if they get too close. And the thing that really sucks about this line is that like I can't think of anything that would crush Sirius more if he did hear
he did hear
like,
it,
because it's like Sirius loved these people. It's like that would be the absolute torture.
Absolutely,
for him to have to experience.
Yeah.
And the next page, I also think this is really kind of interesting as well, because we get a line that says, "A hatred such as he had never known before was coursing through Harry like poison."
Yep, I highlighted that as too.
Okay,
yep.
So here was my takeaway on this one, because it's never really stood out to me in such a poignant way, but it almost, I think, reflects like Harry's own feelings in how much he values friendship in a way that actually mirrors Sirius in the way that he values friendship.
Oh,
and
right. You're right.
Because like Harry has a hatred towards Sirius. Sirius betrayed his family. He's not the one who killed them. Obviously Harry doesn't like Voldemort. That would never be my suggestion.
Yeah.
But it never feels like what Harry is being fueled by is hatred
of
Voldemort.
Yeah, it's like I wrote that down too, because it's a hatred such as he's never known before, and it is like that means he in this moment hates Sirius more than he's ever hated Voldemort.
Yeah,
as like given this information, and it's like, what is the difference there? And it's like, because Voldemort's the one who actually murdered your parents,
right?
And this is just like this person betrayed your parents, and so it's like in Harry's mind, yes, the betrayal is that much worse, but it's like Voldemort is this evil wizard, but he's still like a stranger. Like the attack on them isn't personal, it's always about power, even though they don't even know what the prophecy is yet. Whereas like, so Voldemort is just this evil force, but Sirius in particular is like, it is personal.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Voldemort Harry is just in opposition to everything that Voldemort stands for. Sirius did something that Harry himself would never consider.
Right. Yes.
Then we sort of have kind of like an interesting visual in Harry's mind where it says Sirius Black. He's picturing Sirius Black blasting Peter Pettigrew, who resembled Neville Longbottom.
Right. Like in his the way he's imagining it.
Yes. Yeah. Which is kind of fascinating because whenever we have made or drawn comparisons between like Harry's Golden Trio and sort of like the companions, we've always reflected them back into the Marauders.
And like we always paint like the Harry's like core of 6, like him, Hermione, and Ron, and then Neville, Ginny, and Luna.
Yes,
are like the modern day counterparts of the Marauders plus Snape and Lily.
Yes, precisely. Yeah. Yep. And so basically you've got Harry is the counter to James. Yeah. You've got Ron is the counter to Sirius, where they're both kind of like the best friends. Hermione is going to be to Lupin, where they're sort of like the bookish, intellect.
Smart, level-headed ones.
Yep, precisely. And then we've normally done Neville to Peter, which are sort of the ones who struggle with like a little bit of like their own confidence.
Right.
But they go in very different directions.
Absolutely.
Like, it like angers me sometimes to compare someone as pure and good as Neville to someone like Peter.
Oh, I know. But it's supposed to be like, this is the difference between the two.
Right.
It's like, as bad as Wormtail is, Neville is that great.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's also part of our argument, is that all of these characters excel where each of their original counterparts didn't. So like Harry has all the reason in the world to be arrogant and cocky because he's very important. He's very talented. He's the star of the Quidditch team, and yet he's very humble and down to earth, unlike James, who did sort of have, that hot head. Ron and Sirius both are kind of best friends. Like, it's a little bit stranger to have like a very, very clear version of that. But then
like you have like they do sort of mean that, because you have like Sirius, who is part of like an all Slytherin family and wants like to get out, but they're like the pureblood best friend, and then Ron, who's like a member of a pureblood family, and they're all just like on the same page as him. as opposed to Sirius, where his family's not on the same page as him.
Right. Yeah. So like Sirius is kind of like rejecting his family, while Ron is kind of like growing into his.
But that's really more to do with their family than with each other.
Yeah,
I guess.
I think that the parallels between the two is just very clear either way. They are the paramount best friend.
Yeah.
Hermione struggles with the mudblood nature, similar to Lupin's struggling with being a werewolf.
Right, but Lupin is horribly ashamed of his
like affliction.
Yeah, of his affliction, whereas Hermione is just like very proud of her own other status, as it were.
Exactly. And then Peter, who is defined by basically his fear, is countered by Neville, who ultimately is defined by his bravery. And then the next two are, of course, you've got like Ginny and Lily, where there really aren't any flaws to Lily. She's sort of a just great human being, and Ginny also is a great human being. So that one doesn't really need to be as much growth related. And then finally, you've always got Luna and Snape.
I know that was always the fun one. That's the thumbnail for the video. Like, why Luna is Snape? And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's like I can't think of two characters who are less similar than Luna and Snape.
Yes.
But they both represent this sort of like outcast nature, and they're both not like mistreated. I think is probably
mistreated is right. Yeah, for sure.
But again, I think similar to Hermione and Lupin, it's like a situation where Luna does not let sort of her oddities, like she allows them to be what makes her great. Like her, eccentric.
It's like Snape is perpetually defined by how other people treated him in the past.
Yes.
And Luna is like defined by how she treats other people.
Yeah. Oh, that was so well said.
Oh, thank you.
I love that.
Thank you.
It makes my heart like full.
I know. It's like, oh, Luna.
I know.
No, we haven't gotten to her yet.
I know. Yeah.
I know.
What good people.
I know.
Anyway, so we got a little tangenty there. Anyway, so we can continue.
Yeah. But that one line, I was reading that, and I was like, this basically just confirms that entire thing.
Yeah, like that is exactly.
That's exactly the parallels we're going for here.
Yes.
That Peter Pettigrew resembled Neville Longbottom. And it just makes you think, like, could you even imagine? I mean, it's like, can you imagine Ron betraying Harry? And it's like, he does walk out at Deathly Hallows, but
yeah, he does. Yeah. He does. But it's also
that's like because of Voldemort,
Right. Right. Yeah, he's being very, very overtaken by the Horcrux and everything else going on.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Then there's sort of like an interesting little thing as well, where Harry's almost imagining what Sirius must have said to Voldemort when he had succeeded in his mission in foiling the Potters, where he's basically imagining him saying, "It has happened, my lord. The Potters have come to me, have made me their secret keeper." And then,
I know, and I'm like, okay, so yeah, I highlighted this too, because I'm like, is he just imagining this is what's happening, or is he like genuinely like seeing it or something?
I had a very similar thought, because it's not. I don't think it's especially clear what's happening here. I mean, I think let's see here. He seems to be having like a rather vivid imagination. The phrasing starts with, he could see Black laughing at him through the darkness, as though somebody had pasted the picture from the album over his eyes. Like, it almost does seem like he could be in a little bit of a trance during this situation. Like,
yeah,
I almost wonder if what's happening a tad bit here is that he is tapping into like the darkness because he's got anger that's fueling him at this moment. I almost wonder if this is like the Horcrux actually delivering him.
I know, it's like, is he seeing one of Voldemort's memories?
I think
I kind of think he is.
I think maybe he is.
Yeah.
I think maybe he is tapped into, because it would not surprise me in the slightest if this is exactly how Peter made this exchange.
I know. I'm like, I feel like I was reading this, and I'm like, I always remember these words. "It has happened, my lord. The Potters have made me their secret keeper." And I'm like, are those the actual words that it said, or am I just remembering this exact paragraph?
You know what? I'm gonna place this in the column of headcanon. I just think he is witnessing unknowingly Voldemort's memory.
Yeah, he's just sort of, it's like I think his like imagination is almost like melding with Voldemort's memory.
Well, it makes sense, because he's being, like I just said, he's being fueled in this, in a very unusual way for Harry, which is what made this paragraph stand out to me.
Yeah.
Is just that it leads with hatred. Like, Harry is not someone who lets hatred fuel him. It doesn't drive him. He doesn't fall victim to it. Like, it's like he could punch Malfoy in the face. He could curse Malfoy. Like, he probably could and should be at times like rising to the bait more than he does. But like Harry is good innately.
Well, and what's interesting I like about this chapter is we're gonna like kind of progress down to like Hagrid's here in a second, is that like Harry is so fueled by hatred like in this moment, but like, and even when he goes to Hagrid's later, it's like it's because he wants to yell at him. He wants to be like, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me the truth about Sirius Black or whatever? And it's like, but like his friends are the ones who like draw him out of it.
Yeah.
And then he's just like, oh, I guess I can't really be that mad if I have to go help Hagrid. It's like, yes, that is very Harry.
Yeah, because he's placing friendship higher, and even going back to this memory where he hear like, it has happened, my lord. The Potters have made me their secret keeper, and then came another voice laughing shrilly, the same laugh that Harry had heard inside of his head whenever the Dementors drew near. Yeah. It's like in this moment, if Harry's witnessing Voldemort's actual memory, it makes sense because Voldemort is like laughing shrilly at the idea that the Potters were so foolish as to trust someone in friendship.
Yeah.
And yet it's like this goes to show that they are not the same, that they are
right.
the exact opposites of one another. That Voldemort laughs at the idea of friendship, where Harry is literally pulled out of darkness by friendship.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I like the way that like this chapter sets that up.
Yes, definitely.
Very nicely.
That's really good.
But so Harry has a very bad night of sleep after this, as you might expect. Sleeps almost till noon.
Almost till lunch. I know.
Almost till lunch.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Wakes up and he doesn't even remember when he goes down to breakfast. I love this. He's like, where is everybody? Like he doesn't even realize it's break, meaning that when he wakes up at noon and walks down, he is not concerned at all that he has missed any classes.
Oh, right. Yes.
He's just like, no, don't even care. Wasn't going anyway.
Right. Yep,
or maybe he's still aware it's the weekend and not the break. I don't know. To me, it's like he's so distracted by this that he has just completely forgotten that it's break or the weekend or anything. And he's just like, yep, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yep. I have other bigger problems. The foot.
Yeah. And then Hermione, it's day one of break and Hermione has spread her homework over 3 tables.
Yes.
Just like, oh my gosh, day one and already hard at work, which part of me is like Hermione, just enjoy yourself. But another part of me is like, good for you, Hermione. Just like get all that work out of the way on day one while you're still in school mode, and then the rest of the break you'll be fine.
To enjoy yourself.
Yeah, to enjoy yourself, which is never the approach I had when I got to break at school, and the approach I always wish I had.
Oh, every single time. Yeah. It's like I should have just gotten out on that Friday, gone and done all my homework, and then I would have been great. But instead it was like I would just go and spend the rest of the break dreading the night that I was going to have to like crack open all my books and do it.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Just go home and do it all. Like, trust me, it's better because you're also still in like school mode. You know, you haven't lost because otherwise you have to pick it up. You've forgotten everything. You're like, oh yeah, right. Although let me tell you this though as well: teachers who assign homework over winter break. How dare you? Also, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's so rude.
I know. It's the worst. It's the worst.
Let them enjoy themselves.
But they also apparently assign homework over summer break as well. So,
as the plot demands it.
Yes, true. Yeah. True.
Anyway, so they're asking Harry how he is. He just is straight up saying, I'm fine.
I'm fine. Yeah.
Fine.
It's like when anybody,
you're not.
This is the instance where it's like if anybody ever says they're fine, they're not fine.
They're not fine.
Yeah, they're not fine.
Yeah.
You can be sure about that.
Yeah. And so they're trying to like convince him like not to do anything crazy. And he's like what? And like trying to go after Black. Like very like they know him so well. It's like we know what you're thinking, Harry. Like imagine if you're like Ron and Hermione here. You're like, remember when Harry went down to try and save the Sorcerer's Stone? This is a lot like that. You know, he's gonna. We gotta hedge this one off. You know?
I know. Yeah. And I mean, clearly, I think you've still kind of got like the rage, the anger, everything. Which, honestly, to be fair to Harry, is pretty understandable because he did just get a huge information dump about what actually happened, and it is rather unfair that nobody has told him this piece of information. But in this situation, I am not convinced that if Harry was given the opportunity, he wouldn't have tried to kill Sirius.
Well, I kind of agree with you. Like they're saying all this and he's like, you won't, will you? Because Black's not worth dying for. And he's looking at them and it says they didn't seem to understand at all. So I'm just imagining what's going through Harry's head as he's looking back and forth with them like, you're both talking crazy.
Yeah, clearly I have to kill him.
How could you even ask me that? Like, of course I'm like, this is the worst thing.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
But to counter that though, this is what he wants to do right now. And it sounds pretty much like like that's what's happening. I mean, Ron even says, so what are you saying? Said Ron, looking very tense. You want to kill Black or something?
I highlighted that as well.
Yeah, and then Hermione's like, don't be silly, said Hermione in a panicky voice. Harry doesn't want to kill anyone, do you, Harry? Again, Harry didn't answer.
Okay, but so let me just try and save Harry some face here.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so I highlighted and said he might just want to kill Black here, but I think it is not necessarily as bad as you think. Like Harry's like got some like evil side to him or something.
Oh yeah,
because fast forward to when Dumbledore is explaining why the prophecy does not matter to Harry. He's like, think. How would you feel if you didn't know the prophecy at all? What would you do? And he would say, and like Harry responds like, I'd want to be the one to do it.
Right.
So I think this is the same thing.
This is the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's like it's more like noble in spirit.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and the thing that I think like ultimately represents his goodness as well is that like they're in a very theoretical situation right now, but then when Harry is faced with the true betrayer and has the whole story, he does spare Peter's life.
Yes, he does.
Yes,
he does.
So it's like, like what we know, it's like this looks bad for Harry because I mean it does seem like he's basically just in like a hold me back situation.
Right. Like, if he's here, yeah.
Like that would be it. But then when push comes to shove, Harry does the right thing.
Yes, he does have the right thing. And like I'm trying to think because eventually I think it's the next chapter. Like this is how he feels. It's like he has all these feelings in this chapter, and the next one is when he starts the Patronus training, right?
Yes. Yep.
And that's when I think Lupin talks to him about like the Dementor's kiss and stuff like that. And Harry's all like, he deserves it. And Lupin's like, do you think anyone deserves that? And it's like I feel like that conversation with Lupin like really has like is a big ripple effect into the future.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's in a way like where it seems like even Lupin himself is not necessarily opposed to killing Peter.
Right.
Like
later on.
Later on, like I think Lupin's also like you.
Yeah.
Harry's like, no, Lupin, no.
Yeah, I know. It's like, remember what you told me.
Right. Yeah. The training's kicking in.
I know, right? It's like his level-headedness earlier in the book pays off later on.
Yes. Yep. So let's see here. Then we get another piece of interesting information, which is
I'm just sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. Go right ahead.
So to that exact point, it's like Harry feels like he would want to kill Black and ultimately decides to spare Peter.
Right.
For the exact same crime.
For the same crime.
Right. So, but it's like, and you could say, and then Harry said, when Dumbledore says, what would you want to do? He says like, I would want to be the one to do it. I'd be the one to finish Voldemort. But in the final moment, he still offers Voldemort like one last chance.
Well, yeah,
he still offers it.
He still offers it, which is basically when he's pleading with them in the final conversation. He's like, show remorse, be a man. And I mean, even when he makes his final attack, he does not use Avada Kedavra. He uses Expelliarmus.
Yeah.
So Harry is just like like he's still in training, he still has a conversation with Lupin that'll be massively impactful. Maybe that's a video right there. It's just the single most important conversation Harry's ever had.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Also just pays, I think I'm not always giving Lupin nearly as much credit as he deserves.
Oh, I know. I feel like we need to just have like a video essay about Lupin here.
I know, yeah.
I know. Jeez, this book. Oh, Lupin. Guys, come on. Right.
It turns out everybody listening is like,
everyone's like,
obviously.
Duh, Lupin.
Yeah. He's the best. So then we have the information which just basically says that Malfoy knows or must know, because you go back to that line earlier from Malfoy that says, if it was me, I'd hunt him down myself. I'd want revenge, which does sort of make you wonder whether or not Lucius has just told Draco.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
The truth, which would be wild. That would be, it seems like a liability to pass that kind of information on.
It's interesting because ultimately it reveals that Lucius doesn't know the truth.
Oh,
like
yeah,
he clearly has told Draco the story that Sirius betrayed the Potters and was on their side or whatever, but clearly he's wrong about that.
It must be the case then, and I'm just trying to think ahead here a little bit, but in Goblet of Fire, when all the Death Eaters arrive after Voldemort's resurrection, like when they see Peter standing in the middle next to Voldemort, Lucius must be like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you're right.
Because like that must be the first moment that he's learning
that Peter's still alive.
That he's still alive, and also that
he's a Death Eater at all.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's an interesting one, because Voldemort must just not have told anyone.
Right. It must have been imperative that it be a secret to that, he was on their side.
Right.
Whew. That is weird. That is a lot of
weird to think about. Yeah. That's a lot to wrap your head around.
Yeah.
Then we get a little bit more building for the ultimate tip off to Sirius that Scabbers is is in fact Peter Pettigrew in disguise, because we get, they're talking a little bit about like just how dangerous Sirius Black is, and Ron says basically, Dad told me the thing that Pettigrew's mother got back after Black finished him off was the Order of Merlin first class and Pettigrew's finger in a box.
Right.
That was the biggest bit they could find of him.
Right. And this is, if you remember in the last book where it was like Tom Marvolo Riddle's full name was never written together.
Yes.
Like until the end. Like, because if you see it all, your brain might just like de-scramble the word Voldemort out of it or something.
Right.
But it's like those three words are never together until there. And this is another great situation where like the information that like Scabbers is missing a toe, that Peter is missing a finger, and that like it's very spaced out.
It's breadcrumbs.
Yeah, it's like breadcrumbs. It's
Yep.
like they're not putting that information near each other at all.
Which, I think is kind of like a masterclass too, because like when we first meet Scabbers, he's never, like I remember reading this book for the first time and I was like, Scabbers is the villain? It was like, that was a twist I didn't see coming.
Yeah.
Because it's like the rat was the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I guess so. However, this is like a very good instance of like maybe the missing finger plot line wasn't invented until Prisoner, but as the story has unfolded and you're getting such little bits in such small morsels, you don't get to the end and find it to be unsatisfying.
Yeah.
So I think that the way that it's like rolled out over the course of just like this book alone, even though it wasn't necessarily like super pre-established, like it's not like when Harry meets Scabbers on the train, it's like, oh, he noticed he was missing a finger, and like
right.
like that was just there from the beginning.
It's also that you would like, because it's a rat, you would just say it's like Scabbers' toe and Pettigrew's finger.
True.
It's like that's always a sneaky one too.
It feels like different anatomy.
It's a different anatomy, even though like if they transformed into one another, obviously it's the same. It's the same thing. So that's just a big little hint there, described in a way that like is it's another misdirect too, because it's being the information you need is being told to you as part of a sentence that's telling you how dangerous Sirius is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like you're hiding the crucial information about the villain as you describe the good guy in a villainous way.
It's well packaged.
It is well packaged. It's well packaged. Yeah.
Yep. So then basically Ron's belief here is that Malfoy just clearly wants to get Harry blown into a million pieces so that he doesn't have to face him at Quidditch.
Oh, always comes back to Quidditch with these kids, man.
I know. I was like, seriously, like, because as we've talked about, like the reason Harry wants to learn the Patronus, basically like his most important spell other than Expelliarmus, is so that he can play Quidditch.
Yeah. So he can defend against the Mentors.
Right. Yeah. One of the most epic moments in the whole thing is just so he can be better at his high school sport.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's pretty good.
But then Harry has one of those just ice cold lines here where Hermione says, your parents wouldn't want you to get hurt, would they? They wouldn't want you to go looking for Black. And he says, I'll never know what they would have wanted because thanks to Black, I've never spoken to them. And I was like, oh my God.
I know.
I was like, that is... What a return.
I know. I just wrote in oof.
I know.
Like, it's like if you're Hermione, it's like
well.
If you were Hermione, the next sentence makes sense. There was a silence.
Yeah. There's a silence. That's a bladder flop if I've ever seen one, Ben.
Yes, indeed.
Which I hope someone gets that joke.
Yep. Ones of people understood it.
More than ones.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully.
Anyway,
for my made up Swim Hodge terms.
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly. Okay. Let's see here. So then as we continue to cruise forward.
Oh, I just want to highlight this real quick. They're quickly trying to change the subject to get Harry off of this track. Ron says, how about a game of chess? He says, or gobstones. I think Percy left a set. Just like, oh, of course Percy plays gobstones.
Of course. I was looking. I think there's a movie prop for the sign up sheet. It's like on the bulletin board in one of the backgrounds for the Gobstones Club, and one of the people who has signed up is Joe King.
Oh.
I'm just like, that is a hilarious. There's actually like a Harry Potter wiki page for the character
of Joseph King
for Joe King.
Yeah.
It's like member of the Gobstones Club.
It's like, no.
The joke is that the Gobstones Club must not be very cool.
It's a joke.
It's a Fred and George.
Fred and George 1,000,000% wrote Joe King.
They absolutely did.
Yeah.
And that's like one where I was like, oh, that was Fred and George.
That was Fred and George. That's
It could be no one else.
That is exactly what happened.
Yes.
And the people on the Wikipedia page need to update it now.
Yep, exactly.
Or someone else. Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, they basically are just trying to suggest that we go down to see Hagrid because we haven't seen him in ages. And Harry's like, yeah, I can ask him how come he never mentioned black when he told me about my parents. Harry's like, you have not changed the subject at all. I am still angry. You're right. I can go be angry at Hagrid too.
It's almost, Hagrid, when you think about it, it's like, maybe Hagrid wasn't a great call because you two were there as well. And you know that Hagrid was part of the conversation where Harry overheard this.
Yeah.
So come on, guys. Come on. What do you think he was going to do?
It's true. It's like, come on. Yeah, who is he mad at?
Yeah.
But so they do decide to go down to Hagrid's hut. And there is just a nice little piece of like world building, which is another one of those that just makes me want to go to Hogwarts so badly. It says, the Forbidden Forest looked as though it had been enchanted. Each tree smattered with silver.
Smattered,
if you will. And Hagrid's cabin looked like an iced cake.
Oh, I know. I'm like... That sounds awesome.
And I wrote, just lovely.
Just lovely.
It's just lovely. Yep. So I love that. Ron knocks. There's no answer. They're not really sure what's going on until they hear some moans coming from inside. Which is, it's always like, oh gosh, what's going on here?
What's Hagrid weeping about in there?
Yep. Hagrid comes to the door. He's got tears splashing down the front of his leather vest, which I love the words together, tears splashing.
Right.
Because it's like normally tears are so small
they don't splash.
You wouldn't think of them as splashing.
Yeah.
Maybe like dripping or something.
Yeah, dripping, but splashing.
But splashing. It's like, how big are these things?
Big tears.
We talking like ounces?
That would be such a big tear.
Yeah, like one.
Can you imagine one tear like filling a shot glass or something?
Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah. This is a total digression. Has nothing to do with Harry Potter. But I remember when Addie was a baby and she would have like small, like spit ups and stuff as babies do. You'd often worry that it meant that they had just like lost half of their meal. And then we found a very useful like TikTok or Instagram reel that was somebody saying, fill up a tablespoon and like splash it on your shirt and see how wet it makes your shirt.
Yeah.
And they're like, that's how much they lost. It was a tablespoon.
If that.
Yeah. So it's like, it always looks like a lot, but it's not as much as you would think.
Unbelievable how far a little bit of liquid can go.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I know that wasn't related, and probably people are like, oh, that was way too much information. But anyway, we are where we are, so we're going to continue.
There we go.
Let's see. So then we discover why Hagrid is so upset, and there is a letter that seems like it's going to start off reasonably well from the Ministry, and then kind of takes a turn for the lesser.
It's not actually from the Ministry.
Oh, is it not?
It is not. It is from the school governors.
You're correct. It is from the school governors. You're right.
Yeah.
But it, of course, has to do with Buckbeak the Hippogriff.
It does. And it's like this whole plot line is just kind of silly to me. I mean, it's all setting up the Time Turner and Sirius's escape on Buckbeak later on. And
right.
That's all very cool. So, I'm so willing to let it slide. But it's just like, we've accepted the assurances of Professor Dumbledore that you bear no responsibility for the regrettable incident. And it's just like, it is unbelievable to me that Dumbledore can't set this right. Because clearly he has tried to.
Yes.
And it's like, there's like, it feels wild to me that he is not successful in this endeavor.
It does make me just like an ounce happy, though, that Dumbledore had a conversation somewhere that was discrediting Draco's complaint.
Yes.
Because he's just like, no, this is not what happened.
Yeah.
And of course, at this point in time, it's also nice to know that Dumbledore still has so much sway, because it feels like basically starting, Order of Phoenix page 1 through the end of the series, it's like everybody seems to have completely, abandoned that particular reliability, I guess, factor. Mm-hmm. But so then obviously as we continue on down the letter, what we discover is that they have decided to uphold the official complaint from Lucius Malfoy to the Committee of Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, and basically there's going to be a hearing to determine whether or not the Hippogriff is going to need to be put to death.
Yes, and then that's when it says that they're yours in fellowship, and they're followed a list of the school governors.
There you go. Okay,
yeah.
You're right. Yep,
okay, so what is absolutely Fruit Loops about this Fruit Loops. Yeah. That's what's happening here. Is that last year during Chamber of Secrets, Lucius Malfoy was one of the school governors, right?
Yes.
What, right?
Yeah.
He was one of the school governors. He is no longer one of them because he threatened and blackmailed all of them into getting Dumbledore suspended from the school while the attacks were happening.
Right.
And then the moment that Ginny Weasley's taken down, they decide, no, you know what? Dumbledore needs to come back.
Yeah.
And then he loses his position as a school governor because of all the blackmail. But now, 1 year later, not even a full year later this same year, all these same governors are like, we should probably take Malfoy seriously here. Like, you know, it must be rough being expelled by us. I guess we could throw him a bone and send this hippogriff to its death.
I know.
Like,
well, it's difficult because it's like what he was doing last year is like threatening their families. Like it is like blackmail. It's like, if you do not follow in line with me, like I will hurt you.
Yeah.
And this time it seems like, you know, there's a line, and to be fair, Hagrid is making more reference to the people on this particular committee of the disposal of dangerous creatures, but he says they're all in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. So maybe last year was blackmail and this year is more bribery.
Well, but he's saying the committee at the ministry.
Yes, I agree. But I mean, you know, I would say that he's not only bribing the committee at the ministry, he would also be
bribing.
Yeah. So the governors are like, last year blackmail, this year bribery.
Yeah. This year, instead of threats, he's like lining their pockets, you think?
Precisely. Yeah. Which is maybe like they're like, all right, we can be receptive to that.
All right. You know what? Thanks. Sorry about that last year. Here's a couple of galleons. Also, that hippogriff attacked my son, nearly killed him. Probably want to get rid of that, eh?
What's really ridiculous about this, though, is that like all they're really trying to do, it's like, are they mad at the hippogriff because the hippogriff is a way to hurt Hagrid, who is somebody that like Harry cares about? Like, it's like, I can't even figure out why like Lucius would be like, all right, Draco, how much gold is it going to cost me to kill this hippogriff?
Oh, I know. It's like, well, I think he probably is trying to get Hagrid fired, and like Dumbledore is able to stave that off, and like the hippogriff's like catching a bullet here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that's probably true.
This is a little bit what seems like's happening, I guess. But like, you're right. It's just like the whole, like, we're going to kill the hippogriff thing. It's just like, does no one else know anything about hippogriffs and like magical healing? Like, certainly they must have taken care of magical creatures themselves.
Yes.
Like, they still would have learned about hippogriffs.
You're right. I think that this whole plot line is basically, this is maybe like the less well-crafted narrative.
Yeah.
You know, compared to like all the setup for like Peter Pettigrew and Wormtail and Scabbers and stuff like that. Because it really is all massive setup for how the hippogriff escape with Sirius can later take place. But speaking of Buckbeak, while we're on that particular note, one of the things that I also find to be completely shocking and interesting is that while they're standing here talking to Hagrid about this particular situation, they hear a sudden sound from the corner to discover that Buckbeak the hippogriff himself is just in the corner of Hagrid's cabin.
Right.
And I'm like, is Hagrid's cabin like deceptively like huge? Like I know it's big. Like it's big enough to accommodate Hagrid.
Yeah.
And he has like, you know, an oversized chair and like an oversized like large bed and
but it's always described as like one room.
Yes,
right,
yeah. So it seems like he's like kind of like living in like a yurt made of wood. But like the idea that like a half horse eagle could be just like hanging out,
chilling in your house.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I certainly couldn't fit a horse in my house.
Oh, I bet it could fit.
Maybe it could fit.
I bet it'd be hard not to notice.
I think it'd be hard not to notice.
Yeah.
I think you would.
And that's a regular horse.
Yeah, you'd walk
not a half eagle horse.
Like, what? You got a horse?
Yeah, I think it'd be the first thing. It'd be like, oh, good to see you. Is that a horse?
Yeah, that's what
can't help but notice.
Can't help but notice.
There's a giant 1-ton creature over there.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. But of course, I mean, to be fair, Hagrid's just taking good care of him. I couldn't leave him tied up out there in the snow, all on his own at Christmas.
All right. First of all, though, let me just also bring up the fact that at the lesson you had a whole host of hippogriffs, did you not?
That's true.
Where are the other? They can be left alone out in the snow.
All those other colored hippogriffs.
All those other ones.
Which I think one of them was pink, if I remember correctly.
The pink something. He had a weird sheen to him.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I was trying to see if I could find it just by flipping through the pages, but I can't. That's okay though. Yeah. So the rest of them are outside. He's just got a soft spot for old Witherwings there.
Yeah.
let's see. The one thing I will say though is that the letter itself just says that there's going to be a hearing. It's not actually saying that like on April 20th, Buckbeak will
Pinkish
be
Roan.
Pinkish Roan. Wow, well done.
Found it.
Yeah, good for you. It doesn't say that the hearing will be. It's not the date in which the execution will take place or anything. This is just the hearing. But Hagrid does seem to basically just know, like, there is no, you're not going to beat this. Like,
right. Do you think he's had dealings with them before then?
I don't know. I mean, he does say the line, they've got it in for interesting creatures, which almost makes you wonder whether or not he has had dealings with them before.
Well, you would think. I mean, this is what's sort of weird is that like almost certainly he would have had dealings with them for Aragog, right? When Myrtle was murdered.
Also true.
Right.
Also
and for
true.
that should, feels like Aragog would have come up against the same thing, except clearly Aragog's not dead.
Yeah, if anything, instead, what Hagrid does is goes and finds Aragog a spouse with whom Aragog has lots and lots of babies. Mosag.
Yeah.
I know. I had it. It was
okay, you had it? Okay, all right.
I didn't want to flex too hard. It's like the people listening at home were like, well, Ben can't know everything.
Yeah.
They're just trying to set you up, that's all. But well done.
Yeah.
Well done. So then as we scroll down the page, though, Hermione chimes in with a piece of information that I'm just absolutely floored that she has at her disposal. But she says, I'm sure I've read about a case of hippogriff baiting.
Oh, I know. I was like, why?
like that is so specific.
I know.
Like how many instances are arising where they're like, yes, another hippogriff attack.
Yeah.
Was it baiting this time? It's like, you know it.
You know it. I think, though, the other thing is that, I mean, clearly it says, like, this committee is like in Lucius Malfoy's pocket or whatever, which is believable since it's McNair who is one of the executioners and he's also a Death Eater.
True.
But it's like this is already starting to show you like the corrupt side of the Ministry.
That's a good point.
Because it's sort of like, the thing is, like, we know this is all a farce, that, like, Buckbeak is not dangerous.
Right.
And, like, at the end of the day, like, he's so worried he's going to have to prove Buckbeak is safe. And it's like, you shouldn't be worried because Buckbeak is safe.
Yeah, yes,
right?
Yes.
Like, you don't actually have anything to worry about. But it's like, that doesn't matter because the Ministry is corrupt in this way.
Right.
And it's like, if it was a reasonably well-run organization, then there'd be nothing to worry about. It'd just be like, yeah, here's my hippogriff. You guys know how they work, right? Because you're professionals with animals.
Right.
And you don't insult them. I told the class that. These are the rest of the class. I said don't do it.
They know it. Yeah.
They know it.
Here's Madame Pomfrey who could tell you that she solved the wound in instant.
In an instant. And their wounds aren't like cursed or anything. So really not a big deal. He did insult them. Everyone in the class saw it. Here's everyone in the class. We saw it. End of story.
We good.
So
here's the real question for you is you have to imagine that Dolores Jane Umbridge is currently working for the Ministry. It's a weird one because Umbridge falls into that odd camp where she is the absolute worst.
Yeah.
But she seems to be on Fudge's side, and she seems to sort of be like in the name of following rules to like a fault. Like the question in my mind would almost be like, well, what do you think she would do if she caught wind of the corruption that was happening? Like, do you think that she's I mean, she's the one who sends the Dementors on Little Whinging to attack Harry, to try to make him, I don't know, like.
I don't know if she's as much about following rules as she is about enforcing rules.
Maybe that's a good point.
Yes.
Maybe that's a good point.
Yeah.
So, anyway, my curiosity there would be like, would Umbridge try and stop this?
No.
No. Especially because she's got prejudice
like a half-breed.
Yeah.
One, Hagrid's half giant, half wizard. And Hippogriff is, I mean, it's probably like a purebred animal, but it definitely looks half and half.
It does, yeah. That's a good point. Okay, I wasn't trying to give Umbridge a bone there or anything. I was just sort of like, this is an interesting one.
Yep.
But it's not because Umbridge is just the worst, so we can pretty much rely on her always like that. Who's not the worst? That was Ron, who offers to make a cup of tea. Harry stared at him.
Looks at him aghast, like, sorry, what? Are you doing what? Harry's reaction there made me laugh.
I know. Yep.
Yeah.
It's what my mom does whenever someone's upset, said Ron. But it actually seems to end up working. They make some tea. They have it together. Hagrid seems to be pulling himself together just a little bit. he starts to sort of explain some of the difficulties he's been going through. He's just been worried about Buckbeak and nobody's liking his classes. And yeah, Hermione's like, we do like them. And then Ron goes, yeah, they're great. And includes a line that said Ron crossing his fingers under the table. And I'm like, okay, like this is the most like the characters in this book are 13 years old I've ever heard.
Oh, I know.
If anything, I think it's probably even younger than that. It's like, I can't imagine Ron being like, yeah, no, we love it. Like,
I know.
Like, hold on, let me just cross my fingers because telling you a gentle white lie to make you feel better would be like,
unacceptable.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to do it if I do this. I love the line too with Hermione says, we do like them, but lied Hermione at once. Immediately. I had it on lock.
Just right away.
I love them.
So if anything, Ron's at least like medium grade, more ethical in this particular singular moment.
Medium grade. I would say, just they're right there at the same. Ron also then asks about the flobberworms, which just first of all, are you telling me that you on day one, on September 2nd, you taught about hippogriffs, and from September 3rd until Christmas, you've only been teaching about flobberworms?
to which was so ineffective that they are now dead because they've been overfed lettuce.
Like Hagrid, your bigger concern needs to be that you're doing a bad job educating the students.
Yes.
Not that, like, because you know what? The hippogriff thing, that's like a mistake, not even on your part, but like the real mistake here in your lessons wasn't doing hippogriffs first. It is doing nothing but flobberworms since then.
Yeah. It's like you needed to prove that you were like a good teacher in the meantime.
Yeah.
And I can't necessarily, as much as I love you, I don't think I can back you on this particular one.
Yeah.
Let's see here. He then does tell the trio a little bit about his time back in Azkaban, which is kind of like one of those details that has never before come up. And he sort of explains what it's like. He says that he thought he was going mad. He kept going over all the horrible stuff in his mind. And I do think this is kind of interesting because the examples he gives is the day that I got expelled from Hogwarts, the day my dad died, and the day I had to let Norbert go.
I know. I was like, that's on the same level as those other two things?
Dude, that is exactly what my note says. That's on par with the other two things. It's like, man, okay. So like, if you can imagine that's how upset he was about just, Norbert didn't have to die. Norbert got to go and live with other dragons and trained dragon trainers. Like he was going to a good environment where he could thrive.
You could still go see him.
Yeah, exactly. Her. Yeah, Norberta. But it's like you could only imagine how painful it would be for him. Like at this point, if Buckbeak does die, it tops this list.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true.
You know, like it would be like he'd be like, there was the day Buckbeak died, and then I don't know, I got kicked out of Hogwarts, and my dad died, and had to let Norbert go. It's like, I mean, none of these are funny. I shouldn't be laughing, but like it's interesting to me that one stacks up in the list of worst things that have happened to him.
Yeah.
Like he's just sitting there in Azkaban thinking about letting his dragon go.
I know. This is one of those little facts. Is like the way it's presented, it almost feels like it's going to be relevant again later, and yet it's really not. You know, it's like his eyes filled with tears. Norbert was the baby dragon Hagrid had once had in a game of cards. Like, there's lots of little facts like that it's like, oh yeah, it feels like I'm just saying it, but actually that'll be important.
Like trying to like bring like Norbert back up as like maybe what happens is like Norbert, having known Hagrid's deep love and trust of him, will arrive to save the day and blast McNair into a charred stump of
Like just refresh the reader about Norbert here, so that later when he comes back, you're like, oh yeah, I didn't forget about Norbert.
Harry couldn't believe it. A loud screech roared across the Black Lake.
But no, it's just sort of just a quick reminder about Norbert.
Just in case you
Norbert
forgot.
never comes back up ever.
I think only in Goblet of Fire when he is asking Charlie. About
other than that, but like it never is part of the story again.
That's true.
Yeah. You know what would have been great is if Norbert had been the dragon at Gringotts. Oh, that would have been interesting.
That would have been.
And then just remembered Harry.
Yes.
Oh, that would have been interesting.
That would have been very full circle.
That would have been.
Okay, I like that. Okay, if only. But it's definitely not. I think it's definitely not. Ukrainian Iron Belly.
Ukrainian Iron Belly. Yeah.
So
not a Norwegian Ridgeback.
Darn. Too bad.
I don't even know.
Okay. So then let's see here. Yeah. So I think really what we're getting from this entire sequence is. You're trying to get a feel for just how miserable it is supposed to be inside of Azkaban.
Yeah.
Because even Hagrid just says, I used to hope I'd just die in my sleep. And then when they let me out, it was like being born again. Everything came flooding back. It was the best feeling in the world. The Dementors weren't keen on letting me go. And this sort of goes back to that sentiment, basically like where they feed, like what's kind of odd about them is for such a dark creature, their food is almost happiness.
Yeah.
It's like that seems odd.
You know what? Okay, you said something earlier, and I feel like this paragraph kind of reinforces it.
Okay, go ahead.
Because like Sirius later will say that he thinks the reason the Dementors couldn't harm him is because he knew he was innocent.
Right.
But like this is the same thing. Like Hagrid, when he's there, is innocent. Like he is wrongly there.
Yes.
Right. But like clearly they still affect him.
Oh, it's a good point.
Right.
That's a very good point.
But you're right. It's like Hagrid at least has things to be happy about, whereas Sirius has nothing to be happy about, so they can't affect him anyway.
Right.
Right. So I think that's a good call on your part earlier.
Okay. There we go. Yep. So a little bit reinforcement.
Yep.
We also get the line here from Hagrid that just basically it's a little bit of foreshadowing, but basically just the Dementors don't care who's guilty and who's not.
Yeah.
And that sort of I think is supposed to be giving you just look at the tiniest little like wait, that means there could be somebody in Azkaban who isn't guilty.
Right.
And if there is, then who is it? Other than Hagrid, who do we know is in Azkaban?
Right, yeah. Like at this point, you really only know one other person.
And it was Sirius.
Sirius, so that's a little bit of a hint there.
Yes.
This line also helps explain like why the Dementors would come to the Quidditch match, even though it's just a bunch of innocent people.
Yes.
It's like they just don't care. It's just like we just need to feed off the happiness.
Right, exactly. Yeah. They're not feeding on like a crowd of despair. They're feeding on a crowd of joy, of excitement, of recreation, fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting to go suck all that up.
Yes, and then Hagrid runs through all of his like one-liners for why they can't solve the problems in obvious ways.
That's so well praised.
Yeah, and I'm scared of breaking the law, like just by letting Buckbeak go, which seems like the most obvious thing, just like gone. And he says, "I'm scared of breaking the law," which is like that's fair given your history, but at the same right, like if Buckbeak escaped wildly, that like proves their point that it was a dangerous beast because it escaped wildly, but also then is free.
Yes,
right.
Exactly.
Like it serves both purposes. Like they can't say you did it without saying they're wrong.
Also, is it not the case? Like, in the end, Buckbeak does fly away.
Yes.
And is Buckbeak in any way exonerated?
Well, no, Buckbeaks. That's why they have to go by Witherwings. Not that matters,
but so like
at all.
Right. So it's like basically Hagrid's like, well, I can't just let him fly away, and then in the end, he just flies away.
Just flies away.
Yeah, with a prisoner on his back.
I think the only difference is that they know Hagrid didn't let him go because they see Buckbeak go inside. And then he's gone.
You're right. You're right. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, I was maybe you're right. That's a good point. Okay, so then let's see here. As we scroll down the page here, though, I found another thing. I don't really know if it's actually like that important, but I think that Harry, Ron, and Hermione are all trying to like read through all the books that they can find to try to build a defense for Buckbeak. And it says the three of them sat in front of the roaring fire, slowly turning pages of the dusty volumes about famous cases of marauding beasts.
I saw the word marauding too.
And I was like, that's an interesting word choice.
Yeah, like right there.
A little like, because marauding, I think would
marauding
also,
beasts even.
Yeah. Oh. Because they're marauding beasts.
They're marauding
the
beasts.
Marauders
the
map.
Marauders, yeah.
Dang it, that's good. Because they're all animagus.
And they're all mischief. They're all like troublemakers, you know.
Yes.
Oh, that is such a clue. Also, I'm gonna back up to the last page for a second here.
Okay, yeah.
Because we were talking earlier about how Harry, like this trip, like does change his mood. And I think there's a sentence here that says, though Harry had by no means forgotten about Black, he couldn't brood constantly on revenge if he wanted to help Hagrid win his case against the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. And it's like, this is the sentence where I'm like, but like this is so much more Harry's true nature. It's like Harry is like he could focus on revenge and the person who like betrayed his parents and got them murdered, but like somehow it's still more important to help Hagrid save a hippogriff than revenge on Sirius Black. Like the most random tiny helping your friends thing you could do is still more important than revenge.
Right. Yeah. Which is honestly very remarkable.
Yeah.
Because the stakes involved with those two situations do feel like they're on different tier lists.
They do. Even though they ultimately become very intertwined.
Yes, indeed.
But you're right. The marauding animals. That's good.
It's dead on.
Yeah,
it's dead on.
That's exactly it. That's such a hint.
Oh my God, it's just winking at you from the page there.
It is. So annoying. Oh my God.
No, it's great.
It's great.
But who would ever even pause to think?
Who would ever think?
That's the glory of this podcast, is that it forces us to go this slowly.
I know.
Yeah.
Marauding animals.
Okay, we see it. We see it. That's pretty good. So then we shift gears a little bit, and it's Christmas Eve.
Yay!
Yay! Which is so exciting. Now we get that moment that I always love in every Harry Potter book, where Ron wakes up and goes, "Oi, presents!"
Oi!
Which I want to look in every book, because in my mind he says "Oi, presents" in every book.
Does he?
I don't know if he does, but like in my mind I'm like, I feel like I've seen him say this phrase before. So we'll have to table that.
I'm trying to imagine, do they even do Christmas in Deathly Hallows?
No, maybe not in every book, but at least in 1 through 6.
No, because Ron's not with them on Christmas at Deathly Hallows, because they're at Godric's Hollow.
True.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably wherever he was.
Yeah, he was like, "Oi, presents." Oh, he's not here.
Never mind.
Oh, that's sad.
They were having a pretty sad day.
They were having a pretty sad day.
Yeah.
His wand was broken and everything.
His wand was broken. They're visiting his parents' grave.
His holly wand is broken on Christmas.
Wow.
I know holly is often associated with Christmas because
Yes,
of the red berries and the green leaves and all that. Anyway, so we're off topic. But so we have the small heap of parcels that had appeared at the foot of his bed. Ron is already ripping the paper off of his own presents. He gets another maroon sweater
for the 3rd year in a row, Ben.
Unbelievable. But in the meantime, Mrs. Weasley maybe went a little more out on Harry's, which is scarlet, with the Gryffindor lion knitted on the front, which is just one of those.
Something knitted on it.
I know.
Ron's is just a plain maroon sweater.
It's almost as if he is being overlooked a little bit.
A little bit. You think?
Yeah. Poor Ron. But the gifts from Mrs. Weasley are the hardest trivia bits to remember. But we also, just for the sake of including it, we have a dozen home-baked mince pies, some Christmas cake, and a box of nut brittle.
There you go.
Which
pretty good haul.
I know, and I know that this is the kind of thing that eventually will be on a quiz, and I'll be like, nut brittle? I've never even heard those words.
I know. That's not even a real thing.
There's no way. Plum cake.
Dunno. Yeah, I know, right? So anyway, he finishes opening up those presents, and Ron has some maroon socks as well to go with his sweater. That's fantastic. Yep. And Harry unwraps the Firebolt.
Yes. A magnificent gleaming broomstick rolled out onto his bedspread. Ron dropped his socks. Can you imagine?
I know.
Your best friend's the chosen one, and you get socks, and he gets a Firebolt.
Yeah, what'd you get? Socks. Okay, I'm going to open this one. Oh my God! This is way better than socks.
Way better. There's another little piece that kind of lets you believe that the Firebolts are almost like alive-ish, so to speak. Maybe not alive, not like living, breathing creatures, but very, very similar to like the sensation that it seems like they have like when they hold like the right wand, which there's almost like a vibration that goes with it. It hangs in midair, unsupported, exactly at the right height to mount it. It's got the registration number at the top, right down to the perfectly smooth, streamlined birch twigs that made up the tail.
Smooth, streamlined birch twigs, he said calmly.
I was gonna make the same joke. That was so good. I know. This should be like our new one. This should be like the thing that we contribute to the Harry Potter fandom, is that everybody knows the "he said calmly" line. Yeah. Nobody ever seems to dial in on the perfectly smooth, streamlined birch twigs.
Nobody.
That made up the tail, because there's nothing perfectly smooth about those twigs at all.
There's not.
Not even one bit. They are scraggly. Actually, the words I specifically wrote was, "Wait, they're not chaotic and scraggly?"
I know, right? Do you think if we just made a video that was Jay complains about the Firebolt for 10 minutes, people would watch it?
I think so. Yeah. Do you think you got 10 minutes of complaints?
I could vent.
Yeah.
It should, I think what bothers me is that when I read the book, Harry getting the Firebolt was like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
And then when I saw the movie, it just ruined it for me. And I'm just like, I want to be in love with the Firebolt, and I can't.
And that's where I have to leave it.
And you know what's going to happen? They're going to come out with that Quidditch game later this year, and it's going to have footrests in it. And I hope that there is a broom customization screen where you can decide if you want them or not.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what
would you take a downturn in the stat points for steering if it meant not having the stirrups?
Ben, if I will take whatever, I will sacrifice any stats to not have the footrests on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's right.
I love it. I love it. That's how you'll know. Like when you're playing like an online play, it's like this is a group full of like ballers because none of them have the stirrups.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
People,
exactly.
all those people, they know.
They're legit.
Anyway, let's see here. I love Ron's response to the Firebolt though, and says, "Who'd spend that much on you?" Green-eyed monster, much, Ron?
I know.
How are those socks?
Come on. And then Ron, his next few sentences are like, I think I literally wrote like, wow, Ron is good at theory writing because he has some real reasoning going on here. His first thought is, it's got to be Dumbledore. Like, he sent you the invisibility cloak anonymously. And he's like, he wouldn't spend hundreds of galleons on me. He can't give students stuff like this. And I'm like, yeah, didn't he give you the Nimbus first of all? You know?
More like first of all.
Yeah. First of all, he already did this exact thing for you.
Or was that McGonagall?
Hard to say. Seems like it was a joint decision.
They went on it together. When they went on it together. McGonagall, Venmo, Dumbledore.
Exactly. But then Ron follows up and was like, that's why he wouldn't say it was from him. And I was like, Ron, that was a great theory writing line right there.
That was good.
That was brilliant. That would make it into a video.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know.
In case some get like Malfoy said it was favoritism, which I highlighted and said, because it would be.
Because it would be. Which just... Second of all, so was the Nimbus.
Yeah, also true. Everybody's mad because Lucius Malfoy, like, rightfully used his own money to purchase Nimbus 2001.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Do you think that the kids who are on the team get to keep them, or do they have to like stay with the school?
I think they get to keep them.
So you think Marcus Flint gets to like graduate and be like, sweet?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I know. I never thought about that before. Anyway, then we get the line that this is an international standard broom, which means that the Nimbus must not be.
It's an international racing broom, first of all. So, well, it doesn't say that here.
Oh, okay.
But at the shop in Diagon Alley, it says it's a racing broom.
It's a racing broom. A sport within the wizarding world we don't get nearly enough information about.
Which means it is almost made specifically for broom racing rather than Quidditch-ing.
It does make you wonder whether or not it's the right tool for the job.
It does. It does. I'm like, there's got to be like Quidditch-specific brooms.
Yes.
But like clearly all the ones at the World Cup are just Firebolts. So whatever... Even if there were, this one's still outstripping them.
Right. Yes, yeah. Which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Ron then goes on to his next theory, which is after Dumbledore. He says, "I know," said Ron, controlling himself. "I know it could have been Lupin."
Yeah. Which I just highlighted and said it would have been if he could have been.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I was like, oh, for sure. Lupin would. I don't think he'd even hesitate.
He wouldn't even hesitate.
But it's not Lupin.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, but he likes you, said Ron. Ron is like, it's favoritism. It's absolutely this.
Yeah.
It's 1,000%.
Well, Ron's sitting there with his non-stitched maroon sweater.
Not even the favorite 11-year-old boy Mrs. Weasley knows.
Yes.
Or whatever, 13-year-old boy.
Who happens to be his own best friend.
I know.
So Ron's really putting a lot of emphasis on anybody that likes you probably did this. Poor Ron.
Poor Ron indeed. No one's writing you a Firebolt, are they?
No, but then when we get a little bit more insight into some of the different details attached to Lupin, which are continuing to unfold, because this is a good setup as well, because Ron is basically like, well, he could have bought it for you when he was away, and Harry's like, what do you mean? When was he away? He was like ill while I was playing my last Quidditch match, and Ron's like, no, remember, I was in the hospital wing. I was cleaning those
bedpans.
The bedpans because they're just so full at this
Remember
school.
when I threw that alligator heart at Malfoy? Which is the second book in a row where Ron has had crucial information because of a detention.
Yeah.
And he's like,
right.
T. Riddle, I polished his shield when I was serving detention. You wouldn't remember it, too. Or you'd remember it too if you threw up slugs all over it.
Oh, poor Ron.
Poor Ron. How all these gross detentions cleaning up bodily fluids.
I know. Yep.
But learning pertinent plot information in the process.
Exactly. Maybe that was the other trope for every book. It was like, let's send Ron to some type of bizarre detention. Because even in the first book, he misses out on the Forbidden Forest detention because he's in the hospital wing, because he was off helping Hagrid. So in that particular case, he's not involved.
He's missing a detention.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, things happen at detention in these books.
I know, you got to pay close attention to it. It's like detention coming up. Even Harry's in detention when he hears the basilisk for the first time.
Yes. Goodness.
Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's detention. Opportunity.
Things are happening. Let's see. Anyway, Ron then gets all upset. This is sort of a funny thing because Hermione brings Crookshanks into the boys' dormitory, and like Ron is like, "Don't bring that in here," and she just completely ignores him. Which honestly, I feel like this is pretty rude.
I think that like Ron's request to be like, "Hey, can you not bring your cat into the room where Scabbers lives?" I think is fair. I think
it is fair because he's already tried to eat him once. And when Hermione bought Crookshanks, she was like, Scabbers will be living in your dormitory and Crookshanks in mine. What difference will it make? And it's like, you're breaking your own reasoning right now.
Come on, Hermione.
Yeah,
I know.
So anyway, not only does Ron ask her to do it because he's afraid that Crookshanks is going to try and eat Scabbers, but that is immediately what happens.
It is immediately what happens. But I feel like it's sort of like it's folded into this narrative that Hermione is suspicious of the broomstick. And so it almost even feels like it's like, are they fighting? And like it almost feels like they're just trying to get us like back in that tone of like, everybody's kind of been getting along for a little while. So it's like, no, look, see, they're feuding. And so maybe it's like, is it Crookshanks or are they just like irritated with each other about like other things?
About the broomstick. It's like Ron taking the Scabbers thing too far because of the Firebolt thing.
Right. Yes. Like he's like overreacting now all of a sudden because Hermione's like, no, you can't have cool, fun things. Anyway, so then we do have a situation where Crookshanks tries to eat Scabbers. Ron aims a kick at Crookshanks where he misses, and ends up kicking the trunk.
Yep,
and hopping up and down, howling with pain. That sounds like just the worst. It would hurt so bad.
Oh my gosh, yeah. If you accidentally kick something at full speed,
yes,
that wasn't what you were trying to kick.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
That does.
This does kick out the pocket sneakoscope though that Ron had sent to Harry over the summer for his birthday.
Yes.
They were inside of Uncle Vernon's old socks.
A lot of socks in this chapter.
Big sock chapter.
Yeah. But it's whirling and gleaming.
Yes.
Because of Peter.
So it's like, it's funny that it's like, has it just been making, how good are these socks at muffling the sneakoscope?
It sounds like really good.
Yeah, because it's surely been worrying all semester.
Gotta be. Whenever Harry's in there.
Right.
Yep. And then I think it's funny that Ron says, can't you shut that thing up? And it's like, you gave it to him, man.
I know, seriously. So you're at fault here.
Yep.
Yep. So let's see.
This is maybe where you could connect the sneakoscope, like, information where it's like, who was present at both situations? You know, because the sneakoscope was spinning last time because of presumably Fred and George putting beetles in Percy's soup, but actually because of Scabbers.
Right. And then is it also on the train? Is that not also the case?
Oh, does it spin on the train?
Isn't Hermione like, is that a sneakoscope?
Oh, yeah.
But I think that the doubt sowed by Bill so early on is just continuing to ring true, where it's like the sneakoscope keeps doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, but like anybody who's ever traveled anywhere kind of knows about the little
tchotchke gift shop items that don't work.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know, it's not hard to just be like, it's just not working.
Right.
So it's just like it's like it's right there. You know,
it's right there.
It's like clearly like a magical piece of like a tool used for defensive magic is telling you that there is reason to be suspicious, and we all just doubt it.
I know. We're just like, nah, it's probably just broken.
Right.
It's like, why would... it's like, why do you assume that, you know?
I know.
Like, you should be smarter than that.
You should be.
But you're not.
You're not. Okay, here is where I think we shift again into another rather big piece of, I don't even know if it's theory or just straight up intentional fact. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione do bring themselves together to go down to the Great Hall, where they're going to have their Christmas feast, and the house tables have been moved against the walls, and there is a table set for 12 in the middle of the room. We have Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, McGonagall's best friend Sprout, and Flitwick there in attendance, along with Filch the caretaker, who had taken off his unusual coat, was wearing a rather old and moldy looking tailcoat. 3 other students, 2 extremely nervous looking first years and a sullen faced Slytherin 5th year. And then Harry, Ron, and Hermione, of course, also join with Scabbers in tow.
Scabbers in tow, meaning that there are 12 seats at the table plus Scabbers, so 13 people are there.
Yes.
Also, before we get there, though, there is another little fun foreshadowing for Scabbers down at the bottom of the last page, where they're saying, Ron is saying that, like, why Scabbers looks so, he's like so stressed, and that's why he doesn't look good. And Harry is remembering what the shopkeeper said about rats living only 3 years, and couldn't help feeling that unless Scabbers had powers he had never revealed, he was reaching the end of his life. And it's like, yes, he does.
Yeah, he has quite significant powers.
This is the most blatant telegraphing to you, the reader, that Scabbers is more than he seems.
Yes. Big flashing lights.
Flashing lights on that sentence.
Otherwise,
but anyway, 13 people at the table.
Well, 13 people at the table. Now my turn to interrupt our thought here, because there's what I think is just Dumbledore trolling Snape at the bottom of this page.
1,000,000%.
Right? Like, there's no way this is an accident.
Nope.
So Harry, Ron, and Hermione, with Scabbers in tow, sit down at the table. Dumbledore announces to the table, "Crackers!" and enthusiastically offers the end of a large silver noisemaker to Snape, who took it reluctantly and tugged. With a bang like a gunshot, the cracker flew apart to reveal a large pointed witch's hat topped with a stuffed vulture. Like, Dumbledore is messing with Snape.
Dumbledore made this cracker 1,000,000%.
Because the odds that it is the exact wizard's hat that Neville's grandmother wears and appeared on Snape's head as a boggart and has now just come from a cracker that Snape has interacted with. It's like, there is no two ways about it. This is Dumbledore, like, this is Dumbledore showing maybe like an ounce of his true feelings towards Snape, which is that he does not like fully like him. He trusts him. Completely.
Oh, he's so messing with him.
Yes, but I love that. And it does say that Snape's mouth thinned and he pushed the hat toward Dumbledore, who swapped it for his wizard's hat at once.
He wears it.
He wears it right in your face.
So fun. All right, so and then this is also so tricky. It's like the ordering. It's all very close to each other, so you could figure it out pretty quickly. But it says, so Trelawney shows up, and "Sybil, this is a pleasant surprise," said Dumbledore, standing up. And this is the moment where Dumbledore apparently dooms himself, I suppose.
Right.
Or at least,
because there were 13 people, counting Scabbers, at the table.
Yes.
But then, go ahead.
Yeah, so that is Dumbledore being the first of 13 to rise, a rule that you are unaware of when he does it, but are about to learn about in a couple of seconds. So Professor Trelawney says, "To my astonishment, I saw myself abandoning my solitary luncheon and coming to join you," which is like a funny way of her saying that, like, I didn't want to be left out.
Yes.
Or is it? Like, because to me, this is also like, because of what happens, because of the Dumbledore standing up here, it is like, it is her arriving that makes him stand up.
Right.
And so, like, and she says she saw herself coming down, and you think, of course, you, the reader, think that, like, oh, this is just her saying, I'm hungry and I wanted to come join, but I normally come, so I'm coming up with a fake reason to say why I did come this time.
Right.
Yeah. But in fact, I think what's happening is that Trelawney is like she has this rule about 13 people, and the first one to stand will be the first to die. And it's like, she sees herself going down there because it will make Dumbledore stand up. And once that's true, Dumbledore will be the first to die. So it's like, I think she did. So I think she was crystal gazing and does see herself go down there, but is also sort of setting in motion
like the
this
events.
Information.
Yes. Yeah. So her prophecies seem very dialed into a very specific group of people.
Yeah, for sure.
And at least 2 of the subjects of those prophecies are directly involved in this situation, which would be Harry and Dumbledore in this case, because then of course she says the line, "The first to rise with the first to die," and then so basically that is just like foretelling that, like, out of the people at that table, Dumbledore will be the first to die.
Dumbledore will be the first to die. But of course, she says, if I join the table, we shall be 13. But she's incorrect. It's already 13. They will be 14 if she joins because she's not counting Scabbers.
Exactly.
Yes.
Then you have a rather a hilarious exchange between
Sybil and Trelawney, or not Sybil and McGonagall.
Yes, McGonagall, and which is like one of these things where it's like I sort of love like there's a kind of like professionalism that I think McGonagall maintains at all times.
Yes.
And when it comes to Trelawney, I feel like that guard comes down a little bit.
It does.
She just can't help it.
I know. She just like has no respect for her as a teacher. Despite the fact that she is dropping absolute truths all over the place in this chapter.
Right.
Yeah.
But what Trelawney says is, one does not parade the fact that one is all-knowing. I frequently act as though I am not possessed of the inner eye, so as to not make others nervous.
I love this sentence for two reasons. First, because she parades the fact that she is all-knowing all the time.
Yes. It's like, what? Trelawney, what are you talking about? Like on the previous page.
Yeah. And then the second half, just hedging all incorrect prophecies as I'm just being humble.
Right. Yes.
And McGonagall being like, oh, that explains a great deal.
I highlighted that and just said pure gold.
And then... But then she even follows up and says, if you must know, Minerva, I have seen that poor Professor Lupin will not be with us for very long. Just like, that's true.
Yep, that is accurate.
Yep.
Although, to be fair, I guess if you've been at the school for so long and the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position has been there for so long, it's also probably just like, that's maybe just obvious.
Yes. And it's like, then she follows it up with the second sentence and says, he positively fled when I offered to crystal gaze for him, which it's just like, it's so funny that it's like she says a real thing that's going to happen, and then you're immediately like, oh, her reasoning is because of this next thing that happened, so that wasn't good reasoning, so what she said wasn't true.
Right. Well,
yes.
So I mean, because this to me is a clear throwback to like attempting to make you believe that Lupin is still afraid of crystal balls.
Yeah.
Because that's like what they think.
The Boggart was what. You're right.
It's like the positively fled when I offered. It's like, oh, okay, because he hates crystal balls.
Yeah.
But it's like,
it's not crystal balls. It's the moon.
It's the moon.
Yeah. And he's fleeing here not because of crystal balls or the moon. It's just because he also recognizes that Trelawney is something of a fraud. And doesn't want to be subjected to that.
Lupin's like, I got somewhere to be.
I got to go.
Right. Yep. Then they have a rather candid discussion in front of just the students who happen to be present, which is just Dumbledore looking to Sirius and just being like, Severus, you've made the potion for him. And Snape's like, yes, headmaster. And Dumbledore's like, good. And then he's like, Derek, have you had any of these chipolatas? They are excellent. I highlighted that because one, I think it's hilarious. Two, I think it has two key pieces of information, which is what is the name of the first year student that Dumbledore knows the name of? And it's Derek for good measuring.
Log that away.
Yeah, log that away. And what does he offer him?
Chipolatas.
I don't know what that is, but
it's sausages.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, they sound
I know.
good.
Part of me, like, whenever I read it, I had to look it up for this. I was going to just clarify exactly what they were because I always read chipolatas and I'm like, is that like Mexican food?
I had enchiladas for lunch, and so I think I'm in a similar capacity.
Yeah.
But I may have been influenced by my very lunch today.
Well, it also just seems like I kind of like I've always just assumed I always imagine it, yes, like a burrito or an enchilada or some sort of Mexican dish, and I always think it's like so funny. I'm trying to imagine Christmas morning and you're Derek and the headmaster of the school on Christmas is offering you this like fried Mexican dish. Like, have you tried the tacos? Yeah. Like, that is how that sentence has always made sense in my mind, and the ridiculousness of it has always made me laugh. So I kind of wish it was Mexican food and not just sausages.
That would be really funny, especially with his like vulture hat that he's wearing.
Yes, like,
exactly. What a sight to see.
I know. Like, why did they make Mexican food?
Right. Derek is just like, this is a really weird conversation that's happening.
What is happening?
One of us is gonna die. I'm not getting up from this table ever.
I'm not moving. And then just to really, really throw you off on the whole 14-person, 13-person thing, Harry and Ron stand up at the same time, which one makes you wonder, is either of them going to die, in case you're savvy enough to think like maybe Trelawney's right. Maybe that's the question now you're wondering. And because then she even brings it up. Which one of you left your seat first?
Yes.
So now you're like, is Harry or Ron going to die?
I know.
You know? Because like if you're reading it, you might think like, oh, I'm on to Trelawney. Like they're all discrediting her, but she's going to be right about something.
Dude, this is another one though where if you go back into that mindset of like if these things are coming out episodically and you're like trying to analyze what's going to happen by the end of the book, I can totally see lots of video titles coming across YouTube that say like why Ron Weasley will definitely die by the end of Prisoner of Azkaban.
Right.
And the argument would be that people would be dialing into this scene.
Yeah.
And they're going to be like, well, it can't be Harry.
Right.
Like
Harry's not going to die.
Right, yeah. So
because
it's
he's
like,
the main character.
Because he's the main character. So it's like,
Right.
I bet you anything.
Pretty sure Ron's going down.
Ron's going down. It's like, no.
No. This is where, or I can even see people like making jokes like, well, unless you count Scabbers.
Yes. Oh my God. What serious mud on face.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But if you did, then you'd still think Dumbledore. That'd be the joke you made. You'd be like, unless you got a Dumbledore. I'm sure you guys Dumbledore's actually the one to stand up first, but I don't think Dumbledore's going anywhere.
He hasn't finished teaching Harry things yet.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, yeah, you're right for a little while until you're wrong.
And then 3 years later, you'd be like, oh,
There it is.
Yep. Amazing.
I know.
What a setup.
Right. But so then you get another little quip between McGonagall, basically where obviously Trelawney's like, which one of you stood up first? And Ron and Harry are like, I don't know. And then McGonagall's like, I doubt it will make much of a difference unless a mad Axeman is waiting outside of the doors to slaughter the first one into the entrance hall, to which I can only imagine Derek drops his chipolata. He's like, what is this place?
What's going on?
Why did Mom and Dad not let me come home?
I know. Also, just like not for nothing McGonagall, but literally last year, a giant snake was waiting outside the doors of places.
Yeah, that's true.
To kill people.
That's also true. This is not a safe place, McGonagall.
Not a safe place, all right?
Let's be real with ourselves
Come on.
a little bit. But I do love a line that almost feels like the narrator of the story being just a scooch saucy just a few lines later where, let's see here, Hermione stays behind for a quick word with Professor McGonagall, and I think Ron says, probably trying to see if she can take any more classes, yawned Ron, as they made their way into the entrance hall, which was completely devoid of mad Axemen. It's like, that's the narrator telling you that.
That is the narrator making fun of Trelawney.
Yes. It's like...
Okay.
That doesn't happen often in this series.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I love it though.
Just jump in there, break a little fourth wall action for you.
Yeah, why not?
Scurvy cur. That was a password.
Scurvy cur, yes.
Yeah, just for trivia, log that away.
Scurvy cur. I tried to look up what scurvy cur meant on the internet because Sir Cadogan's response as they enter the Gryffindor common room is, and the same to you, sir. And scurvy is largely just a disease. Not a disease. It's a sickness you get from like malnutrition.
Yeah, like vitamin C deficiency.
Yes,
right?
but yeah, exactly that. And then cur doesn't. I can't think of what the word came up for. It is Latin for something, but nothing that really makes sense.
Just sounds like a sort of vague insult.
Right. Yeah, it's like medium grade, like pirate slang.
Yeah, right. But you're a knight.
But you're a knight. And
Scurvy cur.
Right. I saw somebody on Reddit made a comment that it had something to do with like a dog that was like malnourished, but they had no source for it at all, and it was just sort of like. So it's like one of those details where I'm like, I guarantee if anybody's listening right now and they were like, I'm going to go to Google and see what scurvy cur means and let them know. I bet what you're going to find is a malnourished dog, which would seem like a mild reference to Sirius Black. Yeah. However, if you can find the source for it, then for sure that's really cool. But if not, then I don't know. But I couldn't find anything to back that up.
All right, so maybe,
I highlighted it. I just
maybe cur means dog, but maybe not.
It means, yeah.
Either way. So Hermione does stick around to talk to Professor McGonagall about the Firebolt back in the common room. And she returns shortly after, walks around them, sits down, picks up a book, hides her face. Which this is such an interesting, because Hermione kind of commits this same round of like I don't know what the word is. Like weird logic a couple of times. Where like one, what she's doing, I think does take like a certain amount of courage. Like like she really, really believes there could be something wrong with the broom.
Yeah.
And like she thinks it is sent from Sirius Black. And like she is right.
she is right, yeah.
But
so it's you're right though. It's a little bit of like Neville in year one, where it's kind of like standing up to your friends can be rather difficult, and like Hermione's like, I don't want to be raining on your parade, and I know that is going to make both of you very mad at me, but if something is wrong with it, then maybe you'll thank me later.
Right.
Yeah, and that is difficult. It's hard to stand up.
So it does take some courage here, but this happens again with Hermione later in Half-Blood Prince, where she just keeps insisting that like that book is no good, that book is bad. Look, I think the Half-Blood Prince, you think it's a guy, I think it's probably Eileen Prince, and it's like in both situations she's like half right and half wrong.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Where it's like yes, the reason why it's the Half-Blood Prince does have something to do with the Eileen Prince, and it is because she is the witch mother to otherwise Snape's half-blood status.
Yep.
And so it's kind of like yes, and even like Sectum Sempra is a dark spell, and it is something that he learns from the book.
Right.
But it's not all nail on the head.
It's not all nail on the head. And it's like, even that, it's like you're supposed to finish that feeling like, yes, Snape was a bad guy, but ultimately less so.
Less so than you thought.
Less so than you thought, yeah.
I think the further we've been fans of Harry Potter, it's always harder to get to a point where you fully forgive Snape.
Yeah.
It seems like too much of the stuff that he does, it's like he has quietly been on the right side the whole time, but whilst doing so is also just a jerk and mean to kids.
Right.
So it's like, it's always one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I'm glad that love has caused you to not be a terrible person, but also if not for Lily, then I don't know. I'm into a whole different conversation at this point in time. Anyway, so the Firebolt. The thing that I think is kind of interesting is that, well, partly I think McGonagall says, well, I'm afraid I will have to take this, Potter. And I just put in ... for a quick spin.
Yeah, I know, right?
There's a piece of me that's like McGonagall's like, there's no way McGonagall doesn't subscribe to like Broomsticks Weekly and isn't like, this is a Firebolt.
I know. She's like, whoa, this is awesome.
that is super cool.
That's the stuff.
But Harry's like, what? They will need to be checked for jinxes, is what Professor McGonagall says. Of course, I'm no expert, but I dare say Madam Hooch and Professor Flitwick will strip it down. And I'm like, Madam Hooch?
Yeah.
It's like,
what does she do?
Is more talented than Minerva McGonagall? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Could barely referee a match.
I mean, nothing against Madam Hooch, but this is McGonagall we're talking about.
Madam Hooch didn't notice that a rogue bludger was in play during a Quidditch match.
Or that one of the professors was actively trying to kill Harry during one of the Quidditch matches.
Yeah, so I have my faith in her is...
It's low. It's low.
Mm-mm.
I know. I mean, I wasn't going to start by throwing shade, but we kind of found ourselves there naturally, so it is what it is. So anyway, this is kind of like a difficult one, especially, I mean, it must even be difficult for McGonagall, who wants to see Gryffindor win so badly. And it's like again, it's like she probably knows exactly what she's handling here, and this would help. And Harry's a great seeker, and it's still kind of like, because you get the line, there's nothing wrong with it, said Harry, his voice shaking slightly. Honestly, Professor, you can't know that, Potter, said Professor McGonagall quite kindly. It's like, this is another one of those like moments where it's like you can just tell that like McGonagall has this like very stony facade, but she does have a soft spot for Harry in her somewhere.
Favoritism.
Why not?
Why not?
He's the chosen one. So what are you gonna do? But then the scene that I think breaks my heart, because it just brings me back to like my own childhood sense of disappointment, is Professor McGonagall turned on her heel and carried the firebolt out of the portrait hole, which she closed behind her. Harry stood staring after her, the tin of high finish polish still clutched in his hands. It's just like, I could just imagine him being like, my new toy. You brought my new toy. Wait.
Yeah.
It hurts so bad. But yeah, so then finally we close out the chapter with that broomstick was probably sent to Harry by Sirius Black, which is McGonagall and Hermione's joint theory, and is straight up correct.
It is correct, but that doesn't matter because it's safe.
It is completely safe.
Because he's not a bad
what
guy.
they're missing is the fact that Sirius just cares deeply about Harry and feels bad that his broomstick was ruined, partly because Harry spotted him in the stands of the match against Hufflepuff.
Yes, so
where
there is...
flies off into the Whomping Willow.
And it's like, it's so interesting because like they're all mad at Hermione here because like, you know, she basically told on them, I think. But like, if you like just take one breath back and like, as long as Harry gets the broom back before the next Quidditch match, like, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Like, it doesn't hurt anything for them to check it out.
Right.
And like, in the meantime, if they do find something wrong with it, then that's like then you did not want Harry to ride it.
Exactly.
So, like, there is really no downside to this at all.
I know. The biggest thing is that clearly Harry just wants to sit there and hold it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's an understandable, like anybody on Christmas who's ever been excited about a new toy, like, you know, there is that. But also the imminent danger that is the foot makes it hard to ignore that potential threat.
It does. But yeah, you don't want your brand new toy taken away from you on Christmas.
Yeah. It seems a little unfair, especially when for poor Harry, he's only on his third year of ever having Christmas ever.
I know, right?
So
what's he left with now? A sweater,
a variety of cakes,
some nut brittles.
I've heard that word before.
Yeah, you've heard that word before?
I've heard nut brittle.
There you go.
Oh, man. So anyway, that closes us out for that. For the Firebolt chapter 11 of Prisoner of Azkaban. We do get to look forward to next week's episode of chapter 12.
The Patronus.
But before that, Jay, do you have a review?
I sure do, Ben. This one comes from Ronald Valon.
Hey, Ronald.
He says, a great show. Love the brothers. I've always loved SuperCarlinBrothers, and listening to them deep dive into Harry Potter is always the highlight of my week. Great stuff. Question. Why wasn't Dumbledore the Potter's secret keeper, or what would happen if he was?
Why wasn't Dumbledore the secret keeper?
Because friendship.
Because friendship, yeah, is really, I think, what it comes down to. It's basically, we've kind of got like a little piece of this, I think, in the last chapter, where it's basically just like, I think Dumbledore has extended the offer to them. But I think that, you know, the Marauders' friendship, and it's interesting too when you do think about everything they would have had to go through during their time at school together, and like all of the adventures that they had, and the history that is like woven amongst them, and the fact that they've only been out of school for like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Not very long at all. So it's like, I mean, that's all very, very, very fresh. You know, like James and Lily have just gotten married. You know, Sirius is the best man. Like I do think that like a huge, just, I mean, it's their highest held value is their friendship.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. And it's like it like, you know, the Dumbledore offers, and it seems crazy that they don't accept, but like it just speaks to like the level of their friendship or whatever, that James is like, or no, it has to be serious. And then it's like, it's even like you never like feel very bad for Peter because he's so the worst, but like, and like as long as you know Sirius, he just absolutely hates Peter so much. But like it must be just as much painful to him that Peter doesn't just betray the Potters, but even betrays him, because Sirius is the one who suggests that it's Peter.
Oh yeah,
and it's like so, which means that like Sirius's respect and level of friendship with Peter is on the same level.
Yes,
like he thinks of him that highly in that moment, and it's just like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Sirius is getting like a real 1-2 punch here, because it's not just the loss of Lily and James, but it's also the betrayal, which from his other best friend that he would have held in such absurdly high regard.
Yeah.
And it really, I mean, like it undermined everything, because it otherwise should have been such a foolproof plan, because of course everybody's going to assume it would be Sirius and they would never look to Peter. And I mean, like I've always said, you know, I mean, I think Sirius would have died to protect Lily and James.
For sure.
Like, I just think he does. So it unravels everything. It foils his plan. I mean, it's like you can only imagine that all that's left inside of Sirius in that scene where when you hear him like laughing maniacally on the street, it's like he must be just like so distraught that it's like the emotions are not even making sense.
Yeah.
You know, you think like Inside Out, it's just like a battle for who's at the wheel, and it's anger, sadness, joy, you know, like all just teetering, disgust, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know, it's everybody's just pushing buttons at random, and it's coming out in like a bizarre form. But the other half of that question that was quite interesting, because you do have then the curiosity of what then happens if Dumbledore is in fact the secret keeper.
Right.
So for the purposes of answering that question, because it does unlock, you know, sort of an interesting tidbit, which is arguably like Voldemort is not going to take on Dumbledore. I don't think, not willingly. No, that's definitely the one he's always afraid of. So if Dumbledore is the secret keeper, presumably
I think we've sort of tackled this a couple times in various what ifs we've done. I think we've done like what if Sirius was the secret keeper.
Yeah, which would largely just protect Harry.
Yeah. So like the problem is that Dumbledore knows about the prophecy ahead of time. He knows Harry will be the one to fight Voldemort at some point, and he knows that the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal.
Yep.
And that Voldemort doesn't know the whole prophecy. So, like...
You still
have to train Harry.
So he has to go to school.
So he'll have to go to school. So, like, maybe you would, like, do a lot more, like, homeschooling type stuff with him. But, like, Dumbledore never seems to think it's going to be, like, combat training that's going to be the difference maker in any of this. So, like, James and Lily certainly survive. Harry grows up with them till when he's 11, but he's probably... just the loneliest kid ever.
Kid ever, and he could be. Interestingly, he could be visited by Dumbledore himself, though, who is a former teacher or just is a teacher, I guess. So he could be being trained through his years 1 through 11.
He could, but like by the time he's 11, he will have known at max 3 people.
Yes,
like those are the only 3 people he'll have ever known.
Yes,
that's not good for him.
No. I mean, it's arguably not good for anybody.
It's not good for anybody, and that would be like he'd be in a weird way. He'd be more loved, but he'd be like lonelier even than he was at Privet Drive.
Probably so. Probably so. Yeah, because he could even have like fond memories or daydreams of his family, whereas like in this case, he wouldn't have anything to think wishfully of. Arguably at all.
Right.
They probably still also don't inform him so young that what he's going to be destined to is such an important role in the overall battle. So they're probably trying to guide him without giving him too much information. So I think what you probably end up with is a maybe somewhat Snape-like character, like a little like reclusive upon entry to Hogwarts, do you think?
Yeah, not very social, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, either craving... outside attention from anyone else or doesn't know how to interact with other people to the point of it becoming overwhelming,
right?
Potentially. And I know, so I mean that becomes interesting. Voldemort would be flushed in the open, which would mean that Voldemort would still attack in his first year. There's the ever-present issue, which is also that Voldemort's basically at the height of his power while he's hunting for the Potters, which means he's either continued that reign on an upward trajectory for this whole decade that we have, or else what?
Or what we've done in the what ifs is that this is like because Voldemort's goal is immortality,
right?
Then 10 years to him is literally nothing.
He's not in a rush.
Right. He's not in a rush. He doesn't mind taking a long time to do things. So as far as he's concerned, like because once he knows about the prophecy, his like singular focus is to kill Harry.
Right.
Right. So like, and if he realizes he cannot get to him because of the Fidelius charm, then like his only hope is to wait for Harry to turn 11 and go to Hogwarts.
Right.
Where he's unlikely to go to if the threat of Voldemort still seems so high.
Yes.
So our reasoning is that Voldemort does like the false calm in the war and just sort of like pretends to disappear for a while.
Almost certainly turns into Chamber of Secrets in year 1 too.
Yeah, almost certainly turns into Chamber of Secrets. The other thing I think we've talked about maybe is like because Voldemort's like marking him, and the other person it could be is Neville. And that like if like even though he chooses Harry, like he knows it could be Neville, or it's like
does
like,
he sub out?
Does he sub out and just like may as well kill this kid anyway just to be safe?
Which wouldn't work.
Well, it might not.
I mean, I think he could mark Neville as his equal.
He could mark Neville as his equal, but like the mark is the scar. So it's like would Alice have been given the chance to, or like would one of his parents have been given the choice to step aside and like to cast sacrificial protection? Right. I don't doubt they would be willing to die for their son.
Of course, yeah.
But like would they be given the choice? So there's a chance Neville accidentally ends up as the chosen one if Harry is protected by Dumbledore,
depending on the impatience. But again, I think we would usually argue a lack of impatience because as as terrible as Voldemort usually is with his plans, that is like the one thing I think we can generally rely on, is that with that end goal of being immortality. It's like, there's no real need to, especially if you know that Harry will eventually be out in the open because he's going to have to go to school.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to go to school.
Yeah.
But, you know.
The other thing about Neville, though, is that I think Dumbledore is the Longbottom's secret keeper.
Is he? Okay, I don't know if I knew that.
I don't know if we necessarily know that, but Dumbledore knows it could be Neville or Harry.
Right.
And he sets up the Fidelius charm on the Potters, and at the time when Snape tells him that it's that like Voldemort has chosen Harry or whatever, like that's already in motion.
They've already been hidden.
So it stands to reason they'd have performed the same things on the Longbottoms.
Of course.
And then after Voldemort falls, obviously the Longbottoms just remove the Fidelius charm and come back into the open, and that's when they get tortured. So if he can't get to Harry, and that means Voldemort never falls, which means the Fidelius charm stays on the Longbottoms as well, meaning that Frank and Alice are still alive.
You know, what's interesting about this as well is that it wouldn't even surprise me amongst the Order, knowing what Voldemort's regime is, that the selection of the Secret Keeper for the Potters was more ceremonial in nature. Like Dumbledore basically was coming to them to say, like, now it could refer to Neville or Harry, you know, sitting down with Frank and Alice and James and Lily.
Yeah.
You know, and if you know that he's got pure blood mania and you've got the Longbottom sitting right there, it's like, it almost feels like, obviously, Frank and Alice were more worried
about you,
for you, because, you know, if he values pure blood, then Neville's going to have that, and, you know, James and Lily, like, you know, Lily, you coming from Muggle parents, like, means that Harry would likely, you know, be less of a concern as the target.
Yeah.
I mean, not that, you know, if it's a pool of two people, you just put full protection on both, obviously. But like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I can easily see that rolling through their minds, where it's like, well, you know, if you're trying to understand what his values are and who the options are, all signs point to Neville.
All signs point to Neville, yeah. So but then they would both survive all the way if Dumbledore is the secret keeper, because you don't think Dumbledore gives them up ever.
Yeah.
But then, interestingly, if Dumbledore is the one secret keeper for both of them, could maybe the Longbottoms and the Potters hang out? You know?
It's like we're
because like Dumbledore could tell the Longbottoms where the Potters live. Right, and as long as they only go there, then those are the only people they see.
It's a circle.
It's a circle. So, okay, so maybe Harry and Neville just grow up best buds.
Like the best of buds.
Like the only other kid they've met.
They would be the next Sirius and James.
Oh my gosh.
You know?
Yes, okay.
Because they would be coming from some of the most talented parents. Both Frank and Alice are Aurors. They would have Dumbledore's consultation.
Yeah.
If they can spend... Oh, I love that.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay. So obviously...
We've changed our mind.
Harry he's not entirely isolated. He goes to Hogwarts with Neville as his lifelong best bud.
Lifelong best friend.
Lifelong best bud. They're obviously both in Gryffindor, because all their parents are, and they talk about it all the time.
Yeah. They just can't wait.
They just can't wait, absolutely. They know all about Voldemort, who still creates this false calm to lure both these boys out into the open. And then Chamber of Secrets... hard on the first year.
Do you think there's any world where one of them would sacrifice themselves for the other?
That is literally what we have happen in What If Neville Was the Chosen One.
Oh my gosh.
Is what we do. Because we have Harry sacrifice himself for Neville, and that's the sacrificial protection.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, this is it. It's Chamber of Secrets year 1, because this is Voldemort's plan. He's going to use the diary to attack them from afar.
Because he can do it.
Because he can do it. Because he doesn't have to. Yeah, he doesn't know. The calm is there. No one's expecting him to attack at all. The basilisk shows up. The two of them solve the mystery like Harry and Ron usually do in some manner. They go down there, but Neville dies for Harry, and that's where the scar comes from.
Oh my god.
Is Neville's sacrificial protection.
No.
Boom, nailed it.
And then he just lost his best friend.
Oh,
that's sad.
It's really sad.
Okay, different level of devastation. Okay, I like it. I like it. That feels like it could be a string to tug on.
That does. That's a fun one.
Okay.
Great question.
I don't think we're going to do any better than that. That was an amazing question from Ronald.
Yes.
From Ronald. Okay, yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. As per always, guys, if you wouldn't mind, the reviews do help us so grandly.
We're over 1,000.
We're over 1,000
yes.
in terms of discoverability. So if you wouldn't mind, and if you have a question you'd like to attach to it, we will continue to dig through those as we continue to do episodes. So thank you again in advance for that.
Yes, absolutely. But otherwise, make sure you join us for Chapter 12, the Patronus, next time on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands, dust off your broomsticks, and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 12, the Patronus.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Here we go. This is I was reading, a lot happens in this chapter.
Yes.
Like Harry and Ron stop talking to Hermione for 2 months. Harry starts Patronus lessons. Lupin has a massively important conversation with him. Harry gets the Firebolt back, and Pettigrew frames Crookshanks for murder.
Yes, it is a huge chapter. It is remarkable to me to think right here on the front end, it's like listeners at home know how long it is. We here in our time have no idea.
We don't know how long this
episode
episode
I'm like,
is.
This could be beefy.
Could be a beefy one.
Could be a beefy one. Or maybe it'll be unexpectedly diet. Who knows?
Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll just see. We'll see. As ever, we can start with the chapter art here, which features it's a rare one that features Harry. Rather than being a picture of a thing, it's more like a picture of an action.
Yeah, it really is. I have mixed feelings about this one. So what's being depicted is we have the Boggart case with like a Dementor-ish looking ghostly hand coming out.
Yeah.
And Harry is pointing his wand sort of directly at the case. The case itself, I think, is what throws me.
It seems small. I always imagine it bigger. I also Harry's proximity to it seems really close. I always imagine when he's attacking the Boggart Dementor, it's already fully formed and several steps away from him. He's basically got his wand in the case.
Yeah. It seems more like he's on the streets of a city and somebody's got an oddities box.
Right.
And it's just sort of here's some trinkets you may look at.
Yeah.
But it's and I guess this is funny too, because even the book's description of the case is much more like a packing case, like what you would use for travel.
Right. The picture does depict what is described.
Correct. But I tend to think this is one where I think the movies did it better.
Yeah, with the trunk.
I like the trunk.
Yeah.
I think that feels much more likely. The idea that a Boggart is just hanging out inside of a suitcase seems silly to me. I think the only thing that, in my opinion, that could make the case worse is if it had little rolly wheels.
Oh my gosh!
Could you imagine? It's
little very very Muggle.
Yes, an extremely Muggle briefcase.
It seems
suitcase.
for some reason having the trunks have wheels would make more sense even for the wizards. But they don't. That seems way too Muggle. Even adding wheels to a thing is why would we do that?
We have levitation spells.
We can just levitate them.
Yeah.
Do we levitate them?
No,
but we could.
And it's the thought that counts.
It's the thought that could have been thought that counts.
It almost seems like when you would buy, if you were to go to Diagon Alley and buy your trunk, then it almost seems like they would just sell them very similar to either Moody's or Hermione's beaded handbag.
Yeah,
where there are trunks that are oddly large inside.
There's the amount of things you could invent in the wizarding world that they just aren't doing yet is it'd be so easy to break in and just start making tons of improvements.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably coming from our our American brains that have been trained by capitalism.
Right. I know.
It's why don't they think of all these small little things they could do to make their life better? You could open up so many shops.
Right. The answer is always just magic. It's yes, you could buy a trunk like that, or you could just do the spell yourself. whatever. Actually, there's a moment in this chapter even where it's like Hermione can barely fit all of her books in her bag, and I'm like, boy, does she solve this problem.
She
later.
does.
Yeah.
She gets real clever real quick.
But not too quick because she's still a problem in her third year.
Well, I mean, third year. But I mean, give it another 3, and
we're
basically
4.
there.
Yeah.
3.5.
3.5.
Yeah.
We're there. We're good.
We're good. Everything's gonna be fine. Not to worry. So I would call this, even though it's I think it's a really good chapter that I'm very excited to discuss. I would grade this chapter art very mid.
Very mid, yeah. Even though it features Harry, which not all of them do.
I know. Even even the fact that Harry's not cloaked. This is like it's another like one of those things where it's like he's wearing just like what you would look like you'd wear to like I don't know like rugby practice,
like
or
Muggle clothes.
Yeah. But anyway, it's enough griping and more dissecting.
Indeed. So the chapter, we're coming off the heels of McGonagall walking into the common room and taking Harry's Firebolt away. And Harry is not sure he's ever going to see it again. He's positive there's nothing wrong with the Firebolt, which it's like he's like so mad at Hermione, but like he's positive nothing's wrong with it. So like if that's true and nothing's wrong with it, then there's no problem. He'll just get it back. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's probably the impatience. Like, you and I were just talking this morning because we have young children about the idea of sharing.
Yeah. Yes.
And the idea that you pointed out is oftentimes at like a child's birthday party, if they open a gift and then you immediately tell the birthday kid like, now share with everybody else. It's like they haven't had enough time to own the object to share it.
Right.
Like at this point in time, it's like, why am I letting all of these other people get to play with my brand new toy?
Right. Yeah. You can't share something you don't own.
Exactly. But so for Harry, I could see a world where he's just very frustrated that after the loss of his Nimbus, which is like a friend to him, he gets this brand new broom that he's so excited about, and he just doesn't get to like have it for very long. He's sitting there with his servicing kit doing nothing to it, just to pretend like he's interacting.
I know, right? I guess they're concerned they're going to like strip it down or something. Like what that exactly means, we don't really know, but that's the word they keep using that just sounds about like we're gonna strip it down.
I know, yeah. Maybe like
disassemble it.
Right. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Hermione and company just need like some better branding for what they're doing. It's like we're just gonna run some rudimentary spells on it. As long as there's nothing wrong with it, it will be fine.
Right. Like say those sentences and the whole problem's basically just like, oh, okay, cool.
Well,
thanks.
So let me ask you this question though, because on the first page of this chapter, we get a line that specifically says, and you sort of referenced it already, he was positive that there was nothing wrong with the Firebolt. And this is like one of those where it's like, this is being said more from like the narrator's perspective. Like Harry is certain that nothing's wrong with it. Like, so this is kind of one of those funny things because we've had a few of these moments with Harry inside of just Prisoner before. Like, for example, when he's like leaving the Dursleys after blowing up Aunt Marge and he feels like a prickle on his neck, and it's like he's being watched. And he is being watched by Sirius Black, but like it feels more like ominous, but it's like, is that him using like his sort of like dark arts detection type of thing?
Oh, do you think this is like good just instincts?
That was the question I literally wrote was, is this like dark magic instincts or just sort of like wishful thinking? Like I'm sure nothing's wrong with it.
Oh yeah, I feel like it's more like wishful thinking here, but that's an interesting read. If that's true, he's also right again.
He would.
There is nothing wrong with
exactly.
it.
Yep. So that's almost the question. Like when he held it sort of gave like I think it says it like vibrates a little bit, like and it immediately parks in air. It's like I wonder if like Harry, especially with flying, where he has like natural abilities, is like, I know broomsticks. I know that this thing is fine.
Right.
Like, or anything else. Yeah. So anyway, that was one of the curiosities, just in that specific phrasing, because he's positive.
He's positive.
Yeah.
But so, and if I recall, it is just Harry, Ron, and Hermione who are the Gryffindors who have stayed.
It appears to be the case, yes. Because I think
Christmas break,
there are 2 first years at the feast, as well as a Slytherin 5th year, and then Harry, Ron, and Hermione.
Right. So at best, 2 Gryffindor first years.
At best, 2 Gryffindor first years.
Right.
Yes. It seems like it would specify if they were Gryffindors.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it. So I think they're the only 3 there, and they basically don't talk to Hermione anymore after Christmas. And it says, like they were glad the rest of the school returned shortly after New Year's, which means Hermione has just been alone for like an entire week after Christmas.
Goodness.
Talking, like being ignored by her best friends, which is like, ouch.
I know, that's
very painful. It's like very rare form for Harry. Like Ron maybe, but like Harry too?
I know. Not Harry.
Yeah, not Harry.
I know, yeah. It's like you can almost imagine like Harry walking through the common room and like making like eye contact with Hermione, and then Ron like grabbing his arm and being like, Harry,
come on, we're mad at her, don't forget.
We're proving a point over here. Remember the Firebolt.
Remember the Firebolt? Yeah. Speaking of which, as we turn the page here, Oliver Wood has a heck of a chapter here.
Jay, a heck of a chapter.
A heck of a chapter. A real Oliver Wood chapter coming up.
I have so misremembered Oliver Wood as a character forever.
Yeah.
Like I've always seen him as like beloved.
I know, yeah. I love Oliver Wood. He's a great guy. Loves Quidditch. He's captain. You know, he's leading the team. He's doing the best he can.
He wants to win real bad.
I mean, it is of such singular focus as to kind of start making him not a great guy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Oliver, it's like I want them to win too. You may have gone too far.
You might have gone too far.
Yeah,
so he walks right up to Harry, says, "Had a good Christmas," and then without waiting for an answer, because pleasantries are for losers, he starts asking this, and then this is what he's asking him. He says, "If the Dementors come to I've been doing some thinking over Christmas, Harry. After the last match, you know, if the Dementors come to the next one, I mean, we can't afford you to, well," and it's like, dude, like, Oliver, are you still blaming Harry for losing that match and not the Dementors?
This whole exchange, like, I'm not totally sure what like Wood is implying, because
I know
Harry interrupts him and he's like, I'm working on it. Professor Lupin said he trained me to ward him off. We'll be starting this week. He said, you know, he would have time after Christmas. And then Wood responds with, well, in that case, I really don't want to lose you as Seeker, Harry.
I know. I was like, I literally wrote like, is that a threat?
I know.
I was like, Wood.
Yes, like this is like, literally, it is not clear to me what he means. Like to death, or for being cut from the team.
Cut from the team.
He's threatening cutting Harry James Potter from the team in this moment.
I'm like, Wood, Oliver, come now.
He's the chosen one.
He's the chosen one for falling off his broom when Dementors attacked.
I don't think anybody enjoyed that experience.
I don't think anyone enjoyed it.
Dumbledore was mad. Everybody else seemed to get it. You were the one still off in the showers trying to like
drown yourself or something.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Harry has just the thing to save his spot on the team, and it mentions just casually that he got a firebolt. Ron actually maybe saves his spot on the team, says he got a firebolt for Christmas, at which Oliver does a just straight up mid-sentence 180. A firebolt? No, seriously? A real firebolt?
Yeah. And then Harry's like, he's got to like, although Ron set Harry up for failure in this situation, because it's like, Ron's like, he got a firebolt, and then he gets to see Oliver be so excited, and then Harry has to be like, but I don't have it.
I mean, Oliver can deal with it, but he comes down. That they explain to him that they think maybe Sirius Black sent it to him, and that maybe he's after Harry. And he just says, waving aside the information that a famous murderer was after a Seeker, it says, but Black couldn't have put a firebolt. He's on the run. The whole country's on the lookout for him. How could he just walk into Quality Quidditch Supplies and buy a broomstick? And it's like, well, actually, the answer is that he has Crookshanks do it. I don't know if you're going to agree with that answer myself.
I know. That's like
that is the answer.
It is one of those details that later on he's like, yeah, I gave Crookshanks the note to go in and inform the shop to take the money from my vault. And it's like, no.
That doesn't work.
No.
I can't just send a second person into the shop and be like, you know what? I'd like one firebolt, please. It's for my cousin, and I'm related to the Lestranges, so if you could just take the money out of their vault.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. It'll be fine. It'll
be fine. This note will serve as all the proof you need, yes? Cool.
Yeah.
You never saw me.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit ridiculous, because the other thing, too, is that Quality Quidditch Supplies, if I'm not mistaken, is in Diagon Alley.
Right. Yeah.
In London.
So. Yeah.
Is there a period of time where Crookshanks is missing prior to Christmas for like a lengthy...
Well, I think it's mail order, so he just has Crookshanks mail the form to the Firebolt manufacturers. And they get the letter that says, take it from the Black family vault. And he's like, okay.
Deal. The thing that I would prefer in this particular situation is largely the fact that our explanation, at least prior to seeing this incredibly odd, maybe written after the fact line, that's not true. I'm just being salty about it. But was basically that like the goblins don't really care about the comings and goings of wizard things.
No, they don't. Yeah, like they do not. Like even when they're overhearing Griphook and his companion in Deathly Hallows, they're like, "This is a wizard's war."
Right.
It's like even while they're on the run from the Death Eaters, they're like, "This really doesn't have anything to do with us."
Right. Yes. It's like they're on the run just for like their own personal safety, not because they're taking some kind of like a stance or something.
Right.
Which
I don't think they care about Sirius Black.
Exactly the point. Yeah. Where it's kind of like this weird like loophole where it's kind of like Gringotts, like safest place in the world. And it's like it is safe in terms of it's secure. Like, however, it's kind of like even like when Bellatrix goes there in Deathly Hallows, well, Hermione as Bellatrix, it's kind of like I mean, they know to be looking for a false Bellatrix, but it seems otherwise that Bellatrix could have just strolled right in there and it wouldn't have been any issue.
Wouldn't have been any issue. Yeah, like they know that you're right because at that point, Bellatrix would be an escaped convict as well.
Right.
And if they didn't know to be looking for one, then she could have just walked right in and they'd have been like, we don't care.
Right. Yes.
Right. So, which to me, it would have been, more interesting if Sirius had like found a way to access Gringotts while it was open, but whilst no one else was there.
Exactly.
And then like just talk to the goblins and they'd look down at Sirius Black and be like, come on in.
You're a valued client.
Valued client. Good to see you back here, Mr. Black. Can we get you some hot coffee or anything? Yeah.
Some hot coffee.
He'd be like, coffee? This is London, okay? I'll have tea.
Oh, tea.
Remember when we were in London and we were asking for coffee and they were looking at us like we were bananas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times.
And then they brought us either an Americano or I want to say a mint tea.
Yes.
And an orange juice.
Right. Yeah. I think what I thought my order was going to be was a coffee with a shot of espresso in it, and got orange juice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird.
It was an unexpected turn.
Yeah, I guess they don't serve coffee in every diner in London like they do here.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Maybe so, or else all the people in London are like, which diner were you at?
Yeah, right.
They messed up.
Let me tell you what, it was near King's Cross Station and it had a bunch of weird, creepy mouse statues everywhere.
It did. That was the one.
That was the one.
We were there, so maybe you've been there. Maybe you work there.
Maybe you do.
Wouldn't that be wild?
It would be.
Anyway, we can continue.
It does. I love when they tell Oliver that McGonagall wants to strip it down. It says Wood went pale, and I was just like, breathe, Oliver, breathe.
It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Yep. But yeah, then Wood is basically like, I can go and talk to her. This is gonna be fine.
I got it.
Yeah. This is like his blinders. Really, like, I mean, we've got the line before where it said waving aside the information that a famous murderer was after his seeker. It's like this is like one of those where it's like Wood has gone so far as to assume this is not going to be a problem.
This is not a problem.
He's like, even McGonagall will definitely understand. Like, it's worth you potentially dying in the name of being good at Quidditch.
Yeah.
And as we'll see later in the chapter, he is incorrect in this assessment.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a little page break there, and then we just pick up with the classes again the next day, where it seems their little pep talk with Hagrid in the last chapter has really cheered him up, and he has an unusually good lesson teaching them about I guess fire salamanders.
Yes. Okay. So the phrasing I think is very interesting because it got me so excited and then mildly disappointed, but then I also learned something, so we'll call it a win. But basically what it says is that nobody was really interested in spending 2 hours on the grounds on a raw January morning, but Hagrid had provided a bonfire full of salamanders for their enjoyment. And I was like, no way. Is this like one of those like group names for something where like a group of salamanders is referred to as a bonfire? Because that would be amazing. And I know that out in the real world, there are such a thing as fire salamanders that you and I have interacted with in a fire pit before, and they're like bright orange, and they were like there were like 15 of them in like a former fire pit. It was really cool, very interesting, and I think it's also like what informs like in Frozen 2 why like Bruni is like a fire salamander lizard type thing.
Why the fire spirit is a lizard.
Yes. So anyway, but I was like, okay, maybe this is like one of those things where like salamanders are not necessarily like flame on, like they might be in the wizarding world, but maybe a group of salamanders is still referred to as a bonfire.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is not the case. A group of salamanders is otherwise called a herd or congress. But from now on,
Congress is still pretty whimsical.
Congress is pretty. I think it's also maybe the name for a group of owls. Does that sound? Or maybe it's a parliament.
Oh, is it a parliament of owls and a murder of crows?
Yeah. I love animal group names.
I know.
Which
is flamboyance of flamingos.
Yes. Anyway,
okay.
Go ahead. You have something else?
I looked it up. I was like, I wonder, like, is there a specific Fantastic Beast name for these creatures? And they're just fire-dwelling salamanders.
Oh.
So, yeah, not an exciting name there either.
So maybe we've just directly interacted with magical beasts. And
I guess so.
We had no idea.
If only.
Yep. I think when you call, if I were to call our dad, I'm pretty sure the picture that would show up on his phone is a picture of me with the fire salamander.
I think you're right.
In front of my face.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe we can find it. We can post it somewhere.
Mostly when I think about that day in the Adirondacks, it is the outrageous number of bugs that were assaulting us the entire hike.
There were many. Yeah, good times. And we got a bunch of anecdotes on.
I know. Look at this
on a chapter full of stuff to discuss.
Yes, so we always talk about Professor Trelawney being like so right about things, but this is actually a random little thing. They start palmistry and divination, and she wastes no time in telling Harry that he has the shortest lifeline she'd ever seen. Which part of me was like, I wonder if even that is like, well, Harry does die. Like, before any of these other people do, because, like, you know, Voldemort kills him in the forest later on.
Right.
So I was like, maybe that's like, you know what, that works. But I was like, you know what, though? Maybe this is just, maybe she gets to Harry first in the class. But Lavender, who loves Professor Trelawney, dies before Harry.
She does.
Yeah, so maybe she tells him that and then gets to Lavender is like, oh, no.
Can you imagine? Yeah, it's like, it's my prized pupil.
Not you.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yep.
Yeah,
no, that's a really good point. Is there anybody else in this class that also goes down? This is going to be at least...
I think the rest of the Gryffindors make it, like Parvati and...
So only Lavender gets killed off out of their whole year?
I think so.
Out of everyone who dies? Oh my goodness gracious.
That is sad.
That is sad.
Lav.
Oh, poor Lav.
Oh, boy.
She otherwise I feel like she is a little bit of like a Gryffindor punching bag. Like
a little bit, yeah.
It's like out of everybody else, it seems. Well, I guess Seamus sort of has some like low points there where he's like sort of anti-Harry. Does anyone else though? I don't know if they.
Well,
really
I think
do.
that. Well, maybe it's like I think there are like two other Gryffindor girls we just like don't ever hear about.
I don't ever get to know.
Right,
Yeah. I think the one thing that we must know about them to be true is that they, in Seamus's eyes, are not prettier than Parvati.
Right, yeah.
Because isn't that what he says? Like, how did you two get dates with the prettiest girls in our year?
Yes.
So at least per that.
At least that.
So their Wikipedia page, unnamed Gryffindor girls in Harry's year, could include the information. Seamus believes they are prettier or less pretty than Parvati.
There we go.
So there you go. Yep. Important things to...
Important information indeed.
It's not important lore. Anyway, what do we have next?
What's random about that is that Seamus clearly thinks that Parvati is prettier than Lavender, and he doesn't this is of importance to him, and yet both of them are available, and he asks Lavender.
I have frequently had the same thought. It's like, Seamus, it kind of sounds like you might have a thing for Parvati.
Yeah.
Like maybe next time don't ask her friend.
Right. Like, what are you doing? So that's random.
That is random.
Yes. Or maybe Seamus just likes Lavender and doesn't place such emphasis on looks, but he seems to, based on his comment about Parvati and Padma.
I know. Yeah.
So,
maybe we'll come back to this when we get to the Yule Ball chapter of Goblet.
Right. Like, this is your fault, Seamus. But let's see. So moving right along down to the page here, we also learn that Professor Lupin still looks ill even after they come back. And I want to say, this is where they're wondering out loud, like, what's wrong with him? And Hermione starts tutting behind them with maddeningly superiority. And she... seems to have figured out what's wrong with them. And Ron, unfortunately, says, if you want to tell us, don't, said Ron. And Hermione agrees not to.
I know. This is like one of the... I highlighted these exact same things because, like, you know, like... Ron goes, what are you tutting us for? And Hermione's like, nothing. And he's like, yes, you were. Like I said, I wonder what's up with Lupin. And you, well, isn't it obvious? And then you have that back and forth. Well, if you don't want to tell us, and it's like, fine. And she marches off. It's like, oh my goodness, Hermione. just tell them.
Oh, I know. Like, this is the second book in a row where like Hermione has solved the plot, but just doesn't get a chance. Or well, this last time she didn't get a chance to tell anyone except Penelope Clearwater, and this time she just refuses to tell anyone.
I know.
Yes,
I know.
it's like not that this isn't like Sirius is innocent. Pettigrew framed your parents. That was a betrayal, but it is a huge part of the plot that Lupin's a werewolf.
Yes, indeed. I think that this is just like a demonstration that like the workload is getting to Hermione, and maybe she's being maybe she's struggling to like maintain her usual like positive chipper outlook on life, and she's just like a bit more run down and irritable.
Right. Well, speaking of the workload, this is also the line where it says she's repacking her bag, which is so full of books it wouldn't close. That is the line earlier where I was just like, boy, by Deathly Hallows, she is carrying around like a certified library in a much smaller bag.
Yes.
Plus a billion other things.
I wonder if she's like contemplating the design work for such a bag for next year. You know,
right.
She's like in her head, she's like, I need a way to have the same size bag but hold more things. Good thing there's magic.
Good thing I'm learning so many spells.
Yes. From there, though, Harry, it fast forward. Once again, we get to look at a little page break here again. And it is 8 o'clock on Thursday morning. Harry's leaving the Gryffindor Tower for the History of Magic classroom, which I just think is like a fun little piece of trivia, like a thing to remember. Like, which classroom does Harry do Patronus lessons in? Is the answer to that question is History of Magic. I feel like if we were asked that in a J versus Ben, it would be like, Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Right,
or,
yes.
It's like, or is it Lupin's office? Are those different things, or are they the same thing?
What's random about this whole situation is that if you recall back to the first week of classes, they don't end up having Defense Against the Dark Arts until Thursday.
Okay.
That is like the day of the week in which they have the class.
Okay.
So when Harry is talking to Lupin, reminding him about his promise at the end of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Lupin says, let's see. Hold on, let me find it right here on the page. How about 8 o'clock on Thursday evening? But presumably he's saying this on a Thursday. Like, why not just say 8 o'clock tonight?
Right. Maybe he means 1 week from now.
Maybe he does.
And the implication is sort of like, it's like, you know, like if somebody was like, hey, do you have time to go grab a drink after work or something? And today is Tuesday, as if we're recording. Like, yeah, how does Tuesday look for you? Like, I would mean the following Tuesday.
Yeah. So So I think you're right. It probably means next week rather than later that night.
Yeah. Like, how about Thursday? Today, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
About Thursday night. That's today. Okay. See you later.
Yep. But this is where he comes into the History of Magic classroom carrying a large packing case, which does, again, going back to the chapter art, it is an accurate depiction, even if it's one that I don't particularly agree with. Harry asks, what is that? And Lupin explains, it's another boggart. I've been combing the castle ever since Tuesday, and very luckily I found this one lurking inside of Mr. Filch's filing cabinet.
Well, see, now he says since Tuesday, so it seems like they have Defense Against the Dark Arts on Tuesday as well, but maybe the schedule changes after the break or something.
That could be it.
Yeah, that could be it.
Maybe we'll go with that.
Yeah, not that it's that important, but just for consistency's sake.
If you feel like getting stuck on something.
You know I do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you feel like being technical about it, and you know I do.
That's a deep throwback.
That is a deep throwback to a very old Super Carlin Brothers joke. Oh, man. Let's see. It's interesting. They find he finds the boggart lurking inside of Mr. Filch's filing cabinet, and of course our theory is that Filch is a poltergeist, right? And a poltergeist is an amortal being, not something that can die or be born,
right?
So it just sort of exists. It's manifested by a certain amount of feelings. So it's interesting to me that this boggart seems to have been lodged in his filing cabinet. I'm like, is he like where his office is? Is this like the spawn point for the amortal beings?
For the amortal beings of the castle? I genuinely think that could be true.
Yeah.
Like just legitimately, yeah. And I mean, there's a couple of different interesting things that are happening with this detail, because I think one of those that's a great connection to Filch and the poltergeist concept, and then also what we're about to see unfold with the boggart itself is sort of this like idea or implication, like, are boggarts like not but just baby dementors?
Oh, I have such thoughts about it.
Okay.
We'll get to it here in a second. Yes.
Before we get there, though, we also get a line from Lupin that says, "There's a cupboard under my desk he'll like," which I find to be kind of interesting. That like, it almost sounds like he's taking care of like a pet.
I know,
like,
right?
It's like weird.
Why don't you just keep it in the suitcase?
Right. Well, I mean, keep it in the suitcase, or like, who cares if it's comfortable? Like,
right? Yeah. Like, what difference does it make?
It's a amortal being capable of manifesting your worst fear.
Right.
Like, are we looking after this?
We're looking at right. Like you've already got it in a box. What's the problem?
Yeah. I think it'll be okay. Maybe he's gonna leave it in the box in the cupboard.
Yeah.
Or maybe just maybe he like cracks the door. How do you get the boggart to like go from like one spot to another?
I have no idea. I guess as soon as it opens for Lupin, he's like, and there's the moon. Haha, it's like a tennis ball.
Boing.
Yeah, I like that he gets a tennis racket out and just thwocks it. Yeah.
Thwocks it. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
No problem. This is also when we are finally, for the first time, introduced to the Patronus charm.
Yes. Which is well beyond ordinary wizarding level.
Indeed.
Love that. Good setup for the OWLs.
Yes.
Let's see here. When it works correctly, I'm so sorry. Let me back up. So the description of the Patronus, I think, it really makes me feel like the whole concept of what the Patronus is and does, I feel like was very cooked up, thought out from the very beginning.
Yeah.
But basically, it's a guardian that acts as a shield between you and the Dementor. Which is sort of like what Harry's going to be able to do in this lesson.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's described as a positive force, a projection of the things the Dementor feeds upon, but it can't feel despair. So it makes it sound like if you could resist their powers to the point where you did not feel the despair from them, then they couldn't affect you, or you could drive them away or something.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which is almost kind of like what Sirius is do. Not like he doesn't drive them back, but he does not feel the despair.
Yeah, there definitely seems like whatever Sirius is doing is kind of like a special level of relationship with the Dementors, even if there is the caveat that he's not guilty for the crime he committed.
Would occlumency protect you from Dementors in this way? Are they, I guess they're not really attacking your mind. They're attacking more your emotional state.
I think it may be good. It's because occlumency is the art of closing your mind.
Right. Which, if your mind was closed, could they make him relive those moments from his mother?
Interesting question.
Yeah.
Interesting question. I mean, I could see a world. I mean, it's surely if Dumbledore or Fudge or anybody is ever communicating with the Dementors, there must be a way to get close enough to them to not feel everything in full force. There's some kind of working relationship going on there. So it would maybe stand to reason, although it would also seem like if that was that easy, then Bellatrix, I think, teaches Draco occlumency later on in Half-Blood Prince. Mm-hmm. And if that was the case, then it would also mean that she was being less affected by the Dementors.
You're right, by the Dementors, because she could shield herself off from them.
Yeah, but
it also seems like then Sirius could have taught Harry occlumency.
Also that. Yep, that's a good point. The one thing I would say there, though, in regards to Bellatrix, is that she is also imprisoned in Azkaban for quite a long time. And while she is not exactly what you would regard as, grounded in terms of her personality.
It doesn't seem like she was grounded beforehand either.
Exactly. So maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was more imprisoned, but not really being deteriorated the same way that other prisoners seem to describe it as.
Right. She just couldn't turn into a dog to get through the bars.
Right.
Could be. Let's see. Then we learn that each one's unique to the wizard who conjures it, so that's kind of cool. And then Harry has this interesting challenge where Lupin says the way you do it is by concentrating on a happy memory, and you're basically going to try to manifest that happy memory into a full-fledged being. And Harry has the distinct disadvantage here of not having that many happy memories.
Dude, the line that just said Harry cast his mind about for a happy memory is oh no.
I know.
It's oh gosh. Surely I left one here.
Somewhere.
Yeah, it's tough. So then the first one that he does settle on, though, was the moment that he had first ridden a broomstick, which I just think is also what I highlighted that as another piece of little trivia there for you. It's what is Harry's first Patronus thought? And let's see here. The wonderful soaring sensation. Lupin then gives him the incantation for the spell, which is, of course, Expecto Patronum.
Expecto Patronum.
It's kind of cool, that Harry is just standing there sort of reiterating the spell over and over again, and then suddenly something whooshed out of the end of his wand.
It works. And it's that's actually pretty impressive. I'm surprised that he doesn't have him do more training without the Dementor. Just get used to casting it in regular settings first.
Right. I know. That's a really good point. Like, I almost wonder if at all, and I honestly can't remember when Harry's teaching the DA, does he end up using a boggart for
No, I don't think so.
So maybe that's something that like Harry is actually doing a better job of teaching.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of success, and like many of his pupils end up getting corporeal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of them do. So it's like that is my thought as well. That like maybe Harry was like actually even better at teaching this particular thing,
right?
Than Lupin.
Just another nod in the Harry should have been the future Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher.
Oh my gosh!
I know. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. One of these. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say one of these days, but I have a feeling they won't change the.
They're not going to change the epilogue. Yeah, it's not happening anytime soon. All right, and then we get another just Well, first of all, I can't believe that they like Lupin is just like, all right, very good, you've got it. Ready to try it on a Dementor? Just like boom, right to it.
Yes.
Like,
let's dive on in.
Let's dive on in, but no time like now.
I suppose a big reason for it going the way that it's going, or maybe even like Lupin's methods here, could be the case that like the eventual reveal that Harry's Patronus is a stag is
that's true.
It's a huge plot point.
It's a huge plot point. Like it would be, although it's not like if it came out, like if he'd managed to make the corporeal Patronus now, like Lupin would see it and know what it meant, but like Harry would just be like, "Oh, cool, a deer," you know,
wicked,
nice,
yeah,
that's cool. Like he wouldn't have any context for it just yet, but like then maybe you, the reader, could put like together prongs ahead of time.
Maybe so. Yeah. Although prongs, I feel like that's
the hard one.
It's rather vague. I mean, the other ones definitely fit a lot, but a fair bit more. But I can just imagine Harry standing there with this amazing looking giant silvery stag in front of him. It's like, Lupin, how cool is this?
How cool is this?
Like,
and Lupin's like, oh my God.
You have no idea.
He's like, I got the chills, Harry.
I'm going to need to leave because I'm crying.
Cry. Speaking of crying, Ben.
I know.
Oh my gosh. So Harry is thinking about facing the Dementor. Any second now he might hear his mother again, but he shouldn't think that, or he would hear her again, and he didn't want to. Or did he? And I was like, just right in the gut.
Right.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's like he wants to hear from his family so badly that he is willing to endure hearing the sounds of their death.
Oh, my gosh. I know. It is so sad.
It is
so sad.
It is really, really super sad.
Yeah, like this is the man. That's okay. So we're gonna move right past that.
Yep.
That was terrible.
Before anybody gets too misty.
I know, but then what's crazy is that like I think it's interesting that as the boggart comes out, it like looks like the Dementor. But what's crazy is that it can emulate the powers of the Dementor.
Yes.
Which to me is like more of the proof that it is like a baby Dementor.
I know. I mean, it's like, I mean, it says, a Dementor rose from the box, its hooded face turned towards Harry, one glistening scabbed hand gripping its cloak. The lamps around the classroom flickered and went out. And then it says a wave of piercing cold broke over him. And it's like this, I mean, it's like, I know it's not a real Dementor, but it's like the effects, it's happening.
Right.
You know?
Like when Ron has the boggart turn into an acromantula, right? Like, if it bit somebody, like I don't doubt that it could bite somebody and that it would hurt, but like, would it have acromantula venom?
No, it couldn't possibly.
It couldn't, right? Yeah. But then this shouldn't work either.
It doesn't seem like it should work.
It doesn't seem like it should work, but it feels like obviously it does work, which to me means that these two creatures, the boggart and the Dementor, are related.
Well, I mean, and they also both prey on fear. Like,
right.
That is their primary like function as like creatures, and they're both immortal beings.
Right. They're both immortal beings. One transforms into your worst fear, and one makes you relive your worst fear.
Right.
So it's like, they seem so connected.
They definitely do. And sure enough, right in line with the rest of that, we do see that Harry does end up hearing his mother's voice again. Not Harry, please, I'll do anything. And then you hear Voldemort's voice, stand aside, girl. And to which I just like a little bit note, like, it's like, is it possible that both Harry and the piece of Voldemort's soul are both like hearing the same worst memory.
Oh, it is Voldemort's worst memory too. You'd have to think.
It's the moment of his failure.
Right. Like, that is very true. That is quite possible.
Right.
Yeah, like maybe that's really why it affects him more.
Right.
Because it's like two souls are being affected by it.
Right, and it happens to be the case that their worst memory is the same
moment.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. I think so. Because like you're right, like there's no way other students didn't like lose people at other points that are, it's like
that's the thing. It's like the fact that Harry is so particularly affected doesn't seem like it would track. It's like it's like one student out of hundreds has experienced trauma.
Right.
Like I mean, there's just no way.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, we know that like Neville's parents were like tortured into insanity.
Yes.
You know, it's like you don't want to like compare trauma or anything.
Oh no, of course. Yeah. No. Right.
Like,
yeah.
It's just sort of like I think other students would have experienced really bad things that could cause them to pass out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, because even the way that Hagrid describes being around a Dementor at all, it sounds like the actual worst.
Yes.
So yeah, even that's like you go back to like Malfoy making fun of Harry all the time. It's like it just doesn't make sense. Like surely the other students are like, Draco, it sucks. Like it's not fun to be around. Like sure, Harry passed out, and nobody else passed out, but like. You felt it.
Right, like we all felt it.
Yeah, it's like none of us thought it was like a walk in the park.
Yeah, exactly. And especially Draco, who we know for a fact, like went and hid in front of George's cabin on the train.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. All right, yeah, so moving on, though, Lupin gives him a chocolate frog, which is fantastic. He doesn't say what card he got, whatever.
I know, what's up with that?
Yeah, I know. Also, I can't believe Lupin has Harry practice it, but Lupin himself does not demonstrate making a Patronus ever. It seems like maybe he could show him.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, right? Like would Lupin have made like his own full-blown
wolf? Probably.
Yeah.
That's probably another thing. It's like, oh yeah, we can't have Lupin show him what a Patronus looks like because then it'd be a wolf and you'd be like, oh.
Yeah. It's like the pieces are really starting to
come together.
Maybe a scooch too on the nose.
So there's that. And then let's see. He also offers him a way out. Says, Harry, if you don't want to continue, I will more than understand. And Harry's of course like, but what did they show up at the Quidditch match?
I know. I wrote a note next to that. I was like, it's amazing that Quidditch is staying top of mind for him during all this. Like. He's experienced his worst fear. He's passing out. He's having to relive the death of his mother, like hearing the voice of Lord Voldemort.
I know, and he's like, nope, doesn't matter. Quidditch.
We can't lose the Ravenclaw.
Spending too much time with Oliver Wood here, my man.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's see.
He then changes the memory that he's using as well to try to like ramp things up a little bit and switches from first ride on the broomstick over to his feelings when Gryffindor had won the house championship last year, because that would definitely qualify as very happy.
Yes, it does. It's interesting though. I thought it was interesting, like what kind of memories don't work? Like, why isn't this a happy enough memory? Like this is him defeating Voldemort. Like it's not like necessarily the memory of him defeating Voldemort. It's specifically them winning the cup. And it's like, is that because it's more of like a surface level happiness and not like a what makes you happy to your core kind of thing? I know.
The example that I was about to give, and I was almost like, I'd be willing to bet that surely somebody right now could contest this, and it's just a bad read on my part. But I was like, if you were trying to create your like Patronus memory, and let's say, like your favorite team won the Super Bowl, it's like, is there a world where like the joy that you would experience of having won the Super Bowl, like your team having won the Super Bowl, like would that work?
Right.
Would that be satisfactory enough?
I don't know.
Versus like the first time my child squeezed my finger, or something, and it's like their first laugh, first step.
Yeah.
It's like
like all of those are like core.
They feel
happiness.
Like much more deep. Yeah. I mean, you said shallow, I think, like in regards to like, I don't know if like maybe it doesn't have quite as much depth to it. But yeah, he continues to get there.
Yep. So let's see. This time, though, when the Dementor attacks, he hears his dad for the first time, which is crazy. And then, which is also leads him to telling Lupin that it's the first time he's heard his dad. He's crying. Says there's tears on his face. Like, oh, geez, Harry. My goodness. But then Lupin says, you heard James, which is just like, this is the first time you know that Lupin and James were friends. which is another Marauder's hint if you're trying to figure out like, oh, who's the who the 4 Marauders are.
Right.
Like you maybe now at least now you know that James and Sirius and Peter were 3.
Right.
And now you know that Lupin was friends with James as well.
Right.
So now you have 4. You officially have 4 people who could be the Marauders.
But again, like I know we use it as an example often, and I think that this is like where like the reveal on things like this tend to work so well, because it's like the Tom Marvolo riddle. Like the information is never put side by side. It's like this information is deeply spaced out across a bunch of very big chapters, and what's happening inside of this chapter, especially if it's your first read, it's fascinating to watch Harry do this like cool bit of magic.
Yeah.
And he's interacting with the boggart and like whatever. So it's like, it almost feels like a throwaway line. Like, oh yeah, like Lupin and
That's
James.
always
like,
how it is.
I know, yeah. It's
Yep.
like, but it's right there. So it's like, if you're paying attention, if you're keeping notes, it's like, okay, I got it.
Yes. He does confirm that they were friends at Hogwarts, so there's that. It's just crazy it hasn't come up before now. Like it makes it seem like they were sort of buddies, like the way Harry and Dean are friends or something. And it's like that's not. It's like they're like 4 best buds.
Yes, like I mean the bestest of buds.
The bestest of buds.
The definition of friendship.
Yes, yeah.
Shy of the Golden Trio themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. But so anyway, the next time he gets. Does he get a little bit closer next time, right? He has...
Let's see, one more go. And I think, is this the stage where he... I'm trying to think.
It says the memory here, because this one, it comes out. The scream inside Harry's head started again. This time it sounded as though it were coming from a badly tuned radio. Softer, louder, softer again. And he could still see the Dementor. It had halted. And then a huge silver shadow came bursting out of the end of Harry's wand, right? Okay, so... this time, his third try, he's a lot more successful. And the memory he's chosen is the moment he'd first found out he was a wizard and would be leaving the Dursleys for Hogwarts, right? Which is a very interesting memory.
Yes.
Because, I agree. Extremely, extremely happy. Great moment in Harry's life. However, in the moment when Hagrid tells Harry he's a wizard, Harry is not happy. In the moment, he's confused. So this memory is only happy, retroactively, with context.
Sure.
Further by Harry, which is that's interesting because it's like your what that memory makes you feel versus how you felt inside of the memory is almost more important.
Yeah, and I mean I think it's a fascinating observation to define the difference between, because I can even go back to the night that I met my wife Alice, at a Starbucks.
Right.
And I can tell you that that day I was just plain nervous.
Right.
And in the moment I was like, I have no idea if I'm doing a good job right now. And when I think back about that day, I'm like, good day.
Good day.
What a great, that worked out so well.
Yeah.
If not for that day, then none of this. And so, it's you're right. It's you can almost repaint the memory. Whereas that night, I think I would have just been I have no idea.
Right. Yeah.
I blacked out.
Extremely nervous.
Yeah.
Yes. But your memory of it is very happy,
Exactly.
even though when you were living that memory, not as happy.
Yeah. Sweaty palms.
Sweaty palms,
Yeah.
yes. Because Harry doesn't even believe he's a wizard. He's like, what? What are you talking about? Even when he wakes up the next morning, he's like, that didn't even happen.
Right.
That wasn't even possible.
It can't be. It
can't be.
Yep.
But obviously, since then, he's like, that was the best day ever. Oh, my God. Yes.
What does it also say about the Dursleys that
gosh.
one of the best days of Harry's entire life, to the point where he can create a Patronus, was the fact that he got to leave them?
Oh, I know. Especially with what is otherwise, he's willing to, he's so desperate for family that he wants to hear his parents' voices moments before they're murdered.
Yeah.
It's he's that desperate for family, even though he has living relatives.
Right.
That's how bad they are.
That's how bad they are. That's the testament to the Dursleys.
Yes.
Yikes.
Man.
Yikes.
Bam.
Vernon.
Anyway, so Lupin helps after Harry sort of fends off the boggart this time. The silvery orb reappears to help remind you that Lupin is afraid of the moon, although it's still not phrased that way.
Yes.
And so that was definitely a start. That was very good. Good for Harry. And then Harry circles back, does some good math, realizes that if you knew my dad, you must have known Sirius Black as well. And Lupin, of course, is like, what? I don't know, but what makes you say that?
don't be silly.
Don't be ridiculous. And he's like, well, he was my dad's best man. And he's like, yeah, I knew him. Sure, I thought I did.
Right. Yes. Well, I mean, because at this point in time, Lupin still doesn't know that Sirius is innocent.
Right. Yes. Lupin at this moment thinks Sirius is guilty.
Yes. Yep. And that, I think there's another line that's going to come up possibly later in the chapter. Yes, it will. So we'll come back to it, but I think it'll speak to Lupin and Sirius's relationship a bit further as well. But then we get like another interesting kind of line from Harry, speaking again about this idea of just like hearing his parents' voices. Terrible though it was to hear his parents' last moments replayed in his head, these were the only times Harry had heard their voices since he was a very small child.
Yep.
And it's just like, but he'd never be able to produce a proper Patronus if he half wanted to hear his parents again. Oh, that's the line that I think really kills.
Yeah, it is so sad.
Yeah, it's like, is there a piece of him that is actively holding back?
Yes.
That's what that's saying, right?
Yeah, basically. Like part of him is like not trying as hard as he could because part of him wants to hear his parents' death again. But I really, really do like the next line then where he says, they're dead, he told himself sternly. They're dead, and listening to echoes of them won't bring them back. Because, oh man, it's so sad. But this is such an important sentiment by Harry because it reveals like Harry's real understanding and like the reality of death.
Yeah.
Which is like something Voldemort does not understand.
I mean, it's the key theme of the whole saga.
Right.
Is that death is not something to be, like avoided.
Right.
It's like it's not this terrible thing, even though, it is sad.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, like Voldemort's relationship with life and death is so unnatural.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
And Harry's like, he wants to hear them so bad, but he knows that's not real. That's not realistic, and it's not helpful.
Right.
To imagine that. Although I do not like the follow-up sentence that says, you'd better get a grip on yourself if you want to win that Quidditch Cup.
I know. I know.
Harry!
I know.
You're having a moment there. It's not about Quidditch.
I wonder if this is a huge dichotomy though, because it comes up a bunch of times in this chapter, but like to me, I think I'm trying to think of how old I would have been when this book came out, like 9-10 years old. The Quidditch Cup would be something that I personally at that age would have held in extremely high regard.
I mean, it is. This is like, you have to remember, this is like a 13-year-old, and yeah, they're playing sports, and that is of singular focus.
Yes, but it's fascinating because I think that this is almost like how this book can appeal to both young and mature audiences alike.
Yeah.
Because what you have there is like, there's a narrative that I myself as a child was more bought into, and the deep meanings of death and the importance of all the rest of this stuff. That wasn't resonating with me as a young kid.
Right.
It was we got to win Quidditch. We got to beat Malfoy.
Exactly.
That's everything.
Yes.
But now I feel like the otherwise it's also walking a different line where it's speaking to like much deeper themes.
Yes. Which stands out more as an adult.
Yes, exactly.
But speaking of Quidditch, Ravenclaw played Slytherin a week after the start of turn, and Slytherin won, which according to Wood is good news for Gryffindor, which I guess means that Draco beats Cho, right?
It does mean
that Draco beats Cho?
Yes. Yeah. It's one of those moments where it probably is like undersold a little bit because Malfoy is good at Quidditch.
Yeah.
It's like it's not a skill of his. He's
right.
just not Harry.
Yeah. It is like kind of surprising to me. It almost would not surprise me if there was because it says Slytherin won, though narrowly. Let's make sure they didn't just win by a lot or anything.
Right.
I'm almost surprised it doesn't say Slytherin won. The Ravenclaw seeker caught the snitch, but
right.
Yes. Not because of Draco.
Yeah. We're not going to give him that.
Yeah, not going to give him that. But so if we're keeping track of it, this means that in this book, Cedric has beaten Harry, Cho has beaten Cedric, Draco has beaten Cho, and Harry will beat Draco.
Okay. Wow.
So all of that, of course, Cedric's win over Harry is like a little asterisk next to it.
I mean, a little bit. I mean, even he agrees with that. Though,
even Cedric agrees with that
because he's so good.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing I would say here, though, is that if Ravenclaw or if Slytherin narrowly won, it actually might mean that Draco is the best player on the Slytherin team.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that's kind of wild though? Like, because what that means is that like the chasers were not putting up points, the keeper was not keeping out points. Hard to know what the beater's role in everything was going to be, but clearly not stopping the opposing the Ravenclaw chasers.
Right. So if they won narrowly and Draco caught the snitch, it means that they must have scored they must have been up by 13 or 14.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's that's like where it's like, did they win 160 to 140?
Right.
It's like they scored one hoop.
Right.
And caught the snitch. Meanwhile, they were otherwise getting the floor mopped with them.
Could mean that.
So, I mean, Draco would be a little bit of a hero for that match.
Yeah. But you'd think he'd be bragging about it a lot more.
Well, he's just too obsessed with Harry to pay attention to even his own
I know I caught the snitch, but did you see Harry pass out from the Dementors?
That's what gets the lulls.
I know, right? Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Here is a line though. This is kind of interesting as well. So I was thinking about this earlier, where I was talking about Hermione being a scooch more irritable than we might expect from Hermione, when she was unwilling to tell the boys about Lupin's affliction as a werewolf. Basically, what Harry is up against is he just has one night a week to do all of his homework. Even so, he wasn't showing the strain nearly as much as Hermione. And this is between doing Lupin's anti-Dementor classes, which just for the record, when he was done fighting that last little boggart Dementor, it says he was feeling as exhausted as if he had just run a mile.
Yeah.
His legs were shaking. He's completely worn out. This is a super taxing endeavor for him to be going through. And Hermione's just taking 3 more classes than him. So it's Harry is doing a lot of physical, time-consuming, mind-consuming, emotionally heavy tasks, while Hermione is up against her course load. It's it almost does seem like Harry is just handling it a little bit better.
It kind of does 3 more. How much homework is in arithmancy and Muggle studies, which has got to be a cakewalk for Hermione.
Exactly. Yeah.
And study of ancient runes, it feels like translating probably a lot of stuff, but it's there's charts, so just look at the chart.
Is it busy work?
Busy work? I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems like it might be. I don't know. It's obviously taking its toll on her. The other thing is that she must be awake for 3 extra hours a day. I guess that could be doing it.
And she's been doing it for a whole semester.
Yeah,
longer, so
it's adding up.
It's definitely adding up.
But then at this point, it almost feels like this is so hard to know. With hindsight, of course, it's so obvious that it's time travel. But there's this whole paragraph here where how's she doing it? Getting to all of her classes, said Ron. I heard her talking to Professor Vector, that arithmancy witch, this morning. They were going about yesterday's lessons, but Hermione can't have been there because she was with us in care of magical creatures. And Ernie Macmillan told me she never missed a Muggle studies class, but half of them are at the same time as divination. So, which is, I guess Ernie's not taking divination, but yeah.
Right, right. Yes.
But it's it's almost as of this paragraph, it's is time travel just obvious?
I mean, that's the thing. I think that what's really going on here is that because it's Ron who's complaining about it, I feel like you, the reader, is almost just living inside of this sort of I don't really know. I don't really care.
Right, exactly.
She's doing it somehow. If Harry was bothered by it, I'd probably be much more invested, but Harry's just too preoccupied with his own stuff to really be I don't know how she's doing it, man.
Right.
She is though, so who cares?
Exactly. It doesn't affect you.
Yeah, so I think that's the big thing that's going on here. It's there is the writing is literally on the wall. It's she can't be in 2 places at once. It's come up over and over throughout the whole story. But for whatever reason, nobody seems terribly preoccupied about this.
Nope. Yeah, they're just whatever.
Yeah.
But then Oliver Wood returns with Oliver.
Oh, yes.
He's talks to McGonagall, and she got a bit shirty with me.
Shirty. I love the word
Great
shirty.
word. Great word. Absolutely. Seem to think I care more about winning the cup than I do about you staying alive, which I highlighted, and was just well, that's true.
Yes, I said yes, Wood. This whole book.
Yes. Just because I told her I didn't care if it threw you off as long as you caught the snitch, which is also very funny.
Wood shook his head in disbelief. Yeah. Honestly, the way she was yelling at me, you think I said something terrible.
I know. I'm not sure I like Oliver Wood.
I know. Yeah, it's do we maybe like Marcus Flint more than Oliver Wood out of nowhere?
Yeah, right. Probably not. But let's see. Yeah, that's just speaking so much more to the character there. And then he tells him that maybe he needs to get a different broomstick anyway. And he says, maybe get a new Nimbus 2001 like Malfoy's got. And he says, I'm not buying anything Malfoy thinks is good, which I think is funny because Malfoy specifically buys the Nimbus 2001 because of what Harry has.
Because of what Harry has. Yeah.
He's like, what's Harry got? I'm going to one up that guy. And Harry's like, what's Malfoy got? Not that.
I will have anything else.
Anything else, please.
I will just run around on the ground trying to grab at the air.
That's right. Maybe it's got to come down near the bottom sometime.
Yes.
Running around.
Harry's just physically on his feet.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Good times. Good times.
That would be bad. Anyway, next up we have another page break here. It says January faded imperceptibly into February, meaning that it has been a solid 5 weeks since they basically talked to Hermione at this point, which is terrible.
Poor thing.
I know.
I mean, it'd be so lonely and so much work.
I know.
Yeah, like that would be.
What a bad January.
I know that'd be really, really tough to juggle. But this is the part of the book I feel where like the speed ramp is starting to happen on the months where it's kind of like, okay, we need a way to get towards the end of the school year so
that Harry can fight Voldemort.
So that more plot can happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. But in the meantime, Harry is spending lots and lots of time basically nagging Professor McGonagall for news about the Firebolt, where she said that she's checked for all of the usual curses, but Professor Flitwick believes the broom might be carrying a hurling hex. I mean, it really does start to make you wonder, though. It's like, how sensitive is the kind of magic that they are performing that it has taken... that it's now taken
5 weeks.
Yeah, over a month.
I know. I'm like, how long can it take? How have you not checked for a hurling hex yet, McGonagall? Why didn't you start with that?
I know. Yeah, it's like, what were all the other dangerous things that could have happened?
I know. A hurling hex.
A hurling hex.
Anyway.
Yeah, that feels like another piece of trivia that I will never be able to digest into my brain. Maybe the alliteration, hurling hex.
Yeah.
Being thrown from your broom. We've almost seen it happen before. That's what Quirrell's basically doing to him. So.
Right.
Let's see here.
So otherwise, Harry's getting sort of better at his Patronus lessons, but he's sort of plateauing.
Yes. Well said.
Yes, he can almost always produce something, but all it does is hover like a semi-transparent cloud, draining Harry of energy.
Yes. Basically now is when you can kind of just imagine like the silver orb, where it's just sort of like two wills, in battle with one another, and you have to imagine in this particular case that like Harry doesn't really quite have it down versus like what an apparently true blue Dementor would be capable of bringing, let alone like multiples.
Right, but then it also follows up and says Harry felt angry with himself, guilty about his secret desire to hear his parents' voices again, which continues to be tragic.
I know,
but it's also sort of like maybe this is why he's plateauing, because he can't quite get over this.
Right.
But Lupin assures him that for a 13-year-old, the fact that he's producing anything is a huge achievement, which appears to be true. Based on how no one else can ever seem to do it.
Do you figure the reason that there's so much emphasis in this chapter on this feeling that Harry is experiencing is like what ultimately fuels the big moment at the end, because he thinks it's his dad casting the Patronus, and then in that particular moment he's dropping all other concerns. Like, it's the first time that he's like officially just like attempting to do it. Like, Harry's had it in him this whole time.
I mean, he's definitely had it in him this whole time. He fully casts it during the Quidditch match too.
Okay.
He produces the stag there. He just doesn't see it because he like veers off to catch the snitch.
Oh yeah. You're right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's a good point.
Yep.
Okay. So let's see here.
This is when he produces the butterbeer. Where Harry, just like for all of his otherwise good instincts, Lupin's like, you won't have tried it before. And Harry just is like, oh, I like that stuff. Like, Harry, he just said it.
Think on your feet, man.
Yeah. But also just a random assumption by Lupin that he won't have tried it. Like, is this the only place you can get it? Is the Three Broomsticks? Or
could be.
No, it's not, because they ordered it at the Hogshead too.
Oh. Okay.
But like, why couldn't they have brought bottles back? You've got bottles. So anyway, random assumption there.
Right. Yep. That's a good point. Yeah. So then this is when we start to get the full description of what the Dementor is actually capable of.
Yes, the Dementor's kiss.
The Dementor's kiss. It lowers its hood only to use its last and worst weapon. What I think is interesting is so Lupin says they call it the Dementor's kiss with a slightly twisted smile, and this is something that I think it basically, he later on says it's the fate that awaits Sirius Black, and I think that twisted smile could potentially be this is demonstrating Lupin, who is otherwise, I would argue, an innately good human being.
Yeah,
he hates Sirius in this moment.
Yeah,
because
I think so.
He basically is sort of the idea of Sirius having to face down the Dementor's kiss is kind of yeah, that's what he deserves.
Well, but at the same thing, at the bottom of this page, Harry is going to say he deserves it, and Lupin is the one who says, "You think so? Do you really think anyone deserves that?"
Well, I mean, even that, then I almost feel like his first instinct is more tenacious in nature. Otherwise, what is the slightly twisted smile? Would you say?
I don't know. It is a weird phrasing.
Yeah.
They call it the Dementor's kiss. To me, the fact that it's a twisted smile is supposed to make you think Lupin enjoys the idea of the Dementor's kiss, or is because you're supposed to think Lupin is the one helping Sirius get into the castle, or that's I think the road they're trying to lead you down.
So this is supposed to be more of a red herring, a misdirect?
Yeah, I think maybe.
Okay.
That's my take on it. Or the slightly twisted smile, or it could just be it's called the Dementor's kiss.
Yeah.
And he's just sort of smiling at I really hate it.
Right. Yeah, I could take that interpretation. That's actually quite good because it's almost sort of they call it a kiss, a normally good thing, but when it's coming from a Dementor, it's it sounds cute.
Yes.
It is not.
Right.
Okay.
Then the end of this paragraph, though, is when he's describing it. He says, "I suppose there must be some sort of mouth under there because they clamp their jaws upon the mouth of the victim and suck out his soul," which I think is the first time in the series where that establishes a physical soul that a person has.
Yeah, which I think is for the anatomy of a wizard, I think this is a really, really big, a big deal, because I think it also helps set up a lot. Soul magic is highly important when you have the whole big picture.
Everything, with all the Horcruxes and the tearing of one's soul and all that.
Yes, and the idea of keeping it intact and sort of what it means to your humanity, which basically is what Lupin does go on to then explain, which is that Harry's what they kill, and Lupin's no, much worse than that. You can exist without your soul, as long as your brain and your heart are still working, but you'll have no sense of self anymore, no memory, no anything.
I know. It actually reminds me, fittingly, of the movie Soul, where you have the land of the lost souls.
Yes.
Which would is a little bit different because a Dementor didn't eat them, but they show you the guy on Wall Street who's just sort of sitting at his computer with lifeless, doesn't care about anything, and then they put the soul back in his body and he's food has flavor again,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was that's such a good representation. So good on Pixar for that. But,
no, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good comparison as well, because I think arguably, that emphasis of the lost soul in the movie Soul is probably something to do with a layer of either it's almost what's being described exactly. It's you'll have no sense of self anymore, no memory, no anything. It's that can be depression, and Dementors are supposed to be physical manifestations of depression.
Yeah.
So, I think that fits together rather well.
Yes. But so then we have just such an important conversation down here where where Lupin is finished telling him about the Dementor's kiss and told him that that's what's going to happen to Sirius. And Harry says he deserves it. And Lupin just sort of has a little food for thought and says, "You think so? Do you really think anyone deserves that?" And yes, says Harry defiantly, for some things. And it's he wants to tell Lupin about all of it. So it's interesting here. I feel that one line from Lupin ends up being really, really important later on, because Harry's gut reaction is get rid of him. He deserves it. Absolutely. But then when faced with the truth and having cornered Pettigrew, who is now guilty of the exact same crime and who they can kill right on the spot, he spares him instead.
He does.
Which, to be fair, I suppose Harry does say like the Dementors can have him instead or whatever.
Sure.
But like he still spares him death.
He does still spare him death, yeah, and I do think that that's a good thing. That like I think what I highlighted like that he deserves it line and just said like Harry will go on to grow up so fast. Like this is a rashness that I think is coming out of like an angry and frustrated 13-year-old.
Yeah.
But like the rate at which Harry like goes on to I think appreciate the importance of life and not killing. I mean it's by the end of this exact story. So
yeah.
Like, I mean, you're right. Like it does happen. It does happen quick. It is very important. It's crucial to his character. And as we brought up on so many other occasions, I mean, this carries through all the way up until his final duel with Voldemort, who Harry could easily be intending to kill in the name of the greater good and is still aiming to spare him.
Yeah, still asks him to feel remorse, which of course he knows he won't, but he puts it out there.
Right.
I love too after this where Harry hesitates to tell him all the story he heard about Black and the three broomsticks, but knew Lupin wouldn't be very impressed that he'd gone to Hogsmeade. But then I just highlighted that and I was like, or would he?
I know. yes.
Lupin later tells Harry like these map makers would have wanted to lure you out of the castle. They would have thought it very funny. And it was like so. I think maybe he would have been impressed by it.
Yes.
That you made a way there.
You found the map?
Yeah. What? You? Perfect.
This is working out so well.
It's working out so well. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Of course you did. Of course you did, Harry.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So then as we move forward, though, Harry does run into Professor McGonagall. Almost physically runs into her. She was holding out his firebolt. It looked as magnificent as ever. And Harry says, "I can have it back." Harry said weakly, "Seriously?" And I wrote in more like serious.
More like that. Right.
Seriously, because it's a serious black broom.
Yes.
But now McGonagall is back on Wood's marching orders and says, "Do try and win, won't you? Or we'll be out of the running for the 8th year in a row, as Professor Snape was so kind to remind me only last night."
What a jerk!
Can you imagine that conversation between Snape and McGonagall? Because I can't.
I can't because I don't feel like he's like jovially having a nice rib,
like at the water
he's not
cooler.
Like, well, better hope you win, or you're not gonna. I don't want to say Slytherin's gonna win 8th year in a row, but
right.
Like he's being a real tool about it.
Yes. He's probably like, "McGonagall, you haven't caught Draco Malfoy's wonderful passing out impersonation, have you?"
Yeah.
That's my boy. He's going to win.
Yeah.
He's going to beat your boy.
Exactly. That's more likely what I was like.
Yeah, and then McGonagall just like hexes him on the moment.
Exactly.
On the spot. That's the thing is like I can't imagine anybody talking crap to McGonagall because I feel like she would just be so intimidating.
I know,
it's
right?
Like, yeah, who's getting away with that? Snape, you're a little too brave, I think.
Well, a little too big for your britches there, my man.
But Dumbledore does think they soared a little too early.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a bravery reference.
Yes.
Yeah,
I got it.
Should Snape have been a Gryffindor?
No.
Yeah,
I don't think so at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right.
Let's see. And then I like she just says, "You've got a very good friend somewhere, Potter," which if you still think the broom came from Black, this is just foreshadowing because in fact he does.
Yes,
have
indeed.
a good friend somewhere. Let's see. Moving on to the next page here. So they get the broom back and it says, "You know what? We should make up with Hermione. She was only trying to help." And it's like, oh yeah. Good call, boys.
Yeah.
Good call.
We finally got there. Let's hope nothing interrupts that the next like 10 minutes.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Wow. So let's see. Then Neville sets up Sirius's next break-in over here, where he's trying to get into the Gryffindor Tower, and he's arguing with Sir Cadogan, who seems to be refusing them entrances. "I wrote them all down, but I must have dropped them somewhere." And it's like, actually, he didn't. Crookshanks is the one who took this particular sheet of paper. This is all setting up Black's next attack. I love. Let's see what Cadogan says. "Good evening, my fine young yeoman." Yeoman,
I think that's what it says. Yeah. This whole like blip from Sir Cadogan, I'm kind of like. To be fair, he's kind of hilarious. He's just like, "A likely tale," roared Sir Duggan. Then spotting Harry and Ron, "Good evening, my fine young yeoman." Yeoman, yeah. "Come clap this loon in irons. Here's trying to force entry to the chambers within."
Right.
And I'm like, you're fun.
Yeah.
Like, silly, but fun.
Yeah. It's like, you must recognize the Gryffindors by now.
Yes, it's like, there's not that many of them.
Right, yeah.
And this one in particular always has trouble.
Right, come on. Cut him a break there.
Yep.
Anyway, the password is Oddsbodikins.
Yeah.
You always got to know for trivia.
Yep. Don't even quiz me in the future on that one. You know, it's like, I won't have it.
Not going to got it.
I
Not
mean,
going to Wattlebird that one.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if is Wattlebird one of them.
Yeah, that was one of them.
Dang it! Have I already brought it up? Have we already talked
that was
about
the one you asked people to ask you about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Crap.
And several people did.
Yeah, and I didn't know.
You didn't know.
No. Anyway. Okay.
Oh well.
Yeah. So put me on the spot. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Yeah. Bring it.
Yeah. So Harry arrives into the Gryffindor common room, and everyone is excited because they know that he has gotten the Firebolt back. So they all say Ravenclaw have no chance. They're all in clean sweep 7s. Which, like, no wonder they lost to Slytherin. I mean,
seriously, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a funny one though, because it would be an interesting way to know what brand broom Cho rides.
Yeah, this is important.
Like that's the detail. Like if it's like, what kind of broomstick is Cho on? It's like it's a clean sweep 7.
Yeah.
It's also interesting because they're all on the same broom, and like the Gryffindors are not, but the Slytherins are, and so it's like you almost have to wonder: is there like a person on the Ravenclaw team?
Oh yeah, like who's providing them?
Yeah, exactly. Like, like, is it not uncommon for a parent of the team members who like to come in as like a sponsor?
Right, or like just some kind of like booster club or something.
Right. Yeah, something.
You'd think.
Otherwise, or it's just everybody on clean sweep 7s, and then there's Harry on an international standard racing broom, and the Slytherins on Nimbus 2001s.
Right.
And it's like, y'all, we can't do this.
I know.
He's so much faster.
I know. It seems like cheating. And it also seems like there'd be different brooms per position. Almost.
That is also true. Yeah, like it almost seems like a beater would have like a beefier kind of like more stabilizing kind of broom.
Right. Like, because it doesn't make sense to me even that like Harry's Firebolt, like I'm sure it is insanely fast, but like usually top speed doesn't pair well with like turning.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, because you're moving too fast to turn quickly.
Right.
Like if you're a chaser, you probably want something that can move, that is like more maneuverable.
Kind of like a drifty car, like a Tokyo Drift style something or another.
And then I can imagine for a beater, you'd probably want like, or for a keeper, you'd probably want some sort of like wide brush on the back.
Okay.
To like cover more. Like, because like you see Oliver whack the quaffle with the brush of his broom.
Yeah, so like goalie pads.
Right, and you'd imagine that beaters probably want like a little bit heavier brooms. So then when they swing the bat, they have like more stability to like whack the bludgers and stuff.
Okay, so I feel like at some point in time we can have a whole discussion if Quidditch broomsticks were cars, and then we'll assign cars that would fit with each of the necessary broomsticks.
There you go.
You like it?
I like it.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, we'll sort broomsticks into cars.
Yeah.
Okay. Then as we go forward, let's see here. Ron is, I think Harry, Ron, and Hermione are about to be all good.
About to be all simpatico here.
Yes.
And Hermione says, I mean, at least you know it's safe, which is true. And then Ron offers to take the Firebolt upstairs to give, and plus he's got to give Scabbers his rat tonic, which I don't even know why you're bothering. It's clearly not working.
I know. Yeah. It's like at this point in time, it's been since September.
Yeah.
Ron. And it's like, I guess on one level, Ron might be like, well, he's still alive.
Yeah, that's true. He's still alive.
It's
but
working.
Like, still, it seems worse though.
Yeah,
maybe?
yeah. It's like maybe stop giving it to him and see what happens.
Yes.
Either way, it doesn't matter because it's just plot convenience. But I do feel like Harry has this line where he like asks to sit down next to Hermione. And it's just like one of those little moments where I feel like Ron, I feel like is still being kind of like edgy towards her, and I almost feel like Harry is sitting down to be like, can we talk?
Right.
Yeah, so I just put like a little hashtag Hermione for life next to that one.
Hermione for life, no doubt.
No doubt.
And then, unfortunately, Ron's about to interrupt a very a conversation I would have liked to have heard the end of, where Hermione explains what arithmancy is at all.
Yeah.
Because she claims it's her favorite subject, but we'd never find out what it's like.
No.
I mean, we made a video once upon a time called like arithmancy explained, where it's sort of like adding up the numbers of like the letters and people's names and stuff and seeing how they fit together. like out of I don't know.
It
I can't
honestly
remember
seems closer to like divination to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit like divination, but like more math based.
Yeah, it's like kind of tea leave-ish.
Yes,
but different. But it's Hermione's favorite subject.
It's Hermione's favorite subject. Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, it sounds like wizard math, and she's so logical.
Yes,
that kind of tracks. But then Ron, I feel like he kind of jumps to some big conclusions here. He comes screaming back down the stairs, screaming about scabbers, look, scabbers, and but he doesn't actually have scabbers. He just has a bloody sheet and several long ginger cat hairs on top of the sheet.
It looks bad.
I mean, it looks bad, but like if I couldn't find my pet rat, who I don't keep in a cage in my dormitory, like I don't know.
I mean, yeah,
like,
right.
Would I assume he's dead?
I have no idea. I mean, this feels like a sight to be seen, though. Like I can only imagine that Ron is just earning massive cool points running through the middle of the common room with a bloody sheet full of cat hair. It's like, okay. I don't know what's going on up in their dormitory.
Right. Yeah, but anyway, basically what's happened is Peter Pettigrew has faked his death yet again, and framed Crookshanks for it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh man, the worst. When they find out this guy, they're just gonna want to let the Dementors do whatever they will with him.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yes, but of course Pettigrew has, I guess, fled Gryffindor Common Room and made it down to Hagrid's, where he'll be living until they get down there later in the book.
Yes, indeed. Yep. And I don't know. I mean, I guess at this point maybe he just felt like Crookshanks was just getting a bit too suspicious. Maybe.
I don't know. I think they say. I think he says later why he flees now.
Or is it? Well, I was gonna say, is it because of the Sirius Black break-in? But no, that was forever ago. So.
Yeah, and the second one hasn't happened quite yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So maybe just good timing on Peter's part.
I guess just good timing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, howdy.
Howdy indeed.
Unfortunately, though, this does mean that what was supposed to be a nice little reunion and making up between the Golden Trio, there's a bit more hostility left in the room.
It does mean that. So they are not friends. And I want to say the next sentence, if I flip over just one page, is it looks like it was the end of Ron and Hermione's friendship. So it looks like Harry is sort of like, Ron, it's like just a rat. Like, you didn't even like him. Chill the F out, bro.
Yes, I feel like this is one where it's like Harry's allegiance to Ron is winning out by like one fraction point, where it's like a 51-49 on like a teeter-totter, and he's like, Ron was my first friend. We live in the same dormitory. He's like my pal, like, but also I really like Hermione. She's cool and awesome and all of the rest. And it's like, I guess I'm siding with Ron on this one.
I know. It's like I could agree with being mad about the Firebolt, but rat.
I'm not that invested in your rat, TBH.
You know what? If I'm being honest, don't care.
I haven't enjoyed living in the same bedroom as a rat for a while, if I'm being completely candid.
Also, if I'm looking at the rules here, it says owl, cat, or toad.
Yeah. This is contraband.
Contraband. Yeah. You've got cat food, Ron. You brought cat food to a cat place.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Cats are allowed. Rats aren't.
Cats are allowed. Rats aren't. So who's really in the wrong?
Yep. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
What was he good for? What was he gonna like turn into a person or something?
Let's just hope he doesn't return the Dark Lord. Okay.
Yeah, let's just hope that. Yeah. You know, Ron, remember when you I bet that's a great one. Remember when you didn't talk to me for a month because you were defending the Dark Lord's servant, Ron?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hermione has some zingers right up her sleeve.
She does. She's like, how dare you argue with me ever? I will destroy you.
All right, Jay. Well, in the meantime, do we have a review?
I think we do have a review here, Ben.
Lay it on me.
This says, hey, brother, I love this podcast so much. I started listening about 2 weeks ago, so I'm only 9 episodes into Chamber of Secrets, but I'm catching up fast. It's so much fun. It makes me happy to have a podcast to listen to people who enjoy the series as much as I do. I have an idea. Does every Witcher wizard go to the in-between/limbo/King's Cross Station area, and that's where they have the choice to come back as a ghost or to go on? And Harry just happens to come back as a mortal because of his situation. So do you think everyone has like a limbo King's Cross situation if you're a wizard when you die?
It's a really interesting question, because I think like it it seems like when Harry has the conversation with Nearly Headless Nick, he's holding out hope that there is a scenario that Sirius may have come back as a ghost. And basically that would be like some comfort to Harry because, even as a ghost, he would still basically have the opportunity to communicate and learn from him and sort of have that familiarity. However, it also seems like what Nick is saying in this particular instance is that like the decision to become a ghost is permanent, for one thing. You never truly experience death, and instead you sort of like continue to live on this like feeble imitation of life.
Right.
In the meantime. And the thing that would confuse me the most about it is that like the zero was like temptation, because not everybody's going to have the same relationship with death, I don't think.
Yeah.
To the point where like Lily, for example, might be like, I want to come back and let people know what happened. Like, my knowledge of what happened in my life would serve to be useful to people who are still out there. Like even that could be its own sacrifice. Like, I am choosing to return as a ghost because in doing so, like, I have unfinished business, and that could help.
And that unfinished business is defeating Voldemort.
Precisely. So it's like, even in instances like that, if Lily were exposed to the situation where she is in her own version of King's Cross, which is not always King's Cross, but if everybody goes through that moment, it would be so interesting to me how few people take the red pill, so to speak.
Right.
Or I don't know which would be the right one in this particular instance, but no, even people who like feared death, people who had unexpected death, people who would love to see their family one last time, like the temptation seems so real.
It does seem extremely real, and it makes me wonder if it's the sort of thing like if you're a wizard, if they like talk to you about this at some point, and they're like, really don't choose ghost.
Right.
Like
you're warned against it.
Like you're warned against it or something. Like if that's part of the lessons at some point or not. But it does seem like you do have a choice at some point, because there are ghosts.
Yes,
that
exactly.
do choose it.
And that's the counter argument, is that like there has to be a mechanism for this.
Yes, there has to be a point at which they choose. So I kind of feel like maybe yes.
Okay.
Like
okay.
that is maybe more like what's happening here, and then it's like I guess Harry's is a little different because he's got like the tethering via Voldemort's like love crux or whatever back, which is maybe like that's why he can come back like as a mortal person.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that sentiment for sure.
Yeah,
which nobody else would typically have.
Yeah, no one would normally have that. So I think so. I mean, the thing is, you're right. Like something like this must happen because there are ghosts.
Okay,
like,
so
it is a choice you can make.
Do you think that there's a chance? Okay, because the other thing that we could go off of here that I think is very interesting is Harry has Dumbledore inside of his limbo, which means they're like in limbo. Harry is given information that is seemingly coming from nowhere. And Harry even asks the question, like, is this really happening, or is this all just inside of my head?
Right.
And so, like, I almost wonder if there is somebody who would, because Dumbledore is the one who basically consults Harry to the tune of saying, like, like he doesn't tell him, like, I think you need to go back, but I feel like the conversation yields that outcome.
Yeah.
And so I almost wonder if there is somebody who would come to you and like somebody who you may have looked up to. So like, let's say for like Lily, like her parents would come and say like Lily might be like, but Harry, like he's back there. And they might be like, he is better off. Like, like he will be okay. Someday he will be here, like whatever. But like, I almost wonder if like there's like a consult, like Dumbledore, like somebody from the ether could come to
it would make sense why like it makes it like you'd think more ghosts would be like a little crazier then, because it feels like someone would be like, look, you should come this way, your soul will be at rest, you will be at peace. If you go back, if you choose ghost, your soul will never ever be at rest.
Right.
Like
that would be enough to
and it's just sort of like, right, I get it. Like even if you feel like you have unfinished business, like death is a part of life, you understand that, you've died. Like if you go back, you will never die. You'll never be at peace. Like the earth could explode. The heat death of the universe could happen, and you'll still be there.
Right.
You know?
Yes, that's
Like,
true. Yeah. Like
right.
At some point in time, the ghosts of Hogwarts are literally just existing in space dust.
Exactly. Like it's just space dust now, and you're still there. Like you're choosing eternal suffering, by doing this.
Right.
In a way. So it's like you'd think then the ghosts that still choose it would be very like they got a real bone to pick with somebody,
right?
Which is why you'd think maybe they're like, why like hauntings and stuff. But then you have people like Nearly Headless Nick, and he's just like, yes, I'm a perfectly reasonable gentleman, with most of a neck, or some of a neck.
The Moaning Myrtle example I think makes the most sense.
Yeah, Moaning Myrtle makes more sense to me than Nearly Headless Nick.
Yeah, it's almost like a immaturity or something that's sort of like kind of working its way through the mistiness of limbo.
Yeah, or even like the Gray Lady makes sense. She's like so mad at the Bloody Baron or whatever. She's like, I'm gonna go haunt you.
Right.
Or then the Bloody Baron is just sort of like, I don't deserve.
Yeah, like it's kind of like a noble thing or something.
Right. His is like I don't deserve to die. I will force myself to suffer because of how much I loved you or whatever. Like that sort of makes sense. But yeah, like Nick's doesn't make as much sense to me.
Maybe not. Maybe because like he needs to be quasi rational. But I mean, he seems like he's got like his own weird insecurities, like even with the headless hunt and everything to do with that. Like it's like he's like deeply bothered by his like lack of involvement. So I don't know, maybe he was somebody who like wanted to garner importance of some kind.
Right, sure.
Because he was even using magic on like the thing that he is sentenced to death for is I think for like growing tusks out of like a Muggle woman's face where he's like trying to fix her teeth. So like, if he's performing magic on Muggles, like you maybe have almost got somebody who's like a Gilderoy Lockhart-ish sort of personality where it's like, I have magic. I can be impressive. I am going to go parade it in front of the Muggle people, and that will make me important.
Right.
Because he is like Sir Nicholas de Mimsy
Polpington, yes.
Yeah. So he has
like a knight.
Yeah, so he has like some layer of notoriety in the mortal realm. So I don't know, maybe that's like what he's chasing, but I do feel like that's like one of those instances where like Nick as a character needs to be useful. And like I don't really feel like the Gray Lady is as much of a conversationalist as Nick is.
Right.
It seems like if you're in Ravenclaw, you're like looking over at the other house ghosts being like, ours is a little blasé.
Right, yeah.
She doesn't really seem to want to hang so much.
Not a lot of interaction. Fat Friar, he seems like a fun guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, okay, so that would be my thinking. I think you're right. I think that because you have to be given the choice, then Harry has the opportunity in the limbo to board a train because his version of it is King's Cross. But otherwise, I guess like even the decision Harry is making without the love crux maybe would even be his version of becoming a ghost. It just happens to be the case that he's tethered to the realm. So like,
I think if Harry could, if he was just because Harry knows. Like, because they reason it out in King's Cross, and he's like, Voldemort took my mother's blood into himself.
Right.
Like, I think he knows if he goes back, he'll be a human again.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
But I think he's exiting through the same door that says ghost. It's just he has a special clause.
I agree. But, like, if not for the love crux, I don't think he chooses ghost.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
no,
he just dies.
No, I agree with you completely. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in that particular instance, like if you want to imagine the mechanics of the world and instead of it being King's Cross, it's just there's a door that says ghost and a door that says on.
Okay, this is a weird beef then.
Okay, lay it on me.
Nick says he has never really died, right?
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Myrtle
death
is used for the diary.
But
she's never really died.
She's never really died. That's a weird one.
That's a weird one.
That's going to have to be a thinker.
Oh, that is a thinker right there. My.
Was it not Myrtle's death?
Oh. But then who?
I mean, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
It's like, based on that, if that's the way in which we're going to interpret it, it would suggest that she had not properly died, which completely by the laws of ghost magic, and therefore should not count. Oh my gosh, can you imagine how frustrating that would be? Like trying to make the Horcrux and like you get like a 404 connection error.
Right.
And it's like
sorry.
Yeah, it's like they decided to come back as a ghost. It's like, no, they didn't.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No. The murder. Why? Why? To haunt me?
Olive
Hornby. Oh, I'm gonna kill her. Maybe it's Olive Hornby.
I love it. I love it.
Except she's not dead. So I don't know.
Do we know she's not dead?
How sad for Myrtle then.
That would stink.
I came back to haunt her, and then she was dead, and she didn't have the decency to become a ghost.
So I could bug her forever.
That'd be so funny.
That would be
not
really
funny.
Yeah.
But there was only one death that year. So
there was only one death that year. But I'm wondering if he had the diary on him the whole time. Would he have had the diary on him the whole time? Or is it possible, would he have killed like the, who is it at Wool's orphanage? Who is his,
the lady there?
The lady.
Interesting.
Like, because we know he goes to like the Muggle bookshop,
right,
to buy the diary.
So like Vauxhall Road.
Vauxhall Road. Thank you. Yeah. So if he's back in London for some reason and he buys the diary,
right,
is Myrtle's death not the one he used? It's a weird question.
I mean,
we're basing it off a rather big clause here.
I suppose like the workaround could be that like his like using Avada Kedavra rips your soul, even if
like intent to kill.
Yeah, like intent to kill is what does it.
Right.
I meant to kill her, But he also didn't use Avada Kedavra.
No, he didn't
basilisk
even do it.
kills
the
her.
Basilisk.
So
with the laser vision.
So it has to be more like about intent to kill.
Maybe.
With the laser vision.
With the laser vision. What a weird,
this is a real loophole.
It is a weird.
This is a weird problem.
We may have cracked the case wide open. Who was the person who left this review?
Oh, Apple changed their. I didn't copy and paste it because Apple.
Oh dear. Okay.
I had to like clip art it instead, or like screen cap it instead of copy and paste it because they updated the way you look at reviews.
Oh wow.
Which is annoying. So I don't know. I'm sorry, whoever you are. This is a really good question that led us to an interesting answer.
I know. Yeah. So Air 5 to that person. Thank you for listening.
You know who you are.
I know you're only on like chapter 9 of Chamber of Secrets, but when you get here, you're gonna be like, "What?
No!
They answered my question. They asked my question."
Yeah.
There we go. So anyway. There we go. Something to think about. Yeah, give us your thoughts. Be sure to let us know.
I know. Should Myrtle's death have counted if she came back as a ghost? Because ghost deaths don't count. Anyway, that is going to do it for us today. But make sure you join us next week. We'll be doing Chapter 13, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edgehill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager. And the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.